So welcome to VMware vSphere ICM DCV, install, configure, manage data center virtualization for 6.5. So module 1 is course intro. So importance, admin must have knowledge, skills, and abilities to build, run VMware vSphere environment. So if ever you're applying for this job, you should have the skills and ability to build, configure, and manage. Okay, configure and manage. You should know how to install and configure ESXi, is installable, embedded hypervisor, host, and vCenter. You must also know how to manage ESXi, host, and VM with vCenter. So this is the main job of admin, no? To manage, you should know how to install, you should have the skills, you should have the ability to build ESX, virtual machines, and vCenters, and other features. Okay, so yan yung main importance of the job. Our objective, by the end of this course, you should be able to meet the following. You should be able to describe software-defined data center. No, yung lahat ng data center is not physical and will be converted into virtual. You should know how to deploy ESXi, host, and create VMs. You should also know how to describe ano ba yung vCenter architecture. And you should have experience, or you will have an experience, how to deploy vCenter server appliance, which is VCSA. And how do you back up the VCSA? How do you restore the vCenter? And how to configure the high availability. Okay. And you should know how to use vCenter to manage hosts. Another objective is you will learn how to configure, manage the vSphere infra with vSphere client and web client using HTML5. And dito, our objective is you will learn how to configure VNet with vSphere standard switch, as well as distributed switch. Okay? What's the difference between the two? So I will explain later. And also, your objective is to learn vCenter server to manage storage. Okay? Storage. And manage VM, how to create template, deploy from template, how to clone VM, convert into template, and create a snapshots. And how do you migrate a VM from one host to another, diba? Using vMotion. And you will learn how to use storage vMotion. Ito naman yung storage to storage transfer. No? How do you monitor the resource? No? Usage, mamaya CPN yun, taas-taas na. Diba? How do you manage HA and fault tolerant? And how do you define between the two? Okay? And then we're gonna make a contrast and comparison. Ano ba yung FT sa failover? And how do you use distributed resource scheduler? Ito yung load balancer, no? To improve scalability. Okay? And how do you update? How do you send patches? How do you apply hot fixes? How do you apply drivers? How do you upgrade to a version higher patches version using VOOM or update manager. All right. So we have 11 modules. Okay, we're done with the first one. Thank you. Any question? Module 2, Intro to vSphere and SDDC. So we are on Module 2, Lesson 1, Overview of Software-Defined Data Center. So normally, meron tayong physical data center which normally you go, di ba? Andun yung mga switches, EMC storage, NetApp filer, and andun yung physical servers such as Cisco UCS, yung Blade Center or HP, ProLiant C7000 Blade Center, or simple as Dell PowerEdge RX. No? So it's a pool of physical resources because it's a combination of 3 hosts pulled into cluster. So physically, before, ito yung scenario. So meron pa kaming ring. No, kinoconnect namin yan sa another host. Tawag doon ring out, ring in, ring out, ring in. Hence, it form a ring topology na if one host goes down, the other physical will take over. Yun yung dati luma yun. Then high management and maintenance, napakamahal maintenance kasi may ring card ka pa, bibili ka pa ng kable. No, hindi na uso yung tagal na nun eh. Pinauso lang na IBM yun eh. Napakamahal. High physical infra cost. Try to imagine isang servers 2,000 watts. 2,000 watts. Let's say, sabihin na lang natin 1 horsepower. Sa bahay nyo, meron kayong 2 horsepower aircon, right? Ako meron akong apat eh. No? Apat na 2 horsepower. Just a condo din sa may Ortigas. I'm paying 18,000 pesos per month. No? Try to imagine 1,000 servers. Magkano cost mo noon sa kuryente? Milyon, di ba? Milyon. And problem dito, physical provisioning challenge. How do you gonna install operating system? Normally 1 hour plus drivers 15 minutes plus application 1 hour plus the restoring database 1 hour. So pinakamabilis mong magawa is 3 hours before you deploy in production. Try to imagine, well, you have 100 servers times 3 hours. Gaano katagal yun? So that's the provisioning challenge. Another one, insufficient failover and poor disaster protection. Pag nasira yung physical host, wala na, goodbye data. Now, even if they have the storage, no, so ito yung host, pag lumipat, paano kung damaged to? Storage very expensive, no? Sa Accenture, $100 per 1 gigabyte or 1 terabyte, something ganun eh, na binabayaran ng customer namin eh. So, napakamahal, traditional RKey. Ito, lipat tayo sa virtual. Okay, bakit kailangan lumipat sa virtual? Kasi expanded use of physical resources. They have physical, but mostly kept all VM in production are kept in physical hypervisor. So ito ESX. So meron tayong hypervisor. Sa isang physical, you can have many operating system. Okay? So isang host, it's not only one operating system, but you have many operating system, which means you have many customers. Di ba? Nakatipid ang Accenture. Nakatipid. One host, ang daming customer. Another virtual architecture, reduce management and maintenance cost. If you want to reboot a server, you don't have to be physically inside the data center. No? You don't need iDRAC. You don't need the ILO, yung remote control. You just go to vCenter. You can be able to see all the virtual machine, reboot, shut down, manage, delete, create. In short, it reduced management costs. Okay? It also improved desktop manageability and security. Try to imagine if this one is physical, you can just put your USB and copy the database content. No, di ba? Napakadali eh. Even if you edit yung sa group policy, yung block USB, pwede i-hack yun eh. No? Paano i-hack yun? We have ethical hacking. Paano ginagawa yan? So dito, parang imposible makopy, ma-download yung content of the operating system. Kasi first of all, virtual siya. You connect using RDP, you connect using Horizon VDI, you connect using Citrix. Paano wala, dinidisable na yung USB redirection at the first instance. Na? Another improvement is yung increased availability. So if this one fails, it will just simply fail over to the next physical node. Yung VM mo. Okay? Increase operation flexibility. So let's say this one is high power tapos may low power doon. So you can easily migrate. Okay? About VM. A VM is a software representation of physical computer. Very similar to computer. Okay? The virtual software converts physical and its components into file. So lahat naging file lang, single file. No? Hindi naman single file. Naging file sila in a single folder. So let's say ito yung VM. So you have operating system, you have application. So anong component ng VM? Meron siyang operating system. Windows, Linux, Android, Apple, server. No? And then you install the tools which manage communication between CPU, between the physical CPU, RAM, net, disk, parallel. In short, the physical no, will be handled by VM tools. No? And you can be able to utilize your physical into virtual. Okay? So ano naman benefits ng VM? Why do I need to use VM? So let's make a comparison. So physical, it's difficult to move. Okay, napakahirap i-decom ng physical. So it's gonna cost you a lot. And ang hirap niya i-move, no? Bubuhatin mo siya from one desktop to another. Let's say nag-move yung user from Ortigas Center, go to Makati. IT, paki-move nga yung desktop monitor ko from Ortigas sa Makati. Ang hirap nun. So dito, it's easy to move dahil isang folder lang siya encapsulated into a files. No, you can log in anywhere in the world. Physical, bound to specific set of hardware. Kung ang CPU ng ano mo is Core i3 lang, 'di ba? Then suddenly yung job mo is very demanding. Hindi na kaya ng power ko kasi yung Excel ko. Ano lang 1024 lang no. Hindi ko makita, liliit. No, kailangan ng 4K resolution. Dito ang hirap. No, bibili ka pa ng video card para ma-achieve yung 4K. Di ba yung mga Excel? Ang liliit, di mo mabasa. No? If someone asks you, can you please move me to 4K? Nako, imposible. Bibili ka ng card. Dito, it's not reliant on the hardware. It's just virtual. No, you can easily adjust the resolution. Physical often has a short life cycle. Ang mga server, desktop, they have mean time before failure. Ibig sabihin, kailan masisira? That's why nagli-lease lang Accenture, IBM, and HP. 3 years lang leasing, binabayaran nila yon. After 3 years, binabalik sa lessor. Lessor binibenta sa eBay kasi tapos na yung optimized performance niya. Na anytime after 3 years, will be redeemed as broken. Di ba yung mga hard drive sa server niyo? After 3 years, naglalag na kayo ng call sa Dell, tatawag na kayo, "Hell Dell Pro Support, our hard drive failed." Or meron silang predictive failure. Kasi 3 years yun eh. Failed na yan. Napaka-iksi nun. Okay. So dito, walang 3 years. No? Hindi mag-expire ng 3 years. Virtual kasi. Okay? Isolated from running physical. Physical requires personal contact to upgrade hardware. Sabi, parang help desk. Paki-upgrade. Wala ka. Hindi pwede. Yun ang budget niya. Analyst level ka eh. Tapos sa'yo, 4 gig RAM lang. Kausapin pa yung boss mo, boss. Wala akong magawa sa trabaho ko. Bagal. Mas mabilis pa ako sa computer. Dito, insulated. Physically. We can easily add 4 gig of RAM. We can easily add 4 na CPU. Tawag doon uplift. Okay? Tuturuan ko kayo ng terms ng cloud. Uplift, not upgrade. Pero pareho lang yan. Types of virtualization. Virtualization is the process of creating software-based into physical. So what is virtualization? Virtualization is a process of creating software-based from physical, such as physical server, physical desktop, network, router, switches, VPN, firewall, storage, NetApp, EMC. So virtualization is about conversion of physical and translating this into virtual and provision to become a virtual machine or a virtual switch or a virtual storage. Ganun, virtualization is the single most effective way to reduce expenses. Hindi lang IT expenses, operational expenses, management expenses, staff expenses. So imbis na dati 30 kami sa Active Directory specialist, no, na-reduce because of virtualization. Maraming nawala ng work, pero maraming nagkaroon ng work. No? Yung mga reliant sa physical work, na-convert lang into a virtual work. Okay? Parang energy, nothing is lost. Everything will be converted. Okay? So huwag kayong magtataka kung bakit tinanggal kayo sa trabaho. Tinanggal kayo kasi hindi na kayo kailangan. Meaning, there's a CI/CD, continuous improvement na ginawa. Siguro umattend to ng Kaiser training or something like ITIL, no? Or yung Six Sigma. Baka yung manager nyo is Black Belt Six Sigma. So ano yung Six Sigma? To reduce the unnecessary tasks. Let's say, to build a machine, there are about 60 steps. Dati, di ba, 60 steps or more. Nung pumasok ng manager nyo, 110 steps lang, may server ka na. Okay. Ilan yung na-reduce from 60? 50. Okay? So sa Six Sigma, pinag-aaralan how to reduce workloads, how to reduce unnecessary tasks from 60 steps into 10 steps. Okay? So yung virtualization, napakahirap gawin dati. No? Ngayon na-reduce na nila sa newest improvement. So meron silang newest, ang daming improvements sa 6.7. No? So dito, you can virtualize the physical server, network, storage, and desktop. About SDDC, in software-defined data center, all infra is virtualized. And control of data center is entirely automated na using a software. Okay? So what is that software? The software is called vSphere. vSphere is the foundation of SDDC. So SDDC is the whole framework to manage the whole infrastructure. Okay? Whether it's a cloud, public cloud, or private cloud, or hybrid, or on-prem. Okay? You can perform cloud operations like migrate, provision, create. No? You can perform cloud automation like deployment of VM using PowerShell. No? Pero dito wala tayong cloud automation. Advanced na yon. VCAP yon. No? You can also create policy-based management and automation. Let's say the virtual resource should have a minimum of 4 gig RAM and vCPU. Okay, using template. You can also create a pool of VM, pool of storage. No? When you say compute abstraction, ito yung CPU and memory. Okay? So tawagin natin siyang server virtualization. When you say network abstraction, ito yung component ng networking, how to connect computers. So these are router, switches, firewall, VPN, and so on. Okay, magkahiwalay yon. So pag sinabi mong compute, ano yun? Anybody? Jeff?
Yung server virtualization, sir.
Oo. Yung compute, ito yung CPU and RAM. Okay, in short. Network, ito naman yung router, switches, firewalls. Okay? Meron din namang software. Ito yung vSphere, ESX, vCenter. Okay? So this is the virtualized infra. Asan ang storage? No? Dito papasok, storage abstraction, software-defined storage. Tandaan nyo, VMware is a converge. Pag sinabing converge, reliant siya sa storage and network. So meaning, ito lang yon. Ito lang siya. No? So that's why you need a third-party vendor na software. You need EMC, NetApp to store. Okay? Meron ding VMware vVolume or vSAN. So, yun ako. Ano ko. Okay, so converge is not part of storage and network. Usually, yung architecture ng uh, ng converge is like this. So, ito yung Cisco UCS. So, they have compute only. Walang storage. Walang networking. No? Ay, ano ba yung presyo? Yan, like this. Ito. So, minimum of 2 C7, Cisco UCS, tapos 8 blades. So, this is blade center C7000. And then, Cisco UCS nga. And then, external, merong fabric switch. And then, may switch so that clients can connect. So, this is external. Wala pa dito yung storage. So, saan yung storage dito? Hanap ka ng storage. Hanap tayo storage. Okay, storage. Yan. So, medyo malabo. So, may switches, external physical switches. And then, sabihin na lang natin, ito, Nexus 7000 to. And then, switch. Sabihin natin storage. No? So, ang VMware is only compute. Dito lang siya. Let's compare sa hyperconverge. Hyperconverge combines everything. It's a compute resource, networking resource, and storage resource falls into one. Sa isang server. Yun ang Nutanix. No? Ang VMware, compute lang. So you need to purchase fabric switches, high-end Nexus 7000 switches, and layer 3 switches. Napakamahal. Plus, you need to purchase storage. No? Ang dami bibilhin. Sa Nutanix, isa lang. Okay? So, ayan yung SDDC niya. No? So, that's why meron siyang another abstraction, another abstraction. Malinaw ba ang converge? vSphere and cloud computing leverage the efficient pooling of an on-demand, self-managed VI. So, ating cloud computing? Cloud computing is reliant sa pool of servers, pool of switches, routers, storage. Okay? So your cloud, your private cloud, which is on-prem, resides on data center, meron ding VMware Cloud Foundation na nasa loob ng AWS and Azure data center, which can be accessed publicly. So in short, private, on-prem, public, hybrid combination of both, and you can connect using VPN, using HTTPS, and so on. Lesson 2, abstraction of VMs. So, pag sinabing VM is a guest operating system, no? Guest and consumer of the host. Ito yung host, ito yung ESX host. So, nandito yung VM. Okay? So, when say VM, any app in OS can run VM or guest, which consumes the physical CPU, memory, network. Okay? So, ito yung physical. Host will be the one to manage all these resources, all this abstraction, and deliver in becoming a virtual machine. Okay, VM kernel is the heart of hypervisor operating system. Hypervisor is the one managing the physical and provision to become a virtual. And only hypervisor, the one managing physical and distributing to the virtual machines. Physical and virtual. So this is physical, ito yung virtual. So physical, meron kang, let's say, CPU, 64-bit, no? RAM, 1 terabyte, network card na 10 gigabit, then 100 petabyte of storage. So that will be interpreted using ESX and managed using vSphere. And vSphere will be the one to deliver, provision all those abstractions. Okay? Physical resource sharing, everything will be shared. No, everything will be shared from the 4 abstraction. So this is very important. No, CPU abstract, networking abstract, and storage abstract. CPU virtualization in a physical environment, the OS assumes ownership ng CPU. Okay, yung OS. Dito is totally different. Makikita nyo dito, let's say Windows, yung OS is the one performing ownership, no, to deliver sa application. Sa virtual naman, yung vSphere is the one emphasizing on the performance and running the available CPUs to the operating system and to the applications. Okay? So sino nagra-run sa virtual? Yung vSphere product. Dito, sino nagra-run ng CPU? Yung Windows. Tama? Okay. Malinaw, ha? Physical and virtualized host memory. In physical environment, the OS assumes ownership of the RAM. So the one delivering the RAM, managing the RAM is the Windows. Okay? For example. Pero dito, hindi. It's the vSphere product. Provisioning the RAM, distributing the RAM, managing the RAM. Okay? Sa VNet naman, physical, yung operating system, remember, you install the driver. No? OS the one interpreting the hardware and delivering the service to the application or operating system. Sa vApps, totally different. We're going to be using virtual switch, okay, managed by vSphere. So who's the one managing the network card? vSphere. Okay? Sa physical file system, yung operating system such as EMC, siya nagmamanage ng hardware, no? Dito, totally different. So meron tayong virtual storage partition. So meron tayong VMFS, which is native ng VMware. Meron ding NFS, yung external. Meron ding virtual SAN, delivered by VMware. Meron ding vSphere virtual volumes, which is another product. Encapsulation. VM files are simply inside the directory. Nasa loob lang sila ng folder. It could be a VMFS partition or NFS. Okay? So ito yung server mo, VM1. Then server 1 is inside the folder, which is called probably server 1. Ganun lang. No? So everything is inside the folder. Clients. So what is client? You use VMware host client, vSphere client, vSphere web to interact. No? So kailangan mo browser. And then tatype mo lang yung vSphere URL. And you can manage the ESX. If you want to manage the vCenter, dun pa rin sa web client. No, yung vSphere address niya. Okay? So, client is HTML5. Wala nang Flash. vSphere web client has the following components. Meron siyang Adobe Flex client. Na, hindi na Flash. Sometimes, yung web client is running Java server embedded in VCSA. So, meron siyang Java, running Java. No? Affected siya ng log4j. At in client, which requires only a browser with Flash. So wala na to, obsolete na to since 2020. So how do you access? So this is the URL. So you have to type the vCenter appliance address / vSphere client. Okay, parang ganyan. Yeah. So dito, we gonna type vc.nexuscloud.local / vSphere client. Malinaw, malinaw. HTML5, this is the most commonly used to access the vCenter. So type nyo lang URL / UI. Tandaan nyo, so ito gagamitin natin. You're gonna be using HTML5. So paano i-address? So vc.nexuscloud.local / UI. Host client, you only need to type esx1.nexuscloud.local / UI. Okay, host, easy ESX. Lesson 3, shared resource. So ESX host. So what is ESX? ESX host has the following availability and features. So ito yung mga features. Available for purchase with vSphere or free to download. So you can download this one for free. Okay. So saan the download? VMware.com. So download nyo lang if you want. No? ESX is a hypervisor, no, which translate, manage, configure physical resources into virtual and deliver to the virtual machines or virtual resources. It has a high security feature. It has a built-in host-based firewall, which you can block ports. You can block ACL using ACL layer 3. No? It has memory hardening, which secures the memory. Okay, it can do encryption as well. It has kernel module integrity, which protects the kernel by creating another, it creates another partition, which just in case if this one's got corrupted, he can just easily restore that partition. And sometimes rebooting does not require rebooting the physical server, rebooting the software layer. Hence, it's much more secure. No, kasi how did it become secure? Kasi if you reboot the ESX tapos nilagyan mo ng USB, then nag-boot sa USB. Di ba? Delikado yun. No? Then meron din siyang trusted platform module, which is 2.0, meaning the bootstrap will be performed using EFI, UFI, and not using BIOS. Okay? And UFI secure boot 2.0, sometimes merong mga chips embedded sa motherboard ng mga IBM, Cisco product na meron siyang special TPM module and UFI chip. No? And meron siyang lockdown modes, which means you cannot SSH, even if you SSH, nakalock physically yung ESX na to the point na you have to be inside the physical data center. Kailangan puntahan nyo. No, hindi ma-access using vSphere client kasi nakalock sa vSphere client. Okay, lockdown. Huwag nyo gagawin to. Kasi pag nalock kayo, patay na. And small disk footprint. 12 gigabyte lang. Napakaliit. 16 gigabyte lang. Meron ka ng ESX. Installable. That's why it's called ESXi. What do you mean by I? Because it's installable. E, embedded. Okay? On hard drive. Pwede ring boot on LAN, boot on SAN. Pwede ring boot on logical unit. Pwede rin mag-boot sa USB. And then yung mga Blade Center, usually may mga SD card sila, pero hindi lang binagbuboot sa SD. For restoration lang to. So let's say meron tong hard drive, in-install mo ESX hard drive, then na-corrupt. You can boot to SD card. Tapos reinstall mo lang yung mga corrupted files. Okay? And meron din siyang SATA. No? Meron din siya. Pwede kang mag-boot sa NVMe, SSD, and diskless host. Boot from LAN. Dami. Physical and virtual, the ESX hypervisor provides virtualization layer that abstracts, no? That utilizes, that uses, no? The physical. Alam niyo yung physical na yun, ha? Compute, network, storage. Okay? How do you configure ESXi? Napakadali. Using data center UI, user interface. DCUI is a text-based user interface with keyboard-only interaction. So you don't need the mouse. So papasok nyo lang USB. No? I'm gonna make a demonstration. Ngayon na ba? Ngayon na ba? Sandali. Demo na ba ako? Ay, wala. Re-remote ko. Re-remote, no? I'm gonna make a demonstration, but this is the screen you will see. No? And then how to configure a password, DCUI pa rin. DCUI enables admin to configure, change the root access, pressing F2, configure a password, and change the password. And you can also enable lockdown. No? Pag enable mo lockdown, limit management to vCenter. Limit the management to the host only, no? Which means you cannot access the host via vCenter. Hi? Do not perform that for the time being. DCUI, so this is DCUI. No? DCUI enables you to modify net settings. So configure management, put an IP address, subnet mask, default gateway, DNS servers. And then if you want to configure the keyboard and enable SSH, just right click, then enter, then enable, so you can SSH. Okay. Remote access security, access settings, security profile. So meron tong firewall. Now, when you enable SSH, port 22 will be open. The rest are closed. Okay. So ESXi has a firewall which blocks both. Pati outgoing sa Windows, hindi. Incoming lang. Ito both. No? You can also customize many essential security settings using a security profile using vSphere, which we're going to do later on. Some services can be managed by admins, some daemons. Daemons is just a service, such as DCUI and TP. You can start, stop, auto with ESXos. So dito pwede ka mag-start and restart management host. You can perform reboot by pressing F12 and so on. Ito yung lockdown mode. So from vCenter, if you configure lockdown mode, no, usually disabled. If you say normal, the host is accessible using physical console, no, or vCenter. No, pwede sa vCenter pero ito makikita nyo, deny pa rin. Okay? Managing user account, best practice, exercise care when assigning user account to SXI host. So strictly control root privilege. So you don't distribute root access. Kami kasi when we build the ESX, nandun na yung root, forever and ever na yung password. It's not a good practice to change. No? Parang it breach yung security policy, di ba? Pero mahirap kasi kung papalit-palit. No? You will experience lock, root account lock. Napaka-common yan. And how do you unlock using palm tally? Madali lang, pero kung di ka expert, mahirap to. Tatawag ka pa ng bombero. No? So create a strong root account, minimum 14, password combination, alam nyo na, uppercase, lowercase, number. You can manage host centrally to vCenter. So paano na ma-manage vCenter? You need to minimize the local use. So don't use root. Okay, if local use are created, manage them using ESX CLI. So ito na, lab installing ESXi and configuring host. So magde-demonstrate ako. Kukonect lang ako sa aking server. Okay, in your hands-on lab, there will be four folder under c:/VM. So there'll be DC, which is a domain controller. There'll be storage already. What you need to do is create ESX2. Okay, ESX2. So you have to save under ESX2 folder. And then ESXi1 will be provided. No? Para meron na kayong built-in, pwede nyo nang gawin. Pero ako de-demonstrate ko paano mag-create ng ESX1. So tandaan nyo, please follow the convention. Kasi kung hindi, it will be difficult to troubleshoot. Okay? So ito na. So first, you need to create new. No? I will install the OS later. Please select ESX6.x. 6.x. And then make sure you save dun sa C colon, ha? Sa C colon, sa ESX2. Okay? Ako ESX1, kayo ESX2. So since I'm making ESX1, ito yung folder ko. Sa inyo, C colon /VM /ESX1. Okay? And then let's stick to the standard ESX1 pangalan. So it will not be confusing. So I'll try to make it general. And then number of processor is the physical processor. Number of core is ilan yung core dun sa physical socket na yun. Gawin lang natin dalawa. So in short, 4. Okay? RAM, minimum RAM is for ESX is 4 gig, but we're gonna install vCenter. Minimum vCenter is 12. So 12 plus 4 equals 16. Is that enough? 16 lang. Then, gawin natin 18. Then adjust later on. Kasi 10 gig lang ang vCenter talaga. So gawin natin for the time being, sige nga, 16 lang. 16, okay? Take note. Use not, so it will be translated. Use anything recommended by VMware. Okay, default in short. Okay, default. I'm not doing anything. Okay, store the ESX to a single file. I've mentioned kanina 12 gig, right? Let's make it 20 para may ample space pa for logs na? And partition. Okay, 20 lang ginawa ko. Take note kayo. Yun, so meron ka ng ESX, then move this ESX to VMware training, edit again, settings, and then mount nyo yung ISO. So hanapin nyo sa nakalagay yung ISO nyo. Ako, ISO ko nandito. ISO. ISO. ESX. Mm-hmm. 6.7. ISO. So this is the ISO. It's called VMware vMvisor because it's a hypervisor 6.7. First update, customized for Dell EMC. So Dell hardware. And then power on. So it's gonna be quick. Mabilis lang siya kasi maliit lang yung footprint niya as I mentioned kanina sa demonstration. And then welcome to the installation. Press enter to continue. Press F11 to accept. Then press enter to install the SX2.20 gig partition. And then make sure the password is one welcome para hindi na confusing. One welcome exclamation. So we're gonna stick in one. So F11 to confirm the installation. Installation will take less than 5 minutes. And then this is our IP addressing. Okay. And then credentials, which I will be pasting sa desktop niya. So enter to reboot. Tapos na. Ang bilis na. Credential administrator. And to log in into your desktop Nexus admin ba yan? Okay. To log in to vCenter administrator at vSphere.local. To log into ESX root password. Ganun lang, no? So let's make it simple. Sa student desktop, okay, very simple lang. Ganun lang siya. Okay, so we now have our ESX. So press click on the ESX. That will go inside the ESX panel. Then if you see to manage this host, go through that IP address 133. Naka-dynamic siya na. So press F2. We need to change that. Type the password. Press F2 again. If you want to change the password, just pero huwag niyo na palitan. Malilito lang kayo. Stick to provided one. Configure management password and management adapter. If you can see, naka-X, VMNIC 0 is always the management. IPv4, so we have to make this one static. Press space bar, static. And then the IP address convention natin is ganito. Ngayon ang problem dito kasi kung ano yung inassign no? So kasi may subnetting siya Binigyan tayo ng 130 something. So malilito na kayo dito. So should I follow this? Meron na kasi akong DC So 128 usually yung ginagamit ko. So 128. Wait, 128 ba yung ginamit? Press Control Alt to exit. 128, okay? Accept the default gateway and subnet mask. Subnet mask is /24. Okay, so take note, you have to follow this. Kasi anything na mali, patay na. I'm not there to troubleshoot. Oh, I'm there for the first 3 days. Pero chat support lang yun Okay, yan. So dito, pinalitan natin to okay, malilito. So very simple. Okay? Enter. Disable IPv6. Press space bar. Enter. DNS, use the following DNS. That one and our own DNS, which is this one. So DNS nyo is kung sino yung DC. Siya din yung DNS. Okay? 131 in short. Okay? Sorry. Host. Let's stick to the host, ESX1 for the first one, ESX2 for the second one. Okay? Custom DNS suffix, Nexus Cloud. Kasi yan ang domain natin. Do not change kasi yan yung domain niya. If you change, you need to create your own domain. Press escape. Press Y to restart the management. Kita nyo, restart host, software restart siya. Hindi siya server physical restart. Okay? So it's much faster. So we're done installing ESXi, installable. Now, we're gonna perform lab 2, which configuration of ESX host. Ayun kanina pala, pinakita ko na. So I put an IP address, diba? Okay. So how do you access using student desktop? I'm gonna give you IP address and port number, and then you will install ESX. Okay? Hindi ngayon, sa Monday pa. Ha? Lab 2, configuring. So I went to DCUI. Remember, I changed the management network into what IP? Anybody? 192.168.2.
128.
128, tama, yeah. Oops, enable SSH. Hindi pa natin kailangan. So, hindi ko muna enable. View system log. Ito yung system logs. How to view the logs. F2, password. Nakita niyo yung sa baba? Ito, F2. Nakita niyo yan? Okay, na-escape ko. Ayun, sa baba.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Control Alt, yan. So, F2 to view the logs. Napakadaming logs. Troubleshooting options. Enable shell. Pag nag-F1 ka, you will be inside ESX CLI. Enable ko na nga. Enable SSH, so you can SSH. Okay?
Ay,
And
sir,
modify
question po.
timeout. Go ahead. Ito yung
Sir,
logs. Go
how
ahead.
do you enter the CLI mode po sa ESX?
DCUI. Yan, ito yung DCUI.
Ay, yung CLI
Console.
po, sorry. Yung CLI po, yung command line interface po.
Alt F1. Kita mo, Alt F1.
Ayun, okay,
Oo.
okay. Sige.
Root, then password. Okay?
Then, paano po bumalik sa ano?
And then, pakita ko lang yung
Sa
logs.
GUI.
Alt F1 din. Alt F1. Ay, Alt F2.
Okay.
Alt
Thank you,
F1.
sir.
Ayan. So yung logs, nasa partition, scratch partition. How to find out scratch partition? DFH minus scratch. Sulat nyo to. So yan is scratch partition ko. Scratch partition is temporary buffer. And then you have to go to that VMware partition. Ngayon, how do you SSH? Enable ko na SSH ka, di ba? Nakita niyo. So you need to go PuTTY. The-download nyo lang itong PuTTY. PuTTY is a terminal. And then type the IP address. Yun lang, ano lang. 192.168.2. Ano IP nito? Nalimutan ko. Anybody help me? Ayun no, 128. Nakita niya?
128, sir.
Okay. Accept the footprint. Login as root. Password is the same. Okay? Ayan, pasok ka na. Now, medyo maliit. Lakihan ninyo. How to change the background. Appearance. Make it 16. Maliit kasi sa screen niyo. Yan. Kita na ba? Kita na ba? If you wanna change the colors, no? Wala na tayong oras dyan. Ito. Apply, modify. Ganun lang. Rewind nyo na lang to, no? So, asa yung logs? df-h to go to the scratch partition. This is the scratch partition. Double left click mouse, right click mouse, paste. And then, ls-ltr to see the content. Nakita nyo yung log? cd log. Okay? ls-ltr, these are the logs. Okay? To view the VM kernel, cut the VM kernel log. Yan yung logs. Okay? So ito yung mga troubleshooting logs. Okay? Cut the host D. Ito yung server log. Okay? Dami.
Sir, may question po ulit ako. Sorry.
Okay lang, okay lang.
May way po ba na mabago or ma-customize yung SSH default port ng ESX?
Papalitan mo 2022 pero mahirapan yung ibang admin. Mahirapan sila.
Pero possible po.
2022 palitan mo. Kasi ang daming configuration. Kami, production,
Okay.
never ako nakakita nagpalit. Never ako nakakita. Okay, now, how do you access either IP address or URL. URL is esx1.nexus.cloud.local. Okay? Yun na. Root. Okay, pasok. Tapos. Okay, any question before we move to the next one? Ay. Teka. 1. Exclamation. Ay, wait. Ba't ako malagin? Nasa labas pala ako. I'll fix that one later. Okay? So, pero that's the way to log in. If you're not getting it correctly, kasi dalawang ESX ko eh. Dalawang ESX ko eh. So, malilito na kayo. Dapat patayin ko muna yung isa. 2 yun eh, no? 2.128. Yan. Ito yun, no? Ito yung demo. Ito yung demo. Ina-access ko pala yung production. I mean, yung student desktop. Yan. So, join the customer experience. Okay nyo lang yan. So, this is the host. Close nyo lang yan. Close nyo lang. So, this is the CPU available. Nakita nyo, 11 gigahertz free. Okay, compute resource. Paano naging 11 gigahertz, sir? Remember CPU. Device. It's translated from physical to virtual kasi. So, I'm gonna show you. Yung CPU ko is 2.9. Okay, 2.9 gigahertz. So, paano nangyaring 11 gigahertz? So, ganun din. So, 11 divided by, sabihin na natin 3. So, 4 siya. Nakita niyo, 4. So, 4 times 3. Actually, 12 yan eh. 12 gigahertz dapat. So, bakit? Anybody? Kasi nga, di ba 4 core, yung inad ko kanina. I mean, 2 core, 2 physical socket, tapos 2 core. So, 2 times 2 equals 4. 4 times 3, 4, 8, 12, 12 gigahertz. Kita niya, yung virtualization. Currently, I'm using 175 megahertz. Napakababa, di ba? Storage ko, I assign, remember, 12 gigabyte ba yun? Hindi.
20 yata, sir.
20. Pero ang ginamit niya, 12.5. Kasi yun lang talaga yung partition niya. The rest are free. Okay? Kasya siya sa 13 gig partition. Pero nilakihan ko. Para lumaki yung scratch partition, mga ganun na. Okay, virtual machine. This is the virtual machine. Determine storage. Okay, so ito yung natira sa 20. So meron pa akong 12 gig. Networking, this is the VM network. Okay, so isa-isay natin yan. So, if you want to create a VM, dito lang yung create. Okay, so far na demonstrate. This is the UI. Pansinin nyo, UI. Okay, user interface. Ha? Okay, so dyan tayo. So I was able to show you logs and enable SSH. Any question before we proceed to the next one? Wala. Okay, next. So if you want to perform this, you just have to replay back. Replay lang yung video. No, di ba mas madali kaysa sa book? Pero I'm gonna give you a book pa rin, okay? So next is creating virtual machines. So dito na tayo gagawa ng virtual machine, module 3. So you are right here. Importance. What's the importance of a virtual machine? You can create VM in several ways. Napakadaming way. Na? Choosing the correct method for your task can help you save time, make deployment. Process manageable and scalable. So ano yung pinakamadali sa inyo? Na? Module lessons, we have 2 lessons. Virtual machine concept, which is I think 5-10 minutes discussion, and then hands-on lab. So ganun, no? 15 minutes, 15 minutes. Concept ng VM. A VM machine includes a set of related files. Marami siyang files. So ito yun. So when you see, notice a VMX, this is the configuration file and can be opened using a notepad. It contains all the configuration settings and enabling and disabling of features. Okay? Meron siyang swap file. If your RAM is not enough, it will create a temporary swap file to do the paging. Let's say 4 gig lang yung usage nyo, pero mga VM mo is running more than 4 gig na. Now, magsaswap yan, magkakaroon ng paging, babagal na. No? Meron din siya sariling BIOS file. It's NVRAM. So once you see a NVRAM, ito yung settings ng BIOS. May log files to find out what's really happening to your ESX. Meron siyang template config. If your VM is a template, you will see VMTX. So how to identify this template? Pag may VMTX. VMDK naman is the hard drive. Tawag niya this descriptor file. So ito yung flat naman is a data file. Meaning ito yung malaking size. Usually inflated siya, yung maliit VMDK. No? Raw device mapping kung physical ina-access nyo. Meron din siyang snapshot. Snapshot makakita kayo ng snapshot extension. Name is snapshot, meaning ito yung state. Ito yung current suspended state. Pati yung memory yung snapshot niya. So the next time you power on, the screen will always be the same as previous. No? Meron din siyang VMSD, yung snapshot data file na you can revert back. And then meron siyang consolidation. If you try to consolidate everything, let's say, ang dami yung snapshot, 10. Pag-isahin nyo na lang, delta VDMDK tawag na. No? Kung suspended naman siya, gagawa pa siya ng isa pang file nakala VMSSS. Paano na-suspend? Let's say you shut down the host without shutting down the VM. No? So magkikreate siya ng VM and VMSS. Dami na. Okay. Tandaan niyo na yung mga file yan. About VM, ito yung mga hardware, maximum 128 virtual CPU. So when you say virtual CPU, equivalent to physical is core. If you buy quad core, ilang core yon? 4. So kung 4 ang core ninyo, magiging 4 ding vCPU. Okay? Malinaw ba? Yung core and CPU. Pinalitan lang logical CPU lang yan. Up to 6 terabyte of physical RAM. Ito yung physical naman. Hindi na virtual. Wala kayo nakitang VRAM, di ba? Nakalagay RAM. When you see V, that's virtual. Pag wala, physically na-access niya. So that means you need to allocate the actual physical resources. Else, gagawa siya ng swap file. Okay? Hardware, you can put 3D card. Okay? Up to 10 network interface card. No? Yung mga fiber channel, pwede. Fiber channel over Ethernet, iSCSI. 2 legacy ID controller, yung lumang controller. 3 parallel ports kasi iba nagpiprint pa ng mga laser. Kailangan nila yan. Up to 32 serial. Iba, how do you access the Cisco router? Serial lang yun. Then 4 na legacy AKI SATA controller. Sa isang controller, 30 hard drive pwede kabit. Isang USB controller na pwede ka magpasok ng 20 USB devices. Isang floppy. Up to 4 SCSI adapters, which is for storage. Pag nakakita ng SCSI, storage. Mouse, keyboard. Okay? Physical. So that's in BIOS. Parang physical, di ba? So the hardware version, the operating system function that virtual machine supports, do not use later version that is not supported by product. So kung gumagamit ka ng 6.7, hindi mo pwedeng gamitin to kasi luma na yan. Kung gumagamit ka ng ESX 6.5, dapat ang VM tools mo 13. Since lab natin 6.7, 14 tayo. So you can maximize all the features available. Okay? About 13 version, improvement. Yun lang yun, no? 13, 14. So increase RAM, lagi naman ganun eh. Tinaasan RAM from 4 terabytes to 6 terabyte na. Sa version 14 siguro above 6 terabyte of RAM, di ba? NVMe, so supported na yung mga alam ko hindi 64 bit to eh. 32 bit pa lang ata ito eh. Provides high performance, no, up to 32-bit transfer, no, which is super duper fast but limited to 3 gigabit transfer, no. Pero ang NVMe kasi he can do 2 gigabit per sec read and write eh. Depende sa binili niya, no. RDMA in guest, para virtual remote direct memory access, yung memory will be accessed directly sa physical. Now, which provides low latency. And wala nang copy paste from physical RAM to virtual RAM. Sa RAM ng virtual machine. Okay? Which will give you high bandwidth. Try to imagine kung ang RAM mo is 3.2 gigahertz. Ma-maximize mo yan. Okay? For faster data access. How about CPU? You can add, you can hot add, you can change, you can configure CPU and memory. Okay? Sa VM. The maximum number of vCPU you can assign depends on your logical CPU. Tandaan nyo, yung physical, tawagin natin socket. Yung isang socket may, let's say, octa-core. So meaning merong 8 logical core. Yung logical core na yun ang V-core. So which means, yun lang pwede ma-assign dito. Kung ano yung V-core mo. The type of installed guest operating system. So if you install Windows 2012, hindi siya capable of multiple core eh. Kaya lang niya ata 2 or 8, yung mga ganun lang na. Virtual machine running on 6 can have maximum of 1 to 8 virtual core. Okay? But it depends on the operating system. Okay? Depende pa rin sa OS. Maximum memory for a VM depends on the virtual machine compatibility settings. The maximum compatibility settings sa 6.5 is yun nga, 6 terabyte. So it all depends on the version of your hardware version, which is on the VM tools you installed. Virtual storage is a disk, physical disk connected to virtual storage and has probably a fiber channel or iSCSI. The host offers several choices in storage adapters. Now, pwede kang mag-bus logic parallel. This is using MyLex in lumang adapter using bus serial compatible bus adapter. Then merong LSI logic parallel, no? Serial parallel. You know naman the power ng parallel, simultaneous sabay-sabay yung IO operation. Okay? Then meron namang SAS, no? Serial adapter. Ano ba to? SAS serial SAS hard drive. We use a serial interface. Then meron para virtual high performance storage adapter that can provide greater throughput, which is native sa VMware. Okay? Meron naman legacy, luma, Aki SATA na you used to access DVD. Okay? Ito yung latest NVMe, the fastest so far. No? Kasi if you have the latest motherboard, PCI version 4, you can have a maximum throughput of 64-bit transfer. No? Laki nun. Bilis na, no? 64-bit transfer na yun. And the fastest I've seen na NVMe is 6 gigabit transfer, read and write. Ang bilis na. But very expensive. About virtual disk, so ang virtual disk usually has at least one virtual disk. So meron kang VMDK. Ito yung inflated, no? Kung naka-thin ka. Flat naman if full blown na sinasabi. So sample. So virtual disk 8 gig. Pangalan niya, my VMFS. Pag naka 0 to 0, pas gumamit ka ng logical SAS, is either meron kang VMDK or flat, allowed a snapshot, independent, persistent, ibig sabihin, any changes you made will be committed. Non-persistent, once you reboot, erase yung changes. Okay? And then meron siyang disk provisioning policy, thick provision, lazy zeroed, meaning kung 8 gig, the size of VMDK is already 8 gig initially. Pero zeroed, meaning it's empty. Walang laman. Pero na-max out ng 8 gig. Malinaw ba yung zeroed? Meron naman tick provision, eager zeroed. So eager siya ma-zeroed. Yung 8 gig yun, actually 8 gig na. Nilagay niya ng laman. Okay? Ito lazy, walang laman, pero nag-zeroed out. Kaya nag-8 gig. Ang thin naman, pag finormat mong thin, probably megabyte lang siya. Okay? Ganun lang siya. Maliit lang siya. No? About tick provisioning uses all the defined space. So kakainin niya, let's say 20 gig. Kakainin niya 20 gig. So it's a waste of time. Though walang laman. Diba? Walang laman. Pero kinainin niya. Okay? So VM disk consume all the capacity as defined at creation, regardless of the amount of data of OS. So eager zeroed, lazy zeroed, every block is an eager zero tick provision. This is pre-filled. So ito naman yung eager zeroed. Let's say, itong space na yan is pre-filled with 0. Pre-filled with 0. Okay? Every block in lazy zeroed is filled with 0 when data is written to the block. So naka-0 pa rin. May walang laman, pero ready to accept data. Nagra-write siya sa block naman. Okay? So to simplify, ano ba yung zeroed? Wala laman. It's been zeroed out, but it's maxed out the capacity. Okay? Ito naman, thick, walang zero, pre-filled na siya. Ang thin naman, whatever the dynamic data, whatever you save the data, yun lang yung size niya. So hindi niya ma-max out yung actual size niya. Thin provision VD, thin provisioning enables virtual machine to use storage space needed. Thin provision, virtual machine disk consume only the capacity needed to hold the current files. Let's say current file is 1 MB. So which means, ito, 1 MB lang, hindi 80 gig. VM sees the full allocated disk at all times. So, kung nakikita ng VM ng Windows, 80 gig. Okay, yung nakikita niya, yung capacity niya. You can mix thick and thin. Full reporting and alert help manage allocation and capacity. More efficient use of storage is thin. Kasi thin, ganun lang siya. Pero pag nag-thick ka na, 60 gig, kukunti na yung available space mo. Okay? And mas mabagal sa storage vMotion. So as much as possible, i-thin nyo na. Okay? Thin nyo na. Thin lahat, no? So, more efficient use, let's say, nag-format ka ng hard drive na 140 and nalagay mong data is 80 gig. So, meron ka pang 100 gigabyte. Parang mali yung math niya. Actually, kung kinain mo yung use storage ka pa. Kung 80, edi 100 minus 80, may 20 gigabyte free ka pa. Okay? Meron ka pang free na 20 gigabyte. Malinaw ba? Malinaw. Next, VNet. Sa VM, merong VNet. So, what is VNet? VNet enables communication between virtual machine and physical. So, lumalabas siya papuntang physical network card. When you configure networking for VM, you can select and change the following. You can check the net adapter type. Yeah. So, production. So, ibig sabihin, sa mo gusto i-connect yung network card sa VM network ba o sa production switch. Okay, ganun na. You can change the network connection, whether to connect to the network or to the virtual machine. No? So kung unchecked to, you will not be able to connect to the outer world. No? VNet, when you configure a virtual machine, you can add virtual network cards and specify the adapter type. Whenever possible, select VMXNet 3 kasi ito yung native sa 6.7. Meaning, fully optimized, fastest one, low latency. Supported network adapter type can function as either a VLANs or VMXNet. So what is VMXNet? VMXNet utilizes Ethernet 1 gigabit and Ethernet Express. So when you say Express, it could be 10 gigabit depending on the actual physical network card, which is a high performance adapter available for only some guest operating system. So if you're going to be using Windows 2012, hindi siya capable. No? So as much as possible, use the latest one, 2019, 2016. VMXNet is the first version. 2 is has all the feature ng VMXNet 3 except na meron ito yung mas high performance. Okay? And yung drivers nila is already under VMware. So no need to install the drivers because it's already under the VM tools. About adapter, supported net adapter, meron na siyang SRIOV, pass-through. The virtual machine and physical adapter exchange data without using the VM kernel. So ibig sabihin yan, yung VM mo, ito yung VM mo, can utilize the physical NIC, let's say 10 gigabit to, without using the CPU. So direct access. Sabihin, kung nag-transfer ka 1 terabyte dito, no? Yung processing is not used using CPU. So hindi babagay CPU mo. Meron tong sariling kernel. Kernel is the one processing all the transaction, VM to VM, to the physical. Okay, this is a physical. You have to go to the BIOS to enable SRIV. So anong advantage ng SRIV? It's much faster throughput. Pass-through, ibig sabihin, lumabas siya. Hindi na nagpaalam sa CPU. Sabi pare, rekta na ako dito para mabilis, okay? Kasi kung copy, 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 copy. Di ba ang tagal? Copy, copy. What if yung copy, NIC to external NIC, di ba? Copy, 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 paste, copy. Di ba? Ganun, mas mabilis, okay? Malinaw ba? Malinaw ba yung explanation ka? Any question? It also support direct path, which allows VM access to physical PCI card, such as kung meron kang PCI version 4.0, you can utilize yung 64-bit transfer, which is much faster. No? So you have to enable this one sa vSphere. Meron din siya para virtual, no? Which access yung network to the hard drive, to the other devices. Okay? Hindi lang NIC. You can access the video cards, di ba? Yung processing minsan sa GPU eh. Other devices, you can have CPU, boot on CPU, boot on USB, boot on floppy. It also has SCSI and network card. Daming devices. And how do you access the console? You can download the VMRC. Remote ko download, install, you can access. Or you can just simply view from vSphere client or sa web client. Makikita nyo dito what's really happening. No? Lesson 2. Ito na, hands-on lab na tayo. So we're gonna create a virtual machine. Para mag-create, go to new virtual machine, create a new. This is the step-by-step. Click create a new virtual machine. Click next. Type the virtual machine name. Okay. And then compatibility. What operating system? What version? Click next. You need to grant RAM, CPU, and hard drive. Okay. Installing the guest operating system will take a while, blah, blah, blah. And then deploying OV. If you have an OVF template, you just have to upload the template. It's pre-installed operating system. You only need to do configuration, just like in vCenter natin. So meron ng OVF template provided with VMware. All I need to do is upload the appliance to the data store and perform the 2 stages, which is stage 1 is uploading and initial config, and stage 2 is the post-installation config. Okay, so that's how you deploy OVF. How do you remove a machine? It's as simple as, if this is the machine you want to remove, right-click, remove from inventory. When you say remove in inventory, it just remove the VMX from this inventory. This is the inventory. So this is the data center, this is the cluster. It removed from the cluster. But the file is still on the data store. Hindi mo na-remove. If you want to completely delete, you have to select delete from disk. If you delete from disk, you won't be able to restore back. Tandaan nyo, ingat ha. So you have to be careful. About the tools, so you need to install the VM tools. VM tools is a suite of utilities that enhance performance of VM. VM tools benefits like device driver. If you're gonna utilize yung maximum throughput ng VMXnet, you should have a VM tools. Kasi you can have up to 10 gigabit transfer. No? It also provide synchronization sync driver for queuing I/O. So if there's an I/O operation between VM and to another storage, no, it will improve the performance. It will also increase graphic performance by default. I think 1024 lang siya. Now, if you want to make a bigger screen, install new tools. No, you can utilize whatever resolution you have. If you have 4K in your desktop, 4K magiging resolution nun. It also improve yung mouse performance kasi from inside parang mabagal. Pero once na-install VM tools, bibilis. VM tools feature, you can copy paste to the VM directly. No? Parang machine, parang RDP lang. You can synchronize whatever time from the host. You have to ability to shut down, right-click shut down, and ability to authenticate sa vCenter. Managing VM tools, the version tools distributed 6.5 is 10.1. So VM 10.1 provides the following feature: digital signature verification. It has supported guest OS ISO image. So meron siyang tatlong image na pre-built na you can download din. Pero hindi natin kailangan yan kasi gagawa tayong sarili natin. Product locker for storing ISO. So meron siyang sariling data store which you can pull out. No? And additional ISO na pwedeng i-download. Pero hindi na kailangan. Gagawa tayo ng customized. Sariling OS natin. Okay? So troubleshooting OS, installation feature in the installation of 64-bit cannot start. Let's say, oh, ayaw mag-start. Sir, ayaw mag-start. No? So ito gagawin nyo. Verify the OS that you are attempting to install is fully certified by VMware. So meaning, pag hindi certified ng VMware, hindi gagana. Okay. So wag na kayo mag-invento ng OS. Verify the ESX host meets hardware requirements. Kung Windows mo, 64-bit, well, wala naman 32-bit, diba? 60-bit, you have to select the 64-bit flavor. I'll show you paano. The installation of 64-bit stops responding. No? So, anong problem doon? Kailangan naka 64-bit guest OS. Okay? Select nyo yung guest OS. Kung Linux, na-select nyo 32-bit, tapos Linux na in-install 64-bit, mag-error talaga yan. And then another thing, if there's a problem with installation, cannot complete, no? So you have to check the BIOS. You have to go to BIOS. enable virtualization feature. Baka hindi naman naka-enable. Okay? And verify correct this operating system selected. Now, if you selected Linux, Ubuntu Linux, tapos nag-install ka ng Android, totally different. Hindi talaga tatakbo yun. Okay? Okay, and so many more. Napakadaming VM tools. So gusto ko nang gumawa. Ito na, Lab 3, deploying, configuring virtual machine. We're gonna create and prepare a virtual machine for use, create a VM. We're gonna install our operating system, install VM tools, install files. Okay, so ito na, mag-hands-on na tayo. Mag-install tayo ng VM. Saan yung VMware ko? Ito. So, we're gonna go to the UI, login. Kasi wala pa tong vCenter, di ba? So creation of virtual machine is as simple as create virtual machine. Ganun lang. Create the virtual machine. Name, let's say 2016 server. Ayan. And select the highest version, which is 6.7. Select the family. Select the OS. Ano bang gusto mo i-install? Let's say 2016. Hanapin nyo. 2016. 64-bit. Nakita niya. Saan mo install? Dito sa data store. Okay. And then, wala kang data store. No? Wala kang data store. So, you have to make sure merong available this space. Okay? So, ayan. So, ganun lang. So, let's say gusto mong lagyan ng 1 CPU, tapos nagtitipid ka sa RAM, 1 gigabyte lang. Naubusan kasi ng RAM. And then this space. Yan. So, select in provision. Okay? Demo lang to. Demo. Next. Okay. And then finish. And then boot up. Okay? Mamaya gagawa ulit tayo. So, hindi ko to ko-continue. No? Pag finish mo yan, magbo-boot up lang yan sa operating. Then you have to mount. So, ito yung VM mo. Yan yung VM mo. Edit settings. You have to mount the ISO. Okay? Kita niyo ito. ISO. Data store. Kita niyo data store. Hanapin niyo yung ISO. Okay? Then, cancel. Then start. Power on. Power on. So, mag-install na yan. Okay, that's how you create. Now, I'm gonna demonstrate here. I'm gonna demonstrate inside vCenter kasi. Kasi we are inside ESX eh. Gusto ko sa vCenter tayo mag-create ng VM. Okay, kaya I'm going to delete this VM. So, paano mag-delete? Right-click, delete. Delete. Okay, delete. Okay, so this is just ESX. Wala pa tayo sa vCenter. Pero so far, ganun ang pag-create ng VM. Mamaya gagawa pa tayo. Maraming VM. Okay, so what did we learn? We learned how to create, provision, and remove VM. We found out the importance ng tools. Para saan yung tools? Alam niyo na. And we describe how to import VM tools. Kakopy nyo lang, upload to data store. Later on, I'm gonna make a demo paano i-upload sa data store yung appliance, yung OVF. How do you manage the tools? Diba? And we explain yung simple troubleshooting. Any question? Module 4, vCenter server. So we're now on module 4. Importance of vCenter. vCenter server enables you to centrally manage multiple hosts and multiple machines, multiple connections, switches, storage. So dito mina-manage mostly all the abstraction layer. Okay. Failure to properly install, configure, and manage the vCenter will result in reduced admin efficiency or possible host and VM downtime. So if your ESX or your vCenter is not properly configured, no, there might be non-optimized performance, high latency, and lesser bandwidth throughput. So as much as possible, optimize the settings ng optimal ang setting ng vCenter. How do you do that? No? By default, it's already optimized, but it depends on the hardware you're using. So in short, vCenter will manage all those abstraction layer, all those resources. No? So first, architecture, overview of vCenter server appliance. So the reason why it's called appliance because it's a Linux-based operating system. No? Hindi naman Linux, it's actually a Photon-based. They rebranded into a Photon, their own version of Linux. So Linux is an open source, so most of the program that you know in Linux will run here, no? Like in df-h, ls-ltr, mga ganun, no? And restart services. So you might find this one familiar if you're a Linux admin. So it's a Linux VM, which is optimized for running vCenter and associated services. The VCSA, which is appliance, reduce the deployment time of vCenter. Kasi nga, OVF na siya. Kumbaga, built-in na siya. So you don't need to install. You just need to deploy OVF, no, the Open Virtualization Format. So this appliance is associated with services and provides low-cost alternative to the Windows-based vCenter. So dati, we need to install to Windows pa. Napakadaming problems sa Windows, no? First one is yung Postgres. Open source gusto niya gamitin, pero pag Windows ka, kailangan mag-SQL. So you need to purchase a license sa SQL pa. Tapos hindi lang basta SQL, you need enterprise level kasi marami siyang rows, columns, tables, and database. No? So, ngayon, ginawa nila, appliance na lang, no? Photon-based Linux. So, gagawin natin to. No? So, ano yung VCSA? vCenter Server Appliance package contain the following software. It's a Photon operating system. It's a Linux version which they modified, they put a lot of features and roles, and they rebranded Linux into Photon OS. So this is the version 1, no? The platform service controller group of infra services is already in VCSA. Yung past version, hiwalay ang platform service controller sa VCSA. No? So what is PSC? Platform service controller. You can manage multiple vCenter. Kasi meron kang vCenter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No? Pag ito ay, when you utilize the PSC, you can manage in one UI. Kita mo lahat ng vCenters. Na, dati kailangan ano mo pa rekta mo pa napalipat-lipat ka ng maraming vCenters. No? So ito, unified management using PSC. Okay, malinaw ba yung PSC sa atin? Next, vCenter server group of services. So it has a lot of features nga, roles, no, which I will mention later. And then the database they've chosen is the legacy PostgreSQL. No? Ito yung matagal nilang ginagamit ever since na version 5.0 pa lang yata. Postgres is an open source database. Okay? vCenter appliance uses embedded Postgres. So meron na siyang Postgres as a daemon or as a service which can scale up to 2,000 hosts. Grabe, ang dami. No? Yung isang database na yon can scale up to 2,000 hosts. Dami, no? And up to 35,000 virtual machine and simultaneous powered 25,000. Kaya niya i-manage to. No? Dami. So that's why you need VCSA. During deployment, you can choose VCSA sizing. So meron tong parang t-shirt size, small, medium, large, which will suitable for your environment. No? Starting with 6.5, vCenter Server Service is a VCSA appliance meron na siyang update manager. Previously, you have to install the module pa bago ka mag-patch. No? Daming hassle. Dito, you will be surprised, uy, may VOOM na siya. Diba? Madali na yung patching. Okay? Next, appliance support for HA. So meron na siyang support for high availability. Dati kasi single vCenter lang, di ba? No, sa 6.0. Na ngayon, you can have multiple vCenter. Like yung setup sa office namin. 3 vCenter kami. Meron kaming primary vCenter, which is the one I'm using. And then meron siyang peer and meron siyang witness. Okay? Witness will make sure na whichever vCenter fails, he will promote the next primary VC. So in short, sa HA na to, ang ginagawa niya dito, no? Fini-fail over niya. Let's say nasira isang vCenter, sabihin lang na witness, pare, mag-up ka. So there's a set amount of seconds na mag-up siya. No? Not totally down. Okay? Meron siyang fail over. Out of those 3, 1 will be master. Isang peer and isang witness. Okay? Which is very expensive yung implementation kasi isang RAM pa lang, 32 gig RAM na times 3. No, 90 something na. Very expensive to. Pang malaking company talaga to. vCenter Appliance Platform, PSC support for file-based backup and restore. So napakadali ng backup and restore nito. Right click, meron siya sariling restore features, hindi snapshot. About vCenter Management Platform, vCenter is an app service that acts as a central admin point to manage the host, to manage the VM, to manage the network and the storage, to connect to the storage. Okay? So ano uli yung vCenter? vCenter is a central admin point for managing host, VM, network, or other resources. This service directs the action of VM and host. So ito yung physical host. Okay, physical host. So we have 1 terabyte RAM, 16 core, hex core, will be managed by vSphere, and provision to multiple virtual machine, and will be managed using the VC. Tawagin na lang natin VC, ha? vCenter. So ang full name talaga nito is Virtual Center Server. Okay, paiksiin natin, VC. Okay? VC services. Ano mga services running? One is the daemon, the server itself, vCenter. Okay? Yung server itself. Then, ang VC, meron siyang database. It is using Postgres, open source database. Then, meron siyang web client server service running in vCenter. So, which means, this is the one you're connecting to. Okay, galing kayo dito sa client, connect kayo dito sa client running on the server. So, meron yung client running on the server. Okay? Meron din siyang auto-deploy. If you want to deploy ESXi host, automated deployment na you only need to pixie boot. Let's say meron kayong physical host, pixie boot mo lang, network boot. Magbo-boot siya sa vCenter, then pupull up niya yung mga ESX files na mag-install siya manually. Meron din siyang dump collector which resides on a scratch partition na 16-bit. Na if you experience yung pink screen of death, you can be able to dump the logs. Yung kanina, pinakita ko, mga logs, di ba? Pumunta ako sa scratch partition, andun lahat ng logs. 16-bit fat yun. So it can be opened by any operating system. Okay. Meron siyang syslog collector which collect all the logs. Okay, and you can send to VMware support. Paano mag-log ng support? So meron kayong, sa website lang yan. Pupunta lang kayo ng customerconnect.vmware.com, tapos login ID, tapos select the product. Select the product. Madali lang mag-log, no? Then upload nyo yung logs. So they can be able to interpret what happened to your ESX or VMware. No? Then meron din siyang software running update manager na gagawin natin at the end. No? Paano mag-patch ng ESX? Paano i-upgrade ang vCenter update manager? Okay? You can distribute vCenter across multiple servers. When you deploy VC, all of these features are included. So hindi pwedeng isa-isa lang. So lahat yan kasama na. Okay, all in one package. So this is the VC. The diagram shows supporting the components of VCSA. So the appliance itself. Okay, so meron tayong host. Okay, and then my Linux Photon-based. Sorry, ito yung ESX hypervisor. Sa hypervisor niyan, dito tayo maglalagay ng vCenter, yung operating system. Okay? Hindi rekta dito, hindi rekta sa physical. Kailangan mo ng hypervisor, ESX, and then dun may install yung Photon, yung VCSA. Okay? And then, platform services is just an app which is inside the Photon. Okay, so Photon lang yan, Photon. So, you can manage the host using web client. Okay, you can manage the host or the vCenter using vSphere client then. Then meron siyang embedded database which is the Postgres. Okay, inuulit lang niya ulit. Min-max vCenter appliance now scales to same capacity as vCenter installed on Windows. So pareho lang Windows or Linux, walang difference. So pag install mo sa Windows, 2,000 ng host maximum he can manage. So VC, how much he can manage? How many vCenter? 2,000. Dami, no? Same with VCSA appliance. Photon version, Linux version, Windows version. Linux version, Windows version. Okay, Photon, Linux, Windows. Okay. Powered on virtual machine, how many he can manage? 25,000. Grabe. Dami. Host per cluster. Sa isang cluster, ilang host? Physical host, 64. May limit. So if someone tells you 100 hosts sa isang cluster, hindi totoo yun. Kasi may maximum, 64 lang. Okay, 64 lang. Ilan naman VM sa isang cluster? Maximum of 8,000 VMs lang sa isang cluster. Okay. Database, embedded Postgres. Nakita niyo yung V. So it's a virtual Postgres. Sa Windows, ang problem, you have to purchase the full license ng SQL. Okay, kaya magastos. Enhanced link, meaning can you connect to different vCenter? Let's say vCenter 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Both have the same features. So dito lang nagkatalo. Okay? Kung mayaman company nyo, gusto Windows, mag-hire pa kayo ng DBA. Okay, dito hindi na. Okay, how do you deploy? vCenter is functionally equivalent to vCenter installed sa Windows, just the same. VCSA can be configured in the following ways: as an embedded system with an internal platform service controller, or distributed system with external platform. So ano embedded? Ang embedded, ibig sabihin, nasa loob ng appliance yung PSC. Ito niya, ito. Ito yung appliance, all-in-one lang siya, embedded. Okay? Merong isa, if you want to host the platform to a different virtual machine. Nagets niya? Nasa ibang virtual machine. Okay? Ito isang VM lang to. Okay? Maganda na to. Isa lang na. So you can create multiple vCenter kasi minimum 3 if you want HA. PSC, deployment recommendation. These deployment model are recommended for platform service controller in enhanced link. So platform service controller without load balancer. Ito, walang load balancer. So walang load balancer, meaning the service, if you log in sa vCenter, you will see the PSC first. Hindi mo makikita to. Once you log in sa PSC, makikita mo sa ilalim nun, dalawang vCenter, this one and this one. So you are logging here. Yung PSC is not doing load balancing. Meaning, if you routed to the first vCenter, dito ka lang. Tapos to, let's say, not utilized, di ba? So hindi siya nagbabalance. With load balancer, ito na. So may load balancer. So meron kang load balancer, it will be distributed. Let's say user 100 users, yung next users dito naman, next users dito. Load balance. Kailangan yung load balancer na. PSC deployment recommendation. These deployment models are not supported for PSC and enhanced link. So kung if you want this one, enhanced link mode with embedded, no, VCSA, dalawang VCSA magka-separate. And then PSC1, PSC2. Then di-link mo lang to. So magastos. 4 na VM kailangan mo. Okay? Let's say ito, Ortigas Center, Makati. Kailangan pa ng PSC, kailangan pa ng PSC. Dito, hindi lang, isa lang. Whether you're in Ortigas or in Makati, isa lang i-hit mong URL. Okay? Nagets niya? PSC, manage multiple vCenter. Okay? PSC, link multiple vCenters. Okay? So you can have single point of view. Pero hindi namang deployment ng vCenter combination. Okay, so meron dito ng PSC, meron sa same Makati, BGC. BGC will be distributed to at least 2. No? Ito naman, remote users. No? This deployment model is not supported for PSC. Let's say yung isa, vCenter lang siya sa site mo, isa may PSC. No? So lilink ka lang dito. Lilink ka sa PSC, hindi ka lilink dito. Kukonect ka doon sa PSC, tapos makikita mo PSC lang, and then whatever available sa PSC, doon mo makikita yung mga vCenters. Let's say vCenter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Na? vCenter application program interface includes developer and automation using REST-based API and interface that simplify automation deployment. So if you want to automate deployment, meron siyang REST API, let's say automatic reboot of the server, automatic patching, mga ganun na. So kailangan mo ng API na. You can also do, meron siyang SDK, software development kit. Meron din siyang sariling automation tool. Pero usually ginagamit namin PowerShell lang. No? Let's say you want to create a vCenter. You can do so using PowerShell. Create a VM, create a groups, and create a policy, no, using PowerShell. And then that PowerShell will communicate to its REST API and run in vCenter. Okay? So why do you need the automation? To reduce development and complexity in time. Kasi meron na siyang mga pre-built PowerShell din. So another benefit ng API, access through modern automation and development for consistency and repeatability. So kung paulit-ulit lang yung ginagawa mo server, let's say sa customer 1 gusto ng 100 VM, you can just recycle the same PowerShell script. Okay? HA for vCenter, this is what I'm saying. HA for vCenter protects against both hardware and software failure and ensure that your implementation can recover quickly. So the protected node is called active node. Okay? Two other appliance nodes are created as a passive and witness. So ito yung passive, ito yung witness. If the active node fails, let's say ito yung active, if this one fail, let's say nasa host 1 to host 3, if this one fails, no? The passive will take over. Okay, failover. Pag namatay ito, lilipat dito. Hindi sabay, ha? Hindi yan load balancing. The state of the active node is replicated to the passive node and captured using the same Postgres Postgres database and in the config file. So ito, remember kanina I've mentioned, lahat sila may Postgres. So they're doing database replication. Even if this one dies, he has the database of all the hosts in the data center. Alam niyo yan, no? So isa lang ang active in an instance. Pag ito naging active, patay ito, no? So you need to fix this. Okay? Normally, reboot lang yan. Pag nag-up na yan, it will fail back. And best practice is using affinity. Pag sinabing affinity, separate from each other. Hindi pwedeng sa isang physical host, tatlo yung vCenter. Dapat doon sa tatlong physical host, tigi-tigi isang vCenter using affinity. Gagawin natin yan. Yung affinity lang. Pero hindi natin ma-afford tatlong vCenter kasi minimum nito is 32 gigabyte. Okay, gastos yan. How do you deploy, backup, and restore vCenter appliance? So dito, you will learn everything. So preparing, before you deploy the vCenter, you must complete several tasks. Naku, ang daming tasks nito. Ang dami. So first, you have to verify that all VCSA are met. So ano bing requirements? Minimum 300 gigabyte disk space. Tandaan nyo yun, sulat nyo. Anong requirements? 300. Na pag nag-install kayo sa 290, mag-fail. Okay? And pag sinabing fail, back to 0. Di-delete mo yung data sa data store, ulit ka na naman. And you have to provide everything. Okay? Mahirap to. Another requirement for the first install, no, kasama na yung platform services. Okay? Malinaw. Remember this diagram. When you install the vCenter, dapat may platform na siya. Ha? Hindi natin hihiwalay. Ito hiwalay eh. May separate. Hindi ganito, hindi ganyan. Kailangan combine, okay? For the first install, PSC must be deployed. If you deploy vCSA with embedded PSC, the operation will be automatic na lang. Okay? If you install vCSA with other PSC or yung external, o ibig sabihin nasa ibang VM, kailangan mag-install mo ng PSC. Unahin mo yung PSC. Okay? And then install VC. Okay? Medyo matrabaho. Next, requirements. Before deploying VC, you must complete several tasks. Oh my God, ang dami ha. Na I can guarantee na mag-fail yung first instance nyo pag hindi kayo gumawa ng fully qualified domain name. Okay? You need to provide fully qualified domain name or the static IP of the host machine on which you are performing the install. Okay? VMware recommends fully qualified domain name, okay? Hindi IP. Before you do that, you must verify that clocks on all machines in the vSphere are synchronized. So, kailangan pareho yung clock. Okay? And mapiping mo yung FQD yan. Next one. vCenter Native UI. Native UI developed to facilitate the deployment of VCSA. Native app has been written for Windows, Linux, and macOS. Has no dependency on browsers. Okay? Meaning independent. Okay? The GUI performs validation and pre-checks during the deployment to ensure that no mistakes are made. So meron siyang pre-check, meron siyang validation. Okay? So Windows, you need to run the installer, no? Manage ang install, upgrade, migrate, restore. Okay. So paano mag-install ng VC? So first, install a new vCenter. Okay, merong option doon. If there's an existing vCenter and you want to upgrade, you can just click upgrade. Let's say 6.5 to 6.7. No? You can also restore from previously created server appliance. Let's say the migration is not successful, you can restore back. Okay, it's just a click of a button. How do you deploy naman yung Linux version? VCSA. Tawagin natin siyang appliance. Installer support for Windows. You can install Windows, Mac, and Linux. And included dito yung update manager. vCenter appliance and PSC install in 2 stages. Tandaan nyo, 2 stage. Stage 1, stage 2. Stage 1 is just uploading of OVF and pre-configuration. No? Stage 2, you need to provide IP address, fully qualified domain name, single sign-on, and everything. Dalawang stage yan. Now, if you fail on stage 2, you can never go back to stage 1. Malinaw. So that means uulit kayo ulit. Napakahirap nun. So dapat, you have to take notes. Fully automatable by using JSON. So we're going to be using JavaScript object notation template with Windows Linux support. So ito na, steps. So it's a 2-stage deployment. First, accept the EULA. So this is the VC installation na gagawin natin. Gagawin nyo sa Monday. Stage 1, dito muna tayo. Accept the EULA. Select what type of deployment. You need to connect to ESX where you want to deploy the VC. And then define the VC root password. Then select the mem size. Tandaan nyo, minimum. Actually, nag-run siya 10 gig pero ako ginagawa ko 12 gig. Magbibigay akong 12 gig. Minimum storage 300. Else it will fail. Data center data store thin provision. Meaning, it will expand dynamically as needed. And then you have to make sure correct yung networking settings. So when I say correct yung settings, pingable yung fully qualified domain name, pingable yung domain controller, and it's doing a host resolution. Okay? Pag yan nag-fail, oh my God, ulit kayo. Check nyo yun lahat na sinabi ko kasi sa chat natin sa Monday, sir, nag-fail. Alam niyo na gagawin niya. Okay? I already mentioned what you need to do. Ano yun? Ano yun? Ito. Yeah, ano yan? Ano yan? Sinabi ko. Yan. Okay? Yan. Okay? So you have to listen, no? So focus tayo dito. Stage 2, yung OVF will be deployed sa ESX. So you have to wait until it finish. Once you click refresh, dahil gusto niyo na makita vCenter, corrupted na yan. Careful, You have to check the VM should be powered on before you hit refresh. Kasi pag nag-refresh kayo, na wala pang 10 minutes, sir, naghang yata. Hindi, nag-install pala, nagka-copy, corrupted na yan. Okay? It's very sensitive to. RPM or yung program, yung compiled program are installed depending on embedded and PSC in vCenter. You have to configure networking. Okay? Deployment wizard sa embedded no, yung embedded PSC. Walang automation of joining to single sign-on. Hindi maganda, di ba? Kung PSC lang, walang deployment size kasi nga PSC hindi siya vCenter. So dito na tayo sa all-in-one. No? Pero hindi tayo kikreate ng single sign-on. You can do this later naman. Okay? So dito lang tayo. Getting started with VC. So after you deploy VC, log in. So how do you log in? Fully qualified domain name /vSphere. And hindi tayo gagamit ng vSphere client. Gagamit tayo ng HTML5. So /UI lang. Okay? So it will be vc.nexuscloud.local. Okay? Matanong niyo, sir, anong URL? Sinabi ko na. Sinabi ko na. Then, you need to add license key. Kasi ang vCenter mag-expire ng 60 days. Expire na yan. Pag nag-configure na, wala na, expire. So you have to put the license. So what we're going to do is just a demo version. Configuring VC service settings, you just have to go to configure settings. Ayan na. So dito mo malalagay yung HA, NTP, DNS, and so on. If you access using port 5480, this is the management port. You only need to do this one if you're gonna do upgrade, maintenance, install, restore. Yun lang pero you don't manage host using appliance management. Okay, so how do you access appliance management? Port 5480 lang. So what can you do with appliance management? You can do backup, you can reboot, you can shut down, you can update, you can change the time, you can change the password, you can view the syslog, and you can check the database. Okay. You can change the port. Ayun, may nagtatanong, pwede bang palitan port? Yeah, you can. Pero kami hindi na pinapalit. Ayan, port. Okay? What else? If something goes wrong, you can right-click restore back, and that will be restore back to the original settings. Okay? So lab 4, working with vCenter. So ito na, hands-on lab na tayo. Install and use VC. I'm gonna deploy VC. Access VC. Add ko yung VCs. Add ko yung host VC. I will configure the host, add NTP. I'll back up the server appliance and complete the deployment. Okay, tandaan nyo, to access, napaka-simple, /UI lang. Okay? You can also download the authentication enhanced plugin, pero not necessarily. Web client, you just have to click. And pagtapos na na-install to, sige, mag-install muna tayo. Okay, then I will explain yung mga features ng VMware. As of now, it will not make sense. No? Pero don't worry, ganun din ako. No? Doesn't make sense. Everything doesn't make sense unless you started. Okay, so ito na ESX ko. Ano uling requirements? Remember, so yung SSS ko. Oops, nag-trade kasi. Asan na requirements natin? Tabi ka muna dyan. Ba't wala dito? Saan may nilagay yan? So, test the fully qualified domain name first, okay? Okay, name of the ESX, is it resolvable? Yes. Nakita niya? Ay, bakit mali? So hindi na piping ESX1. So, ito gagawin niya. You need to change the DNS type. So, go to your DNS, add kayo ng domain controller niyo. Ito, add niyo yan, 2131. Okay? Kaya hindi na piping kasi the DNS is not yet defined. Okay? So, since I define, ping mali yan, 201, flash, burahin nyo. Okay? Ping the fully qualified domain name. Ba't 201 binabato niya? Ito kasi DC. So, troubleshoot nyo muna yung DC. Ha? Login. Open up DNS management. Forward lookup. 128 eh. Oh, far out. Mali yung 2 pala, 2. Papalit, make sure it's 2. Whatever. Ayan. Ay, tama naman ako. 131 man. 231. So the DNS is 231. So you have to make sure in desktop PC nyo is 231. Dalawa kasi DNS niya eh. Meron pa siyang external eh. Sa akin ah. Pero sa inyo mas simple. 2131. I think this will fail. Kailangan kasi ma-ping siya. ESX ay 128 dapat. Pasok tayo dito. Yan, pingable, no? Pero sa desktop ko kasi problem ko. Bakit hindi maping ESX? Iba yung nahuhugot niya. That'll be a problem. Saan siya
May question ako,
nag-register?
sir.
DNS kasi. Sige. Go ahead.
So, para saan po yung virtual network editor, sir?
Para ma-edit yung IP address sa desktop. So this will be a problem. Okay. Sige, dito natin i-access sa Windows. Kasi ito yung nagre-resolve. HTTPS ESX1 Nexus Cloud.local. Yan.
Sir, tarang ako, sir, ha? Kailangan
I can guarantee na mag-fail siya if you don't put in localhost or DNS is not working. So ang ginawa ko, kinopy ko lang to sa localhost. Okay? Tapos na, yun lang. So ping test. Testingin muna natin lahat. Ha? Test natin muna lahat. So we have to ping everything before we can do the installation. Focus kayo. Don't mind the VMware workstation. Okay? Pingable by SX1. Fully qualified. Hindi, di ba? Because you need FQDN. Okay? O yan, resolvable. Tama? And then, tama ba yung IP address ng ESX2? Ngayon, should be resolvable. Ayan, na-resolve sa 129, but not pingable kasi we haven't created 2. Tama? vCenter. So, this will be the vCenter. Kailangan resolvable. Binutuhan ako ng 130. Okay? Pag yan hindi resolvable, that'll be a problem. Another one, reverse lookup. You need to perform the reverse lookup test. So, ano yung reverse lookup? Instead of fully qualified domain name, you need to type the IP address of the vCenter, which is 2.130. Na-resolve ba? Hindi, di ba? So, may problem. Okay? So, dapat gumana yan. 2.130. vCenter dapat iba to. So, paano i-resolve? Go to DNS. Wala siyang may entry naman, no? Pero ba't di nare-resolve? So, ba't di siya nare-resolve? Kasi tingnan mo, 2130, 192.168. Hindi siya nare-resolve. So, that will fail the installation. So, pag ganyan, recreate kayo ng reverse lookup. Paano mag-create? Ito na. So, if someone asks me, paano mag-create ng reverse lookup? May created na pero hindi gumagana. You need to recreate a record. Oh, Jeff, dito na papasok yung Windows na pinag-aralan mo. A record. What is a record? Address ng vCenter. Okay? Anong address ng vCenter? Anybody? Kung nag-take note kayo. vCenter 131. Ay, hindi. 130. Okay? You have to follow this. Do not invent. O, inad ko. Created. Ayun siya. 130. Then, dapat may reverse. May reverse lookup. Wala, oh. So, paano gumawa ng reverse lookup? Untick. Apply. Check box. And then, go to reverse. Refresh. Yun, oh. Huh? May reverse na. So, let's test the reverse. Tingnan natin, ha. Hindi pa rin, eh. Ito yung requirements, ha. If someone asks me, sir, what are the requirements to build vCenter. Ay, kaya pala hindi mapping kasi hindi pa natin gagawa. Okay? Pero resolvable. Meaning, it gives back the IP address from the database. Okay? Okay? Malinaw ba? Malinaw? Nagets ba? Nagets? So that means, if I type, gagana na to. ESX1 Nexus Cloud boom. Okay, gumana na. Should be fully qualified domain name. Ha? Hindi pwedeng IP address. Root. Boom. Mabilis lang yan. Pasok. Okay? Ito na. So, hands-on lab na tayo. So, blah, blah, blah. Should be blah, 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 blah. Ignore mo lang. Ignore mo lang yan. So, as of now, we have ESX 16 gigabyte. How big is the storage? We have, ano minimum? Anybody? Anybody? Ano minimum?
12 gigs, sir.
300 gigabyte ang minimum. So gagawa ka, new data store. Okay? Create a VMFS partition. And tawagin natin, select the pangalan ng database, data store. Sabihin natin data store 1. Okay? Kasi nasa host 1. Uy, bakit wala? Sandali. Wala nang available this space. Shoot. We need to add data. Ayun nga. Kasi 20 gig lang pala yung in-add ko. No? So that means you have to shut this down and add. Okay? Mag-add ka ng data store. Nakita niyo yung requirements. So we're gonna add the data store. So patayin niyo muna ESX. Edit. Add. Hard disk. Next. So whatever recommended, just accept it. And single file. So the file, the VMDK will be single. Then remember, 300 minimum, di ba? Gawin natin 320. Okay? Okay? Power on. So nag-add lang ako ng hard drive. Kasi we don't have space, di ba? So galing yun sa ESX din. Remember yung kanina when I doing the installation. So this will be called local data store kasi yung this hard drive na yun is in a local ESXi. Nasa ESX siya. Remember what I type, 320. If you type 290, it will fail. Then you have to start again. Okay, we have to create a new data store. Tawagin natin DS1, data store 1. Ayun siya, 320. Okay, the one we just added. So we're gonna be utilizing full disk. Okay, so if you want half lang, no, konti lang. Yan. Partition version 6, which is the latest one. So the free space before is 320, and after the partitioning, you're gonna get the full size of 320. Okay, finish. So ayan, may 320 ka na. Kita niyan? Completed successfully. So meron ka ng data store na 220, 320. Okay? And then the remaining was overhead. So binawasan tayo ng 2 gigabyte overhead. Okay, let's create the virtual create a virtual center. Okay? So create a VCSA. So remember, we're not creating a guest OS. We're just gonna import OVF. No, OVF will be given to you. No, bibigyan kayo ng OVF. So, dinownload lang to sa VMware. Okay? Next. Then the virtual machine name, it will be a good habit if you just copy, do not type. Kasi iba, mali-mali yung tinatype. Huwag na kayo mag-invento. It has to be uniform together with a fully qualified domain name in our DNS, which is defined in domain controller. Okay? So VC, then sabi dito, upload the file. Okay? So yung file will be given to you then as installers. Okay? Ito lang siya. OVF. Okay? So question dito, sino mas maganda? Kasi nakurap ako kahapon ginamit ko to. Sana ito hindi. 146. Oh my God, may pangatlo pa pala. Gamitin natin itong 19. The higher the version, the latest the patches. Patch F. Ay, ISO yan Hindi yan. Ito na lang. Sana gumana. Okay? Then where do you want to store the vCenter? Sa 318 na lang partition. Okay? Then you have to read this and accept the copyright agreement. The VCSA will be utilizing the standard switch, will be deployed using thin provisioning. Alam yan, thin provisioning. And then tiny. Pag sinabing tiny, ito yung t-shirt sizes. Pag tiny, pinakamaliit, minimum of 2 vCPU, 10 gig of RAM. Ano yung minimum? 10 gig. So you should have 10 gig of RAM available. Pag sinelect mo to, medium, ubos ang pera mo, ubos ang RAM mo. Okay, dito lang tayo sa tiny. Okay. And requires minimum 300. Okay, malinaw. So ano magagawa nito? You can have 10 hosts and 100 virtual machines. Okay. This is the additional settings which have to be accurate. Kung duda kayo, this is your first time, try to read the info. So sabi dito, network IP address. Will you be using IPv4 or IPv6? Type mo lang IPv4. Okay? Host network mode. What will you be giving? Is it a static IP or dynamic? Okay, static na. Ano IP address? What's the IP address? Copy nyo na lang Tandaan nyo, VC, once nagkamali, back to square one. Host prefix, yung subnet niya. Subnet dito can be 255, 255, 255, or /24, as you can see. So prefix 24, ang default gateway, careful sa default gateway. Ang gateway nyo is 2.2 and you have to make sure it is reachable. So testingin nyo muna baka mamaya hindi gumagana gateway nyo Far out, hindi nga gumagana. Paano to? Kailangan gumana to. 2.1 ba o 2.2? So how will you know? Check nyo yung ESX. ESX. Remember dito, lumabas 2.2. Kaya doon ko siya kinuha. Ayun 2.2. Diba? 2.2 gateway. Pero hindi siya pingable. May 2.1. That's the confusing part Pero pag nag-fail, papalitan natin. So take note, we use okay, 2.2. Kasi 2.2 yung ginagamit ng ESX. Okay? DNS, malinaw ang ating domain name resolution is our domain controller. Okay? DNS, our domain controller as well. Network identity, ibig sabihin, what's the name of the vCenter? Simple as fully qualified domain name. Walang space Fully qualified domain name, VC. Ganun, SSO, we don't need to configure single sign-on. If you want root, kung gusto mo mag-SSH, you can do so. Make sure you are providing the correct password. So, para hindi na natin tandaan, pare-pareho lang ang password. Now, we're not doing upgrade, so you can ignore this section. Miscellaneous, if you want to join the enhancement program, so click tick. Kasi tatanungin ka niyan, maya-maya. Networking properties, wala pa muna tayong domain. Later na yung domain. Okay, yun lang. Next. Verify nyo. So sabi dito, at least one extra disk will be ignored. Okay, so tatlong disk gagawin ito. 1, 2, 3. And will be stored in data store 1. No? So gagawa siya, sabi dito, dalawang CPU ilalagay niya and 10 gig RAM. Okay? Do not refresh the browser. Take note, do not refresh while VM is deployed. So kailan i-refresh? Once the VM is on. Take note, sulat nyo. Kailan i-refresh? Paano na ako na yung VM? Paano yung malaman? Nakalagay dito, VM power on. Then wait for a few seconds, tsaka ka lang mag-refresh. So tandaan niya, ang gagawin niya, he will upload these 3 OVF to the data store. So you have to see completed successfully, 100%. And do not click the X mark, meaning cancel yun. Okay, this will take 5 to 10 minutes. Ayan na, ready na kayo, ready na. Take note, take note. Ito na, finish. Okay, nakita niyo yan? Nakita niyo to? Yan na. Uploading this one, and this 3. This 1, 2, 3. It has to be finished. Do not click the X. That will cancel. So you have to wait until this one is finished. And do not hit refresh. Do not hit refresh. Do not click this. That will corrupt the uploading. So kailan i-click? Once you see power on. Okay?
Sir, question ako, sir.
Yan. While installing, check na natin. PC1 ba? Hindi pa siya up, no? So, iwanan natin siya. We need to create another ESX. So, punta kayo sa desktop niya. Question is, do you have enough memory? Taas kasi ng RAM ko yan. So, we're gonna install the second ESX while waiting kasi matagal yun. Okay, so this one will be the usual stuff which I demonstrated kanina. So, this is gonna be an ESX2 folder. Then name it as ESX2. Huh? Two physical processor, and number of cores, ilang core dun sa isang processor, dalawa. Hence you can have 4 V-core. Okay. Minimum RAM required is 4 gig. Okay, then accept the default. And store a virtual disk in a single file. Then remember kanina it's only 12 gig, pero gusto gawin 20 gig na para mas malaking partition. Yun lang. So you can have ESX2 and then just mount the ISO. Mount mo lang yung ISO. So yung ISO will be given sa student desktop din. No? 6.7. Remember the ESX is VMvisor. No? Should be the same. Power on. You have a power on. You can reposition. Yan. Okay, so we're doing two things at the same time. Dito kasi still reconfiguring. Tapos na pero yung hawakan. Maya-maya na lang. Live ba ako? Parang walang tao. May tao ba? Hello, Alan. Are you there, Alan?
Yes, sir, meron po.
Meron.
Sir.
Tahimik. Akala ko walang tao.
Dito pa kami, sir.
Andiyan pa kayo. So yan huwag yung galawin. Ayoko mag-fail. So I'm doing the second ESX. So the IP address is right here in IP addressing table. So it's gonna be 129. Right? 129. Uy, pingable. So reachable na siya. So that means completed na yung stage 1. Okay? Ganun pag-test. Huwag nyo i-refresh. Pero tapusin ko muna itong ESX. Mabilis lang to. Para dalawa ng ating ESX. So practice makes perfect. If you want to do the installation, keep on creating ESX mga 100 times. To the point na ma-bored kayo. Boring naman yun. Ilang beses na ako gumawa niyan, di ba? Ayun, ganyan. Yan. So practice makes perfect. Kaya kailangan mag-hands-on lab kayo. Or gawa kayo sarili yung lab, no? Bili lang kayo ng 20 gig RAM. 20 gig ako. Sa laptop ko, 20 gig lang ako. Isang 16 gig stick. Tapos yung default na 4 gig na pag binili mo yung laptop. No? So 20 gig. Pwede na yan. 20 gig lang to. Para
Sir,
sa akin,
share nyo rin yan kung gagawa kami sa amin.
Alalan?
Installer, sir.
Oo, bibigay installer. Actually, it's free.
Try na.
Free ang
Try
ESX.
namin din.
Nasa lahat ng installer nasa URL. The-download nyo lang siya. Lalagay ko sa Google Drive. Okay, that's the second one. Puntahan na natin tong simultaneous. Ayan, so how am I confident? Kasi naping ko na siya. I'm confident na tapos na yung stage 1. Pero may ginagawa pa siya. No? So sabi dito power on, di ba? After that, reconfig VM. Sabi niya completed na daw . Okay, so kompleto. Double click. triple click pala. Okay. Nakita nyo? Port 5480. Sabi niya 5480. So puntahan niyo yan. 5480 na yan. That is the configuration port. No? vc1.nexuscloud.local/ port pala 5480. Configuration. Nako, patay. Ay, walang one. Walang one. VC lang. VC. Kinabahan naman ako dun. Yan. Okay, okay. Okay, so this is the stage 2. Okay, what is stage 2? Stage 2 is a post-installation config. If you want to continue setup, if you want to upgrade, or gusto mo lang i-migrate kasi may existing na eh. Kung may existing na, migrate mo na lang. Or, nakorrupt yung file, you can restore back yung originally created. Hindi yung i-create pa lang. Ha? Right now, mag-create pa lang tayo. Setup. So, click setup. Click the same password. That's why you don't need to change the password. Pag ito mali, wala na. Ulit na naman sa una. Okay, tapos na yung stage 1. So we're gonna do stage 2. It's a setup of the appliance. Click next. Then don't touch anything. Just review. So IPv4, is that correct? Yes. Systemnate VC IP is .130. Duda ako dito sa gateway eh. Nilagay ko 2.1 eh. Pero hindi pingable eh, di ba? 2.1 yung pingable, 2.2 yung nasa ESX. Hindi ko alam. Time sync with the host. If you want to enable SSH, you can do so. Enable na natin. Yun lang. Click next. Tama na ba? Tama ba DNS? Kasi pag mali, ulit ka na naman yan. 131 ang DNS. Okay? 131 eh. Saving SSH, saving hostname IP. Uy, ang bilis. Parang kukontinue to ah. Saving IP address with prefix. Basta lampasan lang yung 35% successful na to. Saving IP with prefix. IP, prefix. Ayun, lumampas. Saving parameters. Okay, ito na. Create new SSO. No, we're not gonna create a single sign-on. So we're gonna define the local, vSphere local, administrator, and then password, which is the same all throughout the lesson. Okay? May sariling SSO siya. We're not gonna join. If you have an existing SSO, then just join. So we're creating a local single sign-on. Join the customer experience. No, huwag niyo lalampasan yan. Ito na. Sana tama na ako. vSphere local assign static. Review review. Ito pingable. Lahat pingable. DNS pingable, finish na. Sabi dito, you will not be able to pause or stop from completing one star. Click OK to continue. Okay, walang pause na. So that will take from 3 minutes to 10 minutes. Gusto kong lampasan mo na 64%. I wanna make sure na mag-continue siya. Starting authentication framework. Ayan. So don't touch the mouse. When you're doing install, don't do anything. Okay, so gusto kong lampasan yung 64%, 32% pala. Tingnan natin ilang percent. 2%. Tingnan niyo ako tumatakbo. Sana magpas. Kung may power saving mode yung desktop nyo, hindi magpo-pause yan. Corrupted na yung installation nyo. Kaya ito, you have to check yung desktop na binigay sa inyo. Never ang power saving mode. Naka-off. Okay? Naka-off power saving mode. Daming check so many moving parts dito. 5% nag-move, di ba? Nag-move. Iwanan na natin. Iwanan ko muna, magla-lunch ako kasi alas 12:45 na dito. Break muna kayo. Pagtapos nito, balikan natin. So iwanan ko lang na ganyan, matagal kasi yan. Magla-lunch lang ako. Okay? Oh, moving. That's good. So, I'm gonna mute my mic. Pero recording pa rin yan. Ayan, successful. So, nakita niyo naman, di ba? Wala akong pinost na video, no? So, continuous siya. So, I think wala pang 5 minutes. Okay, bakit mabilis? Kasi naka-NVMe ako. Kaya mabilis. Okay. Sa lab nyo, SAS drive. Okay? Server talaga. Ay, hindi na server, virtual server. Pero SAS. Hindi ganun, hindi kasi bilis ng NVMe. So, be patient. Probably abutin kayo in 5 to 15 minutes. Gawin lang to. Sa akin mabilis kasi na NVMe nga ako eh. Okay, so how do you access? Yun lang. Type nyo lang URL. Okay? Successful ah. So, let's try. VC1, sorry, VC lang pala, Nexus Cloud Local, walang 5480, ha? Oh, ayan ang vCenter, vCenter. Teka, naka-on ba ako? Sandali, naka-pause ba recording? Running na recording. Okay, na-capture yung successful installation, okay? And login ID, na-provide ko na, administrator. Ito yung local lang to, no? vSphere.local, okay? Same password, huwag niyo na pahirapan sa sarili niyo. Ito yun, provided na dito. Yan. So everything are here. Ayan. Administrator, vSphere. Okay? Okay? So yeah, meron tayong vCenter. Sabi, your license will be expiring in 60 days. Matagal pa yan. Okay? So what do you, so ito, introduction. So this is the vSphere client. Summary. Monitor, if you want to monitor health of the hardware. If you want to do configuration, if you want to grant permission, if you want to create data center, host, and kung meron na kayo host, kung may VM kayo, this is the data store, remember? Meron tayong data store 1, so it should appear here later once we add the ESX1, network configuration, and if you want to do update. So ito yung update manager. Diba? Kompleta. Okay? So the first thing you need to do is to add host. And then, the first thing you need to do is go to inventory. The inventories. Inventories. Go to home. So how do you go back to home? Right click home. Left click mouse home. Okay? Ganun lang, ano? Host and clusters. Okay? Pag naligaw kayo, go back home. Laging host and clusters. Na? Ito naman yung folders. So if you have a specific folder like sales, engineering, IT, ito naman yung data store, ito naman yung networking side. Okay, go home. First thing you need to do is create a data center. Okay, so let's say user is in Makati or in Sydney. No? Sydney na lang yan. Sydney data center. Okay, sa data center, so this is our data center. Wala pang host. So you need to add host. Right click host. The name of the host is esx1.nexus cloud.local. Okay? Username, yun, root one welcome. Okay, it's trying to add, but it's asking for the certificate. Would you like to install the certificate? Yes. Yes. Do you have a license? Sabi dito. Wala akong license. So this will be expiring after 60 days. Yung ESX mag-expire in 60 days. Na? Ito yun, lockdown mode. So pag click mo normal, ang access nito via console lang. Okay. Mahirap. Bisa patayin muna natin. So may lalagay yung host sa Sydney data center. Finish. So it's trying to add 80%. Add standalone host, 90%. 90% is trying to communicate. Success. Nakita niya success. Okay? So the reason kung bakit may alarm is just SSH is enabled. Yun na. Naka-enable kasi yung SSH pati yung ESX CLI. Remember kanina in-enable natin. Okay? So sa physical host natin, sabihin natin physical kung nga lang pero virtual din yan. So we have 12 gigahertz. Okay? 16 gig free RAM and we have 320 disk space. Oh, galing. Okay. So nada nating host, mamaya gagawa tayo ng virtual machine. So it's been up and running for the last 32 minutes. Tapos na ang vCenter. So you have to be confident in dealing with this one. Ako nung nag-aral ako sa dito DDLS, yung $5,000, very alienated ako. Ano to? Totally different from Windows. Galing kasi ako sa Windows nun eh. So ano to? So it will not make sense at the moment kasi hindi mo talaga may explore lahat yan in just one day. In just 6 months, hindi mo ma-explore yan. No, napakadami yan, napakadami. So do not be intimidated. Just keep on practicing, keep on performing hands-on lab, perform all the 12 exercises, and you will be confident to the point na you can support the infrastructure. No? Paulit-ulit lang. Ito kasi, kung first time nyo, alienated kayo, di ba? Ano ba yan? Nalilito. Doesn't make sense. Ano yung 900 na yan? Ibig sabihin, ginagamit mo 900 megahertz. So, demanding ang vCenter, di ba? Memory niya 4 gig. Oh, di ba? Di ba? So, ilan free ko? Ilan free memory ko? 4 gig RAM na lang free. Okay? So, titipirin natin yan. Titipirin natin. Kasi maglalagay pa tayong VM. Siguro mga 2 gigahertz, 2 gigabyte RAM na lang available. Okay? Okay, so far that's our vCenter. Haba, 30 minutes or 1 hour. Any question about vCenter? Wala? Morning. Okay, lab 3, lesson 3, vSphere clients. So this is the client, as usual. If you wanna use HTML5, just add /UI, okay? And then you normally click home to see inventories. So these are inventories, operation and policies. Mag-live na tayo. So this is vCenter. Okay, so vCenter. If you wanna go back home, you can see inventories. So this is inventories. Yan. Menu. And then if you want to go administration, you can click administration. You can create role, global permission. If you want to add license, no, so just add the license key number here. And so many. If you want to integrate to single sign-on, you have to put the Active Directory. Active Directory, join the Active Directory, and so on. Dami. If you mamaya magne-networking tayo. Hindi ako magbebenta. Networking. Navigator. Familiarize yourself. Familiarize. If you're looking for a specific VM, type the VM name dito sa search bar. Okay. And then what else? So vCenter. If you want to create multiple data center like Toronto, Los Angeles, Munich, Paris, you can do so. So dito, ang data center ko is only Sydney. So if you want to create another data center, kasi the physical location is in, let's say, BGC, no? Nandun yung physical infrastructure, you can do so. Okay? Ito pa. You can organize using folder. Let's say, sa BGC, meron kayo ditong sa BGC, dalawang data center niya. Hindi, sabihin natin IT team. IT team, yan. Okay. So dito nyo lalagay lahat yung IT. Saan na yun? Ba't hindi lumabas? Resources nyo. Hindi lumabas. Yun. So lahat ng IT resources dito madadump na. Ano pa ba? I already added the host. Event type is here. What really happened? You just go to events. Na? Logs, you can go to system log, monitor system logs. So what's happening? So let's say you would like to investigate kasi crash yung server, wag naman, no? Configure, monitor pala, system logs. Dito event logs, what happened currently, what happened, and upload path, blah 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 blah. Task, what is the running task? Okay. Performance. So you can see like 100% yung CPU during installation na yata. You can monitor the hardware health. So lalabas dito. Resource allocation. So we have actually 12 gigahertz in. Available is 8.4. Memory mo available 12 gigabyte. Storage ko available is 307 gigabyte. Okay, so those are the basic. Ano ba? Okay, so permission. May permission. Haba naman ito. So dito tayo sa permission. Server roles and permission. So access control overview. The access control system enables vCenter admin to define users' privilege to access. No? Key concept nito is yung privilege. Define an action that can be performed. Let's say, ang users, they only have a read-only. That means they cannot do anything. They cannot shut down the VM. They cannot power on any VM. No? View lang, view. So it's a set of privileges when you combine all the permission. Let's say meron ka ng read, meron ka ng full. Now you can be able to do pretty much anything. Now you can provision VM, you can create data store, and so on. User group naman indicates who can perform the action. So ito yung mga employee. Okay, so lalagay mo yung pangalan ng employee. Okay, this is more complicated than Active Directory. Kasi pinaghiwalay nila yung role sa object. Object is what you can do. Role is what can you perform. Users are the employees. Okay, so together, a role, user, or group, and an object define permission bago ka makapag-create ng permission. Okay? So vCenter permissions, the following concept are important. Yung permissions, permission ng users or groups. Permissions are read-write. Yung privilege naman, kanino ka may read-write. No? Roles is what you can do. No? Roles is on a vCenter. Okay, define vCenter. To the vCenter object, let's say networking object, what privilege do you have? You have privilege to create a virtual switch. Okay? You have privilege to create distributed switch. Ganun, no? Specific privilege on a specific VMware object. Okay? Then dun mo inject yung groups as a IT team. Yeah? Adding permission to vCenter, right-click the inventory. So punta ka ng dito ka. So how do you add permission? Go to, remember this is data center. Under data center, may folder siya dun. No? Luma pa nga yung folder niya. No? Then nag-create siya ng permission dito. Add permission. And then DC admin, this is connected sa Active Directory niya. So DC admin, lahat ng domain admin will have a role of administrator sa VMware. Okay? Pag magkaiba yan, role ng VMware to, these objects are from Active Directory. Okay? So ano yung admin privilege? Everything. No, all role. No? So let's perform hands-on lab. So punta kayo sa admin. Okay. First, you need to add this one to Active Directory. No, pero ayoko muna. Papakita ko lang yung simple role. So ito yung role. So ito yung built-in role. Admin is equivalent to root, God mode. He can do anything he wants. Meron namang read-only, predefined. Meron no access. Meron taga-update lang. Meron naman taga-upload ng image sa library. Or user ka ng data store. Or you want to create a provision network. No? So ito yung mga roles. Okay? Available. Ang global permissions, administrator. So that's why naglagay ng administrator. Administrator is a user. Administrators is a group. And the rest are group. No? If you want to add a new one, no, you have to search from the current role. So current role available is administrators. No? So add ka administrators. Yeah. And then propagate to children. So meaning may permission siya to anything. No? So meaning ang pwede mong i-add dito yung mga ready-made na. No? Now if you want to integrate to Active Directory, you have to go configuration, AD, then join sa AD. Okay, dito mo nalalagay yung Nexus cloud.local. Okay. And then yung administrator, no? So ito majo-join to sa AD. Ayoko muna i-join, no? Kasi nasa basic pa lang tayo. So that's how you join sa AD, and then you can grant sa AD pag na-add mo na, let's say gusto mong read only lang yung user, no? lalabas dito. Lalabas dito. Ay, hindi. Kasi you have to drop down yung... Dapat may AD dito. Lalabas dito yung AD. And then add the group to the role. Let's say role is read-only. So wala silang access. They can view. Pero wala silang access. Okay? Ayoko mo na gawin kasi masisira. Okay? So if you want to add permission, it's as simple as steps 1, 2, 3. So ganito steps ng permission. So from users and groups, no? Add, then assign role. Anong role nila? Sabihin natin read-only, select read-only. Okay? So may magkakaroon sila ng read-only dito. Let's say si Greg, member ng group. Training, makikita niya yan, grayed out. Kasi view permission lang siya. Okay? Pero if you add admin, so paano mag-add ng admin? So ganito yan. Users and group. Ito, users and group. Di ba meron tayong users and group. Okay? Okay, ito local to, wala pa yung domain. If you have the Nexus Cloud, lalabas dito siya. Then makikita mo yung users. Let's say users Chris. Okay, add. Then admin. Si Greg, no? In-add. Users, in-add mo ng role, which is administrator. Ano usage? Select mo yung role na administrator. Then once may admin na siya, you can pretty much do anything. You can shut down, create, delete, provision. Okay? So simple as 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 lang steps na. Na-gets ba? Na-gets? So you can replay this naman. So ganun lang siya. So sa training data center, you can have multiple role. Let's say the object is power on. So bibigyan ng power on, power yung group na yun. And what if meron pang group 2 na gusto mag-snapshots ng lahat ng mga VM? Mag-add ka na naman ng snapshots dun sa role na yun. Natawag dito, ito yung data center level permission. Okay? So saan yun? Ito yun, permission. So punta kayo ng home. Punta kayo ng data center. So this is the data center. This is data center. Permission. So dito ka mag-add. Let's say Nexus students. Dito, mag-add ka ng group dito, Nexus students. Tapos, anong role? Administrator. So lahat ng Nexus student can be able to administer anything. Kasi data center level eh. Diba? Data center level. Pero, wala silang right sa BGC. Nagets niya? So, pag nag-grant ako ng admin, they can pretty much do anything. Pero dito, zero. So that's why you have to add permission na naman. Dito na, ng users. Okay? Maganda yan i-lab. Maganda i-lab pag tapos na lahat. Kasi marami pa tayong gagawin. So ito yung isang object. One object is create a role. So virtual machine create role. So data store allocate space, network assign network, resource assign VM, virtual machine inventories. So ang dami sir, ang dami naman yan. Ang dami. Ang dami. No? Ganun talaga, create a role. No? Okay, very specific to. Very specific. Okay, I hope you learned something. So what did we study? The vCenter architectures. We finished that one. We studied yung platform service controller. Ano yung embedded and external. Diba? Diba? Nag-guess nyo ba? External, another virtual machine embedded within the same appliance. Use vSphere client to connect using HTML5/UI/vSphere client. You can manage the inventory. You can backup and restore. Oy, backup and restore. Di ko pa napakita. So ito yung backup and restore. Backup and restore is under management. So ito yung management. Yan 5480. Okay? Yung lagi na root. Okay? Root ha. This is VCSA. Ayan, so if you want to take a backup, click backup. Click as backup now. So babackup pa niya yung vCenter natin. So this is backup and restore. Huwag na tayo mag-encryption. Backup 1. Wala naman akong folder. So if you notice, it's only 194 yung backup file mo. No? Napakaliit na. 194. Nag-error. Kasi wala akong folder. Dapat nag-create ako ng folder dito. Pero ganun lang backup. Okay? If you wanna update this one, mano-mano. Hindi natin gagawin dito. Papakita ko mamaya. If you wanna put the time zone in here. If you
Sir,
wanna...
pag nag-backup ka, sir, tapos na-corrupt, pwede mo restore.
Pwede may restore, yes. Pero hindi namin ginagamit to kasi ano yan eh, hindi na save sa SAN eh. I mean, you need VC to restore. Eh, nakorap nga yung VC, di ba? Paano ma-restore? So, the way we create a backup is via snapshots lang. Ito, pupunta ka ng VC, then data center, then VM. If you wanna backup this, even though it's running, you can run backup. Snapshot lang yan. Tama, gagawa na ako ng snapshot. Ayan, take snapshot. So dito meron snapshot VM. So you will have a VMSN. So meaning if it's running, if it's doing something, no, when you restore, it will go back to that state. No? Kahit hindi siya naka-shutdown, kung ano yung ginagawa niya, yung current na nasa RAM, let's say may database, pero hindi pa committed, pero nasa RAM, na-backup mo pati RAM. Galing yan. Ayan, tapos na. Queued, creating virtual machine snapshot. Queued, ba't ang tagal? Usually mabilis lang yan. 40, 48%, 58, 64, 73. Yun. So you have a backup na. So let's say nakorrupt to. All you need to do is shut down, then restore from snapshot. Revert to latest na. Ganun lang. Ang galing na. Ganun lang. So ano itsura ng snapshot? So you have to go to the VC, data store. Nasa data store 1 siya. Files. Hanapin mo yung VC. Ito yung files niya. So ang snapshot is VMSN, di ba? Ayun ang VM. So yan ang snapshot. No? So meron siyang 10 gigabyte. Grabe ang laki. 10 gigabyte ba yan? Megabyte, gigabyte nga. Ang actual hard drive, 5 gig. Pero marami pa siyang partition. Okay. Ito yung logs. No? If you want to make an investigation. Ito naman yung NVRAM na maliit. Ano? Ito yung virtual swap. Swap file niya 10 gig. No? For temporary paging from RAM to disk. Na. Nagay sa'yo ng vCenter. Okay, you can do backup, you can restore. Okay, napakadali. Any question? Ngayon gawin nyo, shutdown yung vCenter.
Ito naman yan, sir, no? Sa anywhere.
Ano yan?
Example, accessible siya sa anywhere. Pwede mo siyang ma-access sa iba.
Oo, pwede
Opo.
ma-access. So let's say, dead na yung vCenter, di ba? Punta ka lang ng, dito, ewan ko lang. Kasi usually we have 3 vCenters. Wala, lumalagin. Weird naman ito. Naka-lockdown yata ako. Hindi naman ako nag-lockdown, di ba? So ito yung vCenter. Kasi na-shutdown siya. Walang snapshot. Ay, may snapshot. Ayan, pwede pala. Restore snapshot. Kasi nakorrupt, di ba? So power down, shutdown mo muna. Tapos revert, restore snapshot. Kami kasi ang VC namin nasa ibang host. Let's say single host na corrupt, pwede. And multiple vCenter kasi kami. Kaya sa VC ka rin kami nag-restore. Okay, tapos na tayo vCenter. Lunchtime na. Any question?
Sir, gagawin din ba natin yung merging ng snapshot?
Merging? Yeah. It's very simple. Yung merging lang, let's say, ang dami yung snapshot. Ito, gawin na natin ngayon. So, meron ako snapshot 1, right? Sa vCenter. Tama. Di ba? Meron na no? Meron na akong snapshot. Meron na snapshot, di ba? Tapos meron pa isang snapshot pa. So, nag-create pa ako ng isa pang snapshot. So, dalawa na snapshot ko, di ba? Okay, so saan doon? Sino yun? Sino yung gagawin natin? So dito, consolidation. So consolidation, ayun, nag-create pa siya. So dalawa na yung snapshot ka. Naku, laking disk space na kinain ito. So, daming snapshot. That means, managing this file kinakain. Na? So, you need to do consolidation. So, ito na. Manage snapshots. Okay. Yeah. So, you're currently here. Ito yung latest na. Okay, so, if you want to consolidate, hindi dito. Nasaan ba yung consolidation? Ayun no, grayed out eh. It's not enough kasi pag madami masyado, you just need to run consolidate and everything will be merged into one. Ibig sabihin, hindi ganito kadami kasi dito sa data store, ang dami, di ba? It's wasting a lot of this space eh, no? Meron ka ng snapshot 1, meron ka pang snapshot 2, ilang gigabyte din? 20 gigabyte. So when you consolidate, it will be merged to the latest one. Yung latest. Nag-gets niya? So that means yung previous snapshot
Okay po,
1,
sir. Thank you.
you won't be able to go back to that position. Yung latest lang talaga. Pero kagandahan yan, let's say 100 snapshots na gawa niya. It will be compressed into 10 gigabyte lang. Ganun lang siya. Makatipid kayo ng this space. Okay, break muna tayo. Break tayo. Module 5, configuring and managing virtual networks. So you are on module 5. Virtual machine must be able to communicate with other virtual machines, right? And also to physical machines. So remote host management and IP-based storage must be able to operate effectively. Failure to properly configure ESX networking can negatively affect the operation of your virtual infra. So in the first place, you have to request storage from your storage team. Hindi kayo gagawa nun kasi hiwalay ang VMware teams sa EMC storage, NetApp storage, Fire storage, mga ganun. So totally different job yan. Ano? So lesson 1, vSphere standard switches, types of virtual switch connections. Virtual switch provide connectivity between VM and the same host or on different hosts. Virtual switch also supports kernel network access for remote host management. So pag sinabing VM kernel, it's the management network. Okay? vSphere motion. Also, VM kernel can be a vSphere motion wherein you migrate from one VM to another host. You use VM kernel. You can also use iSCSI, no? iSCSI to communicate to storage. No? So that's one type of VM kernel. And if you want to connect to NFS partition, you also need NFS protocol, which is under VM kernel. So VM kernels technically is a management kernel. No? A virtual switch has specific connection type. So meron pang tinatawag na VM port groups, which is used for virtual machine only. Okay, so ito yung VM port groups. So you can migrate VM from production to test dev, from test dev to DMZ, DMZ to test dev. So ang VM port group is only for migrating VM, not for management. Okay. Now VM kernel is totally different. Ito yung VM kernel used for management, no? Such as if you want to connect to IP storage, if you want to do vMotion migration, and if you want to configure fault tolerant. Okay, and so on. Napakadami. Ito lang tatandaan nyo. Dalawang port groups lang, no? Interview questions. So what are the two types of port groups? First is the virtual machine, which used to communicate virtual machines. No, ganun lang. And the second one is the VM kernel. It's a management group used for storage, vMotion, fault tolerant, replication, and management. Okay? So in physical world, meron kang apat na network card, tawag dito uplink ports. No? So you need to connect yung uplink ports ng virtual switch to the network card. So may equivalent network card yan. Yung uplink ports na yan can be connected to virtual machine port groups. Let's say, connect mo to dito. And the second one can be connected to VM kernel ports. Kasi totally two different traffic. So vMotion traffic will be going to the second NIC. Okay? Ang file copy, or let's say backup, will be isolated on VM port groups. Okay, so it should be totally different. So if you wanna create a multipathing, so dalawa i-grant mo dito, dalawa din i-grant mo dito. Ganun, no? So multipathing in case the first path fail. So adding networking, simple. So ESX, just add
Question, sir.
the kernel. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, may nakita akong VMware replications ba yun? Pwede palang i-replicate, no? Mag-down yung isa, mag-up yung isa, gano'n.
Yeah, replication, ang context niya is if you want to replicate two different data store. Let's say yung 100 terabyte na data mo, replicate mo doon from BGC to Makati, yun ang gagamitin mo. May sariling port. Ibig sabihin. Oo. So
Sir, question po.
let's say ito, backup lang to. Tapos ito, replication. Ito yung management. So magkakahiwalay silang traffic. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, sir. Sa multipathing po, pwede po kaya, best practice po kaya yung lahat na lang yan aggregated, yung
Hindi
apat
pwede.
na ports na yan.
Hindi pwede.
Tapos network I/O control na lang po. Pwede po kaya yun?
Oh,
Or
hindi pwede.
separate po talaga?
Separate talaga siya.
Okay po.
Oo, may
Yun po yung best
exclusive.
practice po.
Oo. Let's say this one is for virtual machine para mag-migrate para mag-communicate mga VMs. Ito naman for
Apo.
vMotion kung gusto mo i-move. So let's say ito naman
Apo.
sa external connection, no? So multipathing dalawa. So kailangan may exclusive isa. Kasi kung sasama-sama mo lahat, you'll creating a broadcast domain. So magkakaroon ka ng huge traffic.
What I mean, sir, ano po, ito po aggregated, kumbaga pagsasamahin po sila sa isang virtual switch. Then from virtual switch, doon na magkakaroon ng segregation ng for VM port group, for VM kernel, ganun po.
Oo, sa isang virtual switch, you can connect
doon na po sila
multiple
maghahati.
uplink. Oo. You can connect ito isang switch lang 'yan. So, yeah.
Best practice po kaya yun, sir? O talagang mas okay yung segregated na sila sa uplink pa lang?
Mas maganda, marami kang switch. So, yung virtual switch is for a virtual machine port group and then create another virtual switch for VM kernel for management. So, paghiwalay mo yan. So, ideally, dalawang switch gagamitin mo.
Apo. Pero okay lang po na magkakasama yung physical port, yung uplink ports. Kumbaga aggregated na sila. Pero magkakaibang virtual switch.
Oo, kailangan ibang virtual switch. Well, depende rin. Kasi sa demo natin, pinagsama ko lahat. It depends on the requirements, how big your company. Kung 5,000 virtual machine ka na, maganda. May exclusive port na yan.
Okay, sige po. Sir.
Okay, so
Thank
if you want to add the virtual switch, ito yan. So from inventory, go to data center and then go to the cluster, click add. Add another network adapter. Ganun lang, kadali. Napakasimple lang. Virtual switch connection example. So more than one network can coexist on the same virtual switch. So networks can also exist on separate virtual switch. This is what I'm saying. Pwedeng pagsama-samahin mo sa isang virtual switch, whether in storage traffic, development, production, vMotion, migration ng VM, or management. Management, ito yung the way you connect to ESX host. No? vMotion naman, kung maglilipat ka ng VM from one host to another. No? So pwede isa, pero best practice, maganda multiple switches. So you can contain the traffic. No? Yan. Ilan switch to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No? So madali lang naman mag-create ng switch. So kung nandito kayo, no? So go to switch. Ito yung switch. No? Sydney data center, and this is your cluster. Okay, so if you want to create a distributed switch, so it's so easy. Components of standard switch. A
Sir,
standard
question,
switch.
sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, ang VMware ba para siyang cloud-based local lang siya? Para siyang Azure din na
Uh,
mukha ng
sa
sarili mong Azure?
ang VMware kasi is on-prem
Pagkakaibigan.
cloud, on-prem cloud. So meaning on-premise, private cloud to, nasa loob ng data
Oo.
center niya. Ang Azure naman is public cloud. Nasa public, no? Nasa data center, external data center. So components ng standard switch, switch provides connection for virtual machine to communicate with one another. So para saan ang switch? Anybody? Pia.
Virtual switch po ba yan, sir?
Pia.
Provide lang connection from physical to virtual.
Oh, yun. Tama.
Virtual environment.
So meron kang tama. Ito yung physical switch, physical. Okay? So nakakonect yan sa network card. So ito yung ESX mo, no? VM kernel. So sa ESX nakakonect din yung mga VMNix. So ito yung VMNix. Okay? VMNix nakakonect sa switch, virtual switch. Yung virtual switch nakakonect sa VMs. Ganun. Pansinin nyo, nagkahiwalay yung IP storage sa network management. So how do you communicate? So if you notice, yung VM1, nakakonect lang sa switch. Okay, that's one type. Second type, pwedeng yung VM to VM lang. Okay, tulad nito. So meaning, yung VM1, hindi mo mapiping VM2. Kasi ito mo, solo lang yung switch niya eh. So ito lang nagko-communicate. Use cases for database. Let's say application web server. Yung web server lang may rights to access yung database. Hindi dapat ma-access na ng mga public. Na? So yan yung architecture niya. Ito naman VM3, dalawa yung NIC niya. Dalawa yung VM NIC. Isa nakaapak sa VM NIC 2. So naka-communicate dito. Let's say database yan. Meron pa siyang VM NIC 3 na connect sa virtual switch. Yung virtual switch may uplink dito sa dalawang physical network card. Tapos yung dalawang physical network card naka-connect sa physical switch. Tapos yung switch na yun naka-VLAN 101, VLAN 102 to isolating traffic. Nakita niya architecture? So maraming design siya. It depends on what you need. How do you view the virtual switch? It's very easy. You just go to the host, configure, and then virtual switch. So ito siya. Home, host and clusters, host, configure, virtual switch. So ito yung networking, virtual switch. So as of now, we have one virtual switch and we have physical network card. No? Talagang physical na nasa host, 10 gigabit. Then this is just a VM NIC which is connected externally. No? And then yung physical na yan, meron tayong management, itong ESX. Na kaya tayo nakakonect dahil meron tayong ESX IP, which is this one. And then, dyan sa switch na yan, meron din tayo isang virtual machine, ayun, nakakonect, which is vCenter. Okay, so we're utilizing single switch. If you want to add switch, so add networking, VM kernel, which is the management. No? So select an existing, create a new standard switch. Tapos, walang network card, no? Hindi ko muna lalagyan. Next, there are no physical networks. So that means, kailangan mo isa pang network card bago ka makapag-create ng switch. No? So mangyayari niyan, ganito yan. May isang switch, isang physical, then may isa pang, let's say, virtual machine port group. Okay? As of now, network card natin isa lang. Ito yung physical adapter, 10 gigabit. Okay? And ito yung configuration niya. Ito yung gateway, no? Gateway natin. Pero ang IP address niya is 2.128 yata, no? So this is the network configuration. So if you want to do something, so virtual switch, dito lang siya ginagawa. And this is the virtual switch as well. So as of now, we have one. So this is another view. So we have one V network. No? So about VLAN, so ESXi supports VLAN tagging. No, like in VLAN tagging, let's say tag 105. So the communication will be anyone who belongs to 105. Let's say you sent email or data packet, no, with tag 105. Hindi dito yung dadaan. So dadaan to sa 105. It will utilize the same physical NIC. It will go to the trunk port na may VLAN tagging. Okay? And then whatever yung VLAN tag mo, let's say 105, sila lang, they will be the one to receive the packets. Even though you're using a single NIC, single port. No? So it's been partitioned to have VLAN, no? 802.1. So virtual switch tagging is one of the tagging policies supported. So in frames from VM are tagged as they exit the virtual switch. So let's say ito yung VM, bago siya mag-exit, no? Bago mag-exit, ito pala VM, bago mag-exit, yung frame na yon will be tagged as 105. Entering the same NIC, entering the same virtual switch, same physical NIC, same physical switch, but tag as 105. Okay, so it will go to its destination. Tag frames arriving at the virtual switch are untagged. So dito, saan nag-untag? Sa virtual switch, let's say they want to communicate. No? They want to communicate. Untag sa virtual switch as they exit. Okay? The effect on performance is minimal. So wala masyadong effect yan. ESX provide VLAN support by giving VLAN ID. So paano ka mag-assign ng VLAN ID? Sa dito, sa switch. No? So you have virtual switch. Yan, virtual switch. Nakita niyo VLAN. I didn't assign any VLAN, which means they can communicate to each other. Kung gusto kong maglagay ng VLAN dito sa virtual machine, dito, so you can just easily edit settings and assign the VLAN. Let's say VLAN 150. Yan. So the traffic will be isolated to the one tag with the VLAN ID. Okay? Hence, it will improve the performance. Net adapter properties, so meron tong properties which will give you the information about the physical network card. So ito, these are physical, virtual MNIC connected to physical. So you will know it's connected if the observed IP is defined. So ito nakikinig to sa subnet 10 to 20. Okay, and connected sa switch 0 with a speed of 10 gigabit. Okay. So ito yung virtual switch natin. Physical natin, ayan, no? 10 gigabit connected to vSwitch, MAC address, observe IP, all. Naka-all siya. Okay? Types of virtual switch, dalawa lang yan, standard and distributed. Ang standard, kung single lang host mo, single host. No? Pero kung multiple host ka na, you need distributed. Distributed switch configure for entire data center, meaning you will create a single distributed switch which connects up to 2,000 hosts. Isang switch, 2,000 hosts naka-connect. Okay? Can be attached to the same DV switch. DV switch consistent config across all attached hosts. So let's say may VLAN 10 sa host 1, yung VLAN 10 will be distributed across all hosts. So 2,000 if you use this one. Wherein sa standard switch, you have to configure mano-mano. Let's say 100 ang host mo, iisa-isahin mo yun. Yung standard switch mo, gagawin mong ganito. Ito host to, di ba? Host to. Sabihin mo, sandali, yung virtual switch ko, ito 10 eh. So pupuntahan mo lahat yan, isa-isa. Palitan ko ng 10 to. Tapos lipat ka na naman sa host number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, na-feel niyo difference? Whereas sa distributed, you only need to change one. Kasi nga distributed siya. Okay? Ang requirements sa distributed, host must have enterprise plus. Kailangan naka-enterprise ka. So mahirap i-simulate. Both switch are elastic, meaning easy to provision. Ports are created and removed automatically. Napakabilis na mag-provision ito sa yun nga nag-add ako kanina, di ba? Pero wala akong network card, no? So let's say dito kasi isa lang yung network card ko eh. This one good thing about workstation eh. Kasi kung gusto mag-add ng isa pang network card, napakabilis. Kita nyo yan, isa lang yan. Okay? Dagdagan natin isa. So you need to shut down the second host. Shut down gracefully. Nakita nyo, graceful. Para hindi makorap. Pero actually, highly resilient tong ESX eh. Kasi kami pinapatay namin using iDRAC. Abrupt. Tapos hindi pa rin corrupted pag on namin. Grabe, intindi. So ito, so we have a single network. Magdagdag ka na isa pang network card. 1. Okay, so dalawa na, isa pa. 2, dalawa na yung dinagdag. Isa pa, hanggang 4. Maximum of 10. 4 na, okay? 4 na. Ayun, so ano natin? 4 na yung network card ko. So we can simulate creation of virtual switch. Distributed switch is totally different from a standard switch. So this is the architecture. Let's say you have 2 hosts and each host has 3 network card physical uplink. No? So you need to uplink this one to the uplink port group. So meron pa siyang port group. No? Pero mamaya na yan, medyo complicated. So dito muna tayo. Sige, balikan natin itong ginagawa ko. Okay, up and running na. Sa host 2 ako lagay so refresh. Tingnan natin kung nag-reflect, refresh. Ayun, nag-refresh. I have 4 network cards, 10 gigabit, 10 gigabit, and 10 gigabit. So this is management, and this is the one I just added. Okay. So I can create virtual switch. So how do you create virtual switch? Add networking. I'm gonna make a VM kernel network adapter. Okay. Create a new one. Ano yung active adapter? So mag-add na isang network card. I'm gonna be using 1. Gagamit ako sa dulo kasi baka masira yung 0. Do not use 0. 0 is for management. Once na nagalaw yun, disconnected ka na. Okay? So I'm gonna use the 4th network card. The next. I'm gonna be doing vMotion para sa vMo. Para makapaglipat-lipat tayo ng mga VM. Okay? Also, pwede rin fault tolerant. No, kung dalawa. And if you're doing a vSphere application, you just check the box. Ganun lang. No? And then, if you want a VLAN, no, so that will be exclusive to VLAN 150, no, which will isolate the traffic. Eh, ayoko ng ganun. I want to listen to all VLANs. Kaya VLAN 0. Okay? So this will be used for vMotion and FT. Next. Okay. Usually, you need to put an IP address. No? Kailangan maglagay ng sarili. Pero since meron tayong DHCP, mag-obtain na lang siya automatic. Tapos magkakaroon akong switch dito. Ayun, meron akong switch. Oh, diba? Ayun ang switch ka. So may switch na ako. Okay, VM kernel. Now, if you want to create a load balancing, you can edit the physical. No? Let's say gusto mo load balancing. Remember, may VM NIC 3 lang. So magdagdag ka pa ng isa pang VM NIC 2 naman. Okay, add. Oh, dalawa na. Dalawa na. Hindi, isa pa lang, no? Failover nangyayari. If this one becomes unavailable, let's say nabunot, ito yung magte-take over. Naka-failover scenario sila. So that's how easy it is. Ano ba? Okay, distributed is totally different. If you want to connect multiple hosts, you just have to create single switch. And that's called DV switch. Huh? So DV switch, meron kang uplink port. Okay? Yung uplink na yon, nakarekta sa physical, which is hidden. Hidden virtual switch sa IO plane. Okay? Ang makikita mo lang yung connectivity sa physical. Yung physical, naka-connect lang sa switch. So, kasi di ba physical yan, physical to. So, everything will be connected on a single switch. No? So one benefit is, let's say meron kang VLAN tagging dito ng 150, 120, 200. You don't have to recreate dito or another host or another host, another host. Everything has been defined. Nandito na. No? Para hindi repetitive yung task mo. So standard switch and distributed. So to make more sense, we're gonna compare. Anong meron? So meron siyang frame tagging, layer 2. Okay. Meron din siyang VLAN segmentation, supported ng IPv6. Ito naman yung, yung nga, VLAN tagging, meron siya. You can do NIC teaming, dalawang network card performing as one. Hence, you can achieve 20 gigabit speed. No? Pero traffic shaping sa distributed lang. Okay. Let's say, gusto mo limit yung isang VM port group to 1 gigabit lang. No? Hindi pwede yung sa standard. Okay. And everything else. No? Ang dami. Inbound shaping, private VLAN, ang dami. No? Switch policies, policies that are set at standard switch level, apply to all port groups. Automatic na. No? So let's say, nag-set ka ng NIC teaming and failover. Okay. That will be applied on a single host. That will be inherited. So paano yung NIC teaming? So dito dalawa yung ginawa ko, di ba? Pero hindi nagti-teaming na ba? Hindi pa nagti-teaming. So ganito mag-teaming. So dalawang network card, pero yung VM NIC2 lang nakakonect sa virtual switch. So paano ko iti-team siya? So ang NIC teaming, ayan pala teaming niya siya. Active adapters na na-add ko. Pero if you want failover, yung isa standby, yung 3 lang nakakonect. Tingnan nyo. Okay. 3 standby, yung 2 nakakonect. Nakita niya? Unused. So pag nag-fail to, tsaka lang lilipat dito. No? Sa pa, tandaan nyo. Sino active? Yung 2. Sino active? Baligtad eh, no? Ba't ganun yung graph? So dapat dito. Yun. Mali lang yung... So ito yung in reality. So VM NIC 3 ang active. Okay? Passive ang 2. Check nyo ha. 3 active. Ayan, tama. Standby, passive ang 2. Okay? Ngayon i-add ko, parehong active. Ano yung tsura niya? Ayun, no? Isang physical, both are connected. Did you see? Can you see? Connected. Okay? Yan ang teaming. Pakita ko yung hindi teaming. So unused yung 3 naman, unused na. Standby ang 3, active ang 2. So 2 lang ang may yellow line. Tingnan nyo ha. 2, may yellow. Okay? 3, wala. Gets niya? Okay? So that's failover. Okay?
Pero usually, ano yung ginagamit, sir, sa live
Failover lang. Failover.
failover?
Kasi enough na yung 10 gigabit. Pag namatay isa, lipat na lang sa kabila.
Oo, tama.
Next is configuring security policy. So admin can define security policies at both standard level and port group level. So promiscuous, meaning it will allow you virtual switch or port group to forward lahat ng traffic, meaning open to all. So pag in-on mo yan, open to all. Whether you want to accept or reject, by default, uncheck siya. Kasi the moment you selected the override, reject, you won't be receiving any traffic. So delikado yun. Saan ba niya kinuha to? Sa production edit settings. Let's say edit settings. Ayun na. So by default, promiscuous is rejected. Okay? Pwede may accept. Any traffic will be accepted. Kinda unsecure. MAC address change. The moment you replace the network card, it will be accepted. Whatever yung MAC address, okay lang. Forge transmit can be accepted. Okay. Traffic shaping, naka-disable. But if you want to enable, kita nyo max speed 10 gigabit. Kung gusto mong gawing 1 gigabit lang, yan, you can do so. Okay. Failover. So parang rin mag-failover sa active in 2. The moment na mag-down in 2, matanggal lang yung kable, in short. Masipa, no? Let's say may janitor's data center, nasipa. Lilipat dito sa 3. Okay, ganun lang siya. Pag in-okay mo, yan, configure na failover, pero hindi ko na i-okay. No? So, ganun lang siya. Yun. So, what else? Yun nga, shaping, usually 10 gigabit nakapick ka na parang you maximizing the utilization, no? Which is not good, no? Kailangan mag-assign ka for a specific port group. No? Hindi lahat bibigay mo. How do you configure that? Yun nga, in traffic shaping, dito mo i-shape siya. So ito, in-assign niya 102 megabit lang tayo. No? 102. Peak niya 200, pero you can burst pa. No? Again, teaming and failover. So dito active din eh. So sabi dito load balancing route based on originating virtual port. So kung yung host 1 dumaan sa VMNIC 1, ito yung gagamitin niya. Unless this becomes unavailable, dun lang siya lilipat. Okay? Load balancing, the diagram shows routing based on the originating port. Saan galing? Called virtual port load balancing. So let's say VM utilizes this one. So ito yung gagamitin niya. But if this one becomes unavailable, it will route according to policy. Kung round robin, kung sino yung less use, no? Gagamitin. Gagamitin niya to, gagamitin. Hindi gamit masyado on round robin policy. Okay?
Sir, question.
Go ahead.
Sir, ibig sabihin, kailangan mataas talaga yung internet speed mo, ano? Kapag ka nag-BM ka.
And then, yung network card lang going to the storage should have at least 10 gigabit. Network card lang. Not
Okay.
necessarily internet. Internet, kahit 8 megabit lang, okay na. Pero per user, ano lang eh. 200 bytes lang ginagamit niya. Hindi naman ganun kalaki. So ito yung sinasabi niya, originating port. So if originally ito yung ginamit, no, yan, ito yung port na ginamit. Ito na yung ginamit. Yung ginamit. Na? So mag-i-stick lang yan doon. Load balancing using source MAC hash. The diagram shows routing based on MAC hash. So let's say port 1 na may MAC na 01F, no? So registered sa MAC address table niya to. Doon lang siya dadaan, no? Okay? Yung pa rin, same lang. To communicate to all, no? Well, kung another VM naman, gagawa siya ng sariling port niya kasi 'di ba nakapasok 'yan sa isang port eh, 'di ba? Talaga doon siya dadaan. Okay? Load balancing, source and destination. The diagram show routing based on IP hash naman. IP layer 3 naman siya. Okay, so ginamit niya to regionally. Ito naman ginamit niya different ports, different card, no? According to port. Pero yung pangalawa, gumamit siya ng second NIC. Hindi niya ginamit tong una. Second NIC ginamit niya to communicate to different physical computer. So magkahiwalay. Nakita niya? So first attempt,
Sir,
first NIC,
question po.
second attempt, second NIC. Sige, go ahead. Go ahead.
Ay, okay na po pala. Thank you, thank you.
Okay na. Detecting and handling network failure. So VM kernel will be the one to use. No? So VM kernel use status beaconing or both to detect network failure. So may heartbeat siyang binabato. So network failure is detected by kernel, no, which monitors the link state. The kernel notify physical switch of changes, location of MAC, hence lilipat sa ibang MAC. In other words, lilipat sa ibang port. Hence, failover will happen. Okay, so lilipat sa kabila. Once na na-establish back or nag-up yung originating port, it will fail back. Okay, babalik sa original port. How the physical adapter is returned to active duty. Okay, load balancing option, use explicit failover order. Always use the VMNIC uplink at the top. Okay, yung unang-una. Parang ganito. Well, let's say dito siya galing. Suddenly, this becomes unavailable. Gagamit siya isa pang NIC. Okay, kaya dapat
Sir,
multipathing.
sir.
Yeah, say go ahead.
Sir, parang ano rin pala to, kung i-base sa Windows, ano siya, yung Hyper-V na clustering?
No, pwede. No? Hyper-V, hypervisor yun. So, ESX hypervisor din.
Opo, parang
pareho.
clustering, naka-clustering siya sa ano,
Oo.
sa Hyper-V.
Do clustering, maraming NICs eh. No? Ito naman single
Oo,
failover, dalawa lang yung NICs. Yeah. Parang
Sir,
ganun.
ano yung usual na load balancing method ang ginagamit? Yung common po.
Load balancing. Yung kanina, yung pinakita ko. Route-based hash load balancing.
Route based on
Di ba,
hash po. No?
nag-teaming ako dito. Remember
Apo,
yung teaming ko?
route
So,
based.
so isa lang yan, di ba?
Apo.
O load balance natin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Apo.
So whatever yung active, you can see naman pag kinlik mo yung 2 connected, yung 3 connected. So both are active. Hence, you can achieve, hindi naman 20 gig makikita ng VM. Yung 10 gig first is incoming or ingress. 30 naman egress yung palabas. Ganun na. So yun yung load balancing niya. Route hash-based policy. Load balancing option, use explicit failover. Always use the vmnic uplink at the top of the active link. No? So at the top, kung sino yung nasa taas, so which is 2. Okay, ito yung lagi niyang ginagamit. So ingress, egress, palabas naman egress. If this one fails, lilipat lang dito. Pero at the same time, pag load balancing, hindi silang sabay ingress. Isa ingress, isa egress, palabas na. Yun ang kanyang load balancing. Okay, physical NIC consideration. The following issues are topic. Number of physical switch. So, ilan ba yung switch? Ideally 2. No? Ideally 2. Physical switch config supports 802.3. Yung NIC teaming, kailangan yung physical NIC. Physical switch supporting 2.3 AD. Kaya niya mag-NIC teaming. No? If you wanna do NIC teaming, sa CCA-A na ginagawa yan. And VLAN tagging. No? So, meron ding, kailangan bibili yung switch yung may 802.1Q. VLAN tagging. Kasi hindi naman lahat switch meron yan. The reason why kung bakit expensive yung Cisco, kasi meron siyang mga ganyang features. And meron ding link aggregation control protocol. Yung lahat ng link into one cable. No, let's say, gusto mo ma-achieve yung 10 gigabit, paano mo gagawin yun, di ba? 1 gigabit lang yung isang port sa switch, di ba? So, usually ginagawa nila, kinakabit yung 10 1 gig to aggregate the whole channel. So, magiging isang channel na 10 gigabit siya. No? Or bilhin nyo yung merong 10 gigabit features, which is a bit expensive. Then, merong network port security. No, if someone uses that MAC address, no, the port will be shut down automatically. Meron ding link layer discovery protocol and merong Cisco discovery. Kailangan may Cisco discovery protocol. Kasi they can communicate intelligently. Cisco to Cisco eh. No? They can broadcast, uy, ito yung MAC address ko, nandun sa, itong MAC address na to, based on 1.2 IP. So punta ka doon. Mas mabilis sila mag-usap. No? So they're listening to that port and they can broadcast that port and then they can be able to share yung MAC address table. Once you connect the switches, nag-uusap-usap yan. No? So, pare, ano bang latest chika? Ganyan. Wala ka nang gagawin. Alam na nila. They can create their own route according to the table. I mean, they can create their own MAC address table, okay, according to the neighbor. No? Kaya meron silang Cisco Neighbor Discovery Protocol. Okay? So yun, kanina nag-demo ko. I created standard switch. Nakita niyo, no? I created with a virtual machine port group. No? I attach virtual machine. Ngayon, hindi ko ma-attach kasi wala akong machine. So kung gagawa ako, no, tagalin eh. Gagawa na ako ng isa pang virtual machine, attach ko mamaya. Okay? Attach natin mamaya. Sa review, explain how to set security policies. No, it's easy as a drop-down list. How do you set traffic shaping? It's as easy as typing the size of the packet. Let's say 1 gigabit, di ba? Tinype ko 1 gigabit eh. Na-shape na yung packet mo. No? How do you do NIC teaming? Is as easy as defining the 2 active network card. Di ba? And how do you do failover? Isa active, isa passive. Di ba? Kanina, nakita niya. Na? So, ganun lang siya. Okay, done. Tapos na tayo. Any question? Anong question? Network, habang topic na. Next one, Module 6, configuring, managing storage. Dito na tayo sa storage. So ano ba yung storage? Kanina may nagtanong, ano ba yung storage na yan? Ito na yan. So storage option gives you the flexibility to set up your storage based on your cost, performance, and manageability. Shared storage is useful for disaster recovery. So you can easily fail over, no? Yung isang VM, lilipat lang sa kabila. Ganun lang. And you can perform a failover using HA. And you can easily move VM from one host to another. Let's say the first host fails. You can easily move to second host. No? Pero kailangan nyo ng shared volume or shared storage. Okay, yan ang kailangan nyo. Storage concept. So discussion muna tayo. So mahabang discussion to. Ano? Recording ba ako? Hindi naman ako record. Okay, running recording. Okay. Data store. A data store is a logical storage unit that can use this space on one physical device or span several devices. In short, it's pooling. Pooling of this. No? So let's say meron kong hard drive na 8 terabyte, 8 terabyte, 8 terabyte. No? You can pull them together. No? I-RAID 5 mo, minus 1. So you can achieve 8 plus 8. 16 terabyte. Kasi minus 1 yan. Kung RAID 5. No? Data store are used to hold virtual machine. Para saan data store? Para ilagay yung virtual machine. Okay? Para sa yung data store, lalagyan ng virtual machine. You can also put template and ISO, yung mga installer. So there are many types of data store. Ito yung data store. Data store can be formatted as VMFS. Okay, yung native niya. And you can be able to, sa VMFS, you can put your VMDK, no, yung mga virtual machine. You can also attach to NFS in third party. Na ito yung ginagamit namin. You can also create your own vSAN, which is VMware then, but you require special knowledge to create vSAN as well as virtual volume. So far VMFS muna tayo. No? So VMFS, ito yung operating system, tapos may host, yung host nakakonect sa external storage yan. So this could be EMC or NetApp, nakakonect yan. No? Connected using fiber channel over Ethernet, using worldwide name, no, and so on, or iSCSI. Basic storage overview. So ito yung virtual disk, VMDK. No? So meron tayong data store type, yung partition, yung format pala, yung file system, VMFS, NFS, vSAN, and vvolumes. Ito yung types, no? So Windows, NTFS, di ba? NTFS, REFS, yun sa Windows. Ito ay VMFS. Linux naman, ZOT volume, mga ganun. No? How do you transport yung data from VMFS? So meron tayong transport protocol. Okay, so you can access the VMFS using direct attach. Tawag doon na local data store. You can also attach using fiber channel. Okay. Yung mga 10 gigabit, 40 gigabit, mga ganun. Or you can attach using fiber channel over Ethernet. Protocol niya, fiber channel, pero Ethernet lang to. Gigabit Ethernet lang. Okay. Hence, you can maximize the current legacy system. Kung copper wire pa rin kayo, you can do so. Or iSCSI. iSCSI is native for storage. No? This is the most economical one, no? iSCSI. It's a software-based, very network card. Meron din siyang iSCSI feature na you need to enable. Okay? So that's how you transfer data. So NFS naman, it's as simple as Ethernet. You can have gigabit, 10 gigabit, Ethernet frame siya. No? vSAN naman, direct attach, same with vvolume, fiber channel, Ethernet. So if you notice, wala tong iSCSI. Okay, so totally different iSCSI sa Ethernet. No? Iba yung protocol niya. This one can burst up to 10 megabit per frame. Ito naman nata 5 megabit per frame lang. No? So may mga, depende sa product. No? May limitation. So storage pool protocol. So ito yung mga protocol natin. Fiber channel, supported in all, let's say boot from SAN. You can do vMotion. You can do failover, you can do load balancing, and access the drive directly. Supported yan lahat, no? iSCSI. NFS hindi.
Question.
Pansinin nyo, hindi supported boot from SAN ng NFS. Sige, go ahead.
Pero ibig sabihin, talagang gagamit ka ng mga SAN storage dyan, ng malalaking storage.
Oo, malalaki. Ideally kasi ang server mo, let's say, 100 gigabyte, di ba? Kung 10 yun times 10. 1 terabyte na yan. Kailangan malaking size. Okay, so if you notice, DAS, ano lang to, parang USB connect, direct access na. So it's not useful. Hindi ka pwede mag-boot from SAN, walang failover. Okay, hindi natin gagamitin yan. Ang vVolume, wala siyang boot from SAN. Di ba? Pangit. Walang raw device. So ano meron? iSCSI. So ito gagamitin natin, iSCSI. So about VMFS partition 6, VMX allows concurrent access to shared storage. So let's say ito yung external storage mo na 320 gigabyte lang. No? So format mo as VMFS, doon mo lalagay yung mga folder which contains VMDK. And then may host 1, host 2. Pag namatay yung first VM, mangyayari yan, unregister the VMX from host 1 and re-register to host 2. Ganun lang siya. So ang data, centrally connected sa data store. Okay, kaya mabilis eh. So ba't ang bilis mag vMotion? Yung hard drive mong 20 gig, split seconds lang lumilipat na sa kabilang OS, sa kabilang host. No? Lilipat natin isang VM1 dito. Seconds lang. 20 gigabyte yun. Kasi nga centrally located in a data store. Okay? And uses 1 megabyte up to 512 block. No? Uses sub block for addressing, provides on this locking. So once this one is used, magkakaroon siya ng file na lock. So you won't be able to open the file locking device mechanism. Pero naman third-party NFS, hindi na natin gagawin kasi ang dami niyang limitation. Storage shared level, support NFS. Pwede din. Pwede mo ilagay VMDK dito. Let's say the server goes down. No? The host fails. Lilipat lang dito, magre-respawn, magre-restart dito yung server. Let's say namatay ito, lilipat dito yung server. Patayin mo to, lilipat dito yung server. In a split seconds. Hindi naman split second.
Yan yung sample ng
Seconds
NFS ng mga third party.
NFS, Windows, dami yan. Protocol lang naman yan eh. EMC, NetApp Filer, mga ganun. NFS. NAS, physical storage consideration, you should discuss storage needs with your storage admin. Ano ba talagang kailangan ninyo? No? Logical unit number size, let's say gagawin natin 320 gigabyte lang. I/O bandwidth, whatever yung I/O available sa atin. No? I/O request per second. So if you want to buy, the higher the bandwidth, the better. Okay? The number of I/O requests per second, the better. Okay? And these cache parameters, no, let's say this cache mo 5 gigabit, pero iba 10 gigabit, yun ang bilhin mo. No? How do you do zoning and masking? No? Yung parang VLANing of storage. How do you identify LAN presentation to each host? How will you put a naming convention to each data store? And anong gusto mo sa storage? Active-active or active-passive? So let's say dalawa yung storage mo. No? Active to, isa passive. So nagre-replicate yung file. Suddenly, yung data store not available, lilipat lang dito. Yun yung passive. No? How do you export properties for NFS data stores? No? So from VMFS, how do you migrate sa NFS? No? Yun dapat mong i-consider. Okay? Next is iSCSI. So ito gagamitin natin. No? iSCSI. SCSI stands for Small Computer Serial Interface. Matagal na to. SCSI, if you have a server, mayroon silang daisy chain. Yung cable, nakakonect sa multiple hard drive na naka-daisy chain. May master, then the rest are slave. No? Luma na yung technology na yun. Nilagyan nila ng I. Okay? I stands for internet. Kasi it can be accessed using IP address. Okay? Not using worldwide name. Hindi na kailangan yun. So, via IP address. So, I think this array, let's say 10 tera, 10 tera, 10, 10. So, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. So, 70 terabyte. Okay? And you can partition this one using logical unit number. So, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 minus 1, 60. 60 terabyte to, no? Kasi naka-RAID 5 minus 1 for parity. So 60 terabyte, no? That will become storage pool. Then gagawa ka ng LAN. Out of 60, siguro gawin natin 320 gigabyte lang. 320, 320, 320. Okay? So ito yung LAN mo. So you need, sa VMware, you only need to access the LAN. Hindi ito. Trabaho na ng storage to. Okay? So, meron din siyang storage processor. Okay? Storage processor. Ideally, dalawa. Okay? To perform teaming, to perform multipathing. Okay? Then, ang network natin is using layer 3 lang. IP address lang. You don't need worldwide name, like yung fiber channel. Very expensive yung implementation na yan. Okay? So, this is a physical host na binili niyo. Kailangan meron kang host bus adapter. Okay, HBA, hindi network card. Pero sometimes parang ganun din eh. host bus adapter. Or kung hindi available ang host bus adapter, network card, you have to enable iSCSI sa software, sa ESX. Okay? So ganun ka magko-connect. Okay? And then yung VM na nasa host, lalagay lang natin dito. Okay? So tawag dito target. Ito initiator. Target is the one you're connecting to. Initiator is the one initiating connection. Usually host yung initiator. Target is the storage. No? So this is EMC. Let's say Dell to. Kung nga Dell. No? Then ito fabric switches, fabric switches, which has a feature ng VLAN tagging, ano pa ba? Fast throughput, 10 gigabit, yung mga ganun. No? So target, so meron tayong target name sa, let's say EMC yan. So lagyan lang natin IP address, 192.168.2. Na main convention natin, 2.132. No? 132, initiator natin ESX 1 and 2. Okay? So paano ko connect? Hanapin lang niya yung IP. No? It will connect using the target IP address. Okay? Storage naming convention, storage device are identified in several ways. So meron siya tinatawag NCTL. Okay? N, number, channel. Okay? LAN number. Okay? Target 1. Okay? iSCSI initiator number 33, number. Channel 0, target portal number 1, LAN number 1. Okay. LAN number 2, let's say 10 terabyte, LAN number 3, 20 terabyte, LAN number 4, and so on. Okay, ganun lang, no? And both of them are currently active. Buhay lahat sila. Currently connected. Ganun lang. No? Sa iSCSI, you still utilize VM kernel. So you need, sa host to, may initiator, software, sa ESX, you'll be utilizing layer 3, and then may NIC driver dun sa physical host. So kailangan naka-install yung driver. Sa ESX, when you install ESX, it will install the driver automatically. Okay? Let's say Broadcom 570. Ganun lang. So this will become software. Pwede rin kung host bus adapter, dependent sa hardware naman to. Like yung Broadcom 5709 or Quantum Logic, which is a bit expensive. Kung wala naman, mag-software ka na lang. Same lang effect doon. How do you set up the iSCSI adapter software? So ganito, you set up software or hardware before ESX host can work with SAN. So bago ka makakonect sa target, pag sinabi ng target, yung storage, you need to configure yung software adapter and hardware. Tawagin natin siyang virtual machine host bus adapter software version. Okay? So na yan. So network config for IP storage. So gagawa kang isa pang switch. Pansinin mo, ito pinagsama niya. Isang switch, siguro storage, whatever. No? VM kernel must be created for ESX to access software iSCSI. So kailangan mag-create ka ng isa pang iSCSI VM HBA. Gagawa HBA to implement iSCSI. Now, to optimize your networking, separate iSCSI network from everything. Tingnan niyo, ito yung VLAN ng mga virtual machines dito. Iba yung storage. Okay? Iba yung storage sa management. Management is how you connect sa ESX. Virtual machine, how VM to VM communicates. IP storage naman, connect externally. Papuntang storage. Okay? So that's how you separate the traffic. Pwedeng ihiwalay yung switch, pwedeng combine. Okay? So how do you create data store and discover targets? So based on environment, you can create VMFS and NFS or virtual data store or repository for VM. iSCSI adapter discovers, auto-discovers storage resource on the network. No, ESX host supports static and dynamic. Static, you have to type the IQN, which is kind of difficult. Ang dynamic, mas maganda. Lalagay mo lang yung IP address, port number, hanapin ninyo yung mga current running storage. Mas mabilis na. So, nangyari, it sends target response, return IQN, and available IP. So, dito sa host bus adapter natin, we only need to define dynamic IP address target. So, meron tayong storage, di ba? So, nandun na yan, VM na yan sa student desktop nyo. Up and running na siya. Na? Mahirap kasi configure ng storage. Up and running na siya. You just need to define the dynamic IP. So, magsasend yan. Tapos madedetect niya. Tapos makikita niya, uy, 320. Ganun kabilis. Okay? So how do you connect? IP address and port number. Ha? Gagawin ko yan. You can also do authentication before you can connect to the storage. Pero wag na, demo lang naman to. Pero kung gusto niyo, lagyan niyo lang username, password, root1 welcome. Ganun lang. No? So hindi ko lalagyan ng password kasi it's confusion. No, it will create confusion. Ito na, lab number 8, accessing iSCSI. So in my demonstration, I'm gonna add VM kernel port group to a standard switch. I'm gonna create iSCSI software and connect to the current storage. Okay, ito na. So meron tayong ESX1. Okay, so go to configure host virtual switch. Okay, so gusto ko bang another virtual switch pa? Yun ang question no? Wag na, dito na natin kabit kasi konti lang mga VMs natin The first thing you need to do is go to storage. Remember, we're doing storage. So, para hindi kayo malito. Okay, so first host, go to storage because we're going to connect to the storage. The step 1, you need to connect to storage adapter. Okay. If you notice, meron tayong model PIX4, VM HB1, Black iSCSI, 64, and para virtual. So wala dito yung iSCSI host bus adapter. Wala, di ba? Wala kang nakita ng iSCSI. Ay, hindi, meron pala. Wala dito yung HBA software version. Okay, wala. So what you need to do is add software adapter. Step 1, dito na yun add software. Huwag ka na mag-fiber. Mahirap implementation of fiber. Software lang. Click OK. Then it will create another, nakita nyo, creating change software internet SCSI. Ayun no. iSCSI software. Okay? So meron tayong iSCSI. Ganun kabilis. And then, click device. Kita nyo, walang hard drive. Walang connected. Walang path. So I'm gonna implement dynamic discovery. Tingnan nyo, target 0. Walang hard drive in short. So dapat maging 1 yan, which means we are connected to another data store. We are connected to the storage na ginawa ko. Ito na, connect na tayo. So dynamic discovery, add the IP address of the storage. Ano yung IP address? Kailangan nyo to, itong IP addressing. Ito yung storage natin. Okay, 132. Okay. Paste, ayun. To 132. Port predefined, you don't need to change. Ayan, no? So lumabas dito. Okay. So may nakita siya 2 targets, ang bilis. Pero walang hard drive, walang device. So you need to do, due to recent config, a rescan is needed. So mag-rescan ka. Kita mo ito? Rescan, panoorin nyo, re-rescan niya yung dapat makita siyang device. Yun, 1. Nakita mo yung 1? So he found a hard drive. Ayun, nakita niya. 350 gigabyte. Okay? 350 nakita niya. Path, yan. Channel 0. Target portal 0. LAN 0. Which means is the first drive. Kauna-una, no? So meron na. Okay? Nakakonect na natin. Then storage device. Hanapin mo dito yon. Ito yon. Tandaan nyo, 350. Madalawa. Na-detect na niya. Refresh. Refresh. Okay, so meron ka ng storage na 320. Okay. So go to this one. Storage view. Ito yun. Data store 1. Hindi yan. But this. Ito pala, sorry. Storage 2. Ayun. 320. So meron ka ng storage. Okay? Any question about storage?
Sir, paano lumabas yung, ano yun, sir, ginawa nyo na yung storage, sir, sa VM? Naka-configured na yan?
Hindi, ginawa ko ngayon. So meron tayo ditong storage. Yan, storage. Linux-based storage. Free na.
Okay.
So ginawa natin, kumonek lang tayo dun. Okay? So meron ka ng
Kinonect nyo lang,
320.
sir.
Kinonek natin. As per my demonstration. So if you want storage, you need to ask your storage team. Kailangan ko ng 320 kasi lalagay ko virtual machines ko doon. So they will provision to you, then they should give you a IP address, then connect using iSCSI. Okay? So you should be able to meet. So what did we learn? So we had a big discussion about IP storage using an ESX. We described ano ba yung iSCSI protocol na yan. We configured the initiator. And then we connected sa target. Kaya tayo nagkaroon ng 320 presented to our ESX. No? Then we have identified the device naming convention na channel 0, target 0, LAN 0. It's the first LAN in the storage. Okay. Next is a VMFS data store. So this is a native for virtual machine, VMware. So VMFS is optimized for storing large files. VMFS data store can have maximum of 64 tera. Laki, no? Virtual volume can use advanced storage service, but we're not gonna use virtual volume. Pampalito lang to, no? We're gonna be using VMFS. This is the common. Even in production, we're not using this one. RDM, raw device mapping. The simplest explanation for this one is the direct access to the hard drive. Let's say you inserted 4 terabyte of hard drive dun sa ESX. You can access raw partition. No, raw kasi mas mabilis eh. Kung wala ng iba pang OS, di ba? So you can access this one. Okay? Problema dito, it's attached to the host. So you cannot do failover. No? RDM can be used in the following condition. Okay? If taking storage array level snapshot, meaning local storage lang, not SAN, not shared. It is clustered to a physical machine, minimum of 3 hosts. Okay, 3 host. Meaning, yung 3 host na yun, may tig 4 tera. 444. Lalagyan mo kailangan para ma-access mo. And then magre-replicate lang yung data. Another condition, it has a large amount of data that you do not want to convert into virtual. Kung ayaw mong virtual siya. No? Kung gusto mong talagang installation of operating system direct to the hard drive, like yung mga SQL, very demanding sila. CPU intensive, drive intensive. Diba? Creating and viewing VMFS. So how do you create? VMFS? Using the data store wizard, you can create VMFS data store on any iSCSI based storage that the host discovers, including fiber channel, iSCSI, the one I demonstrated, and kahit local hard drive lang. Remember yung DS, local yun. Okay? So how do you do that? So punta ka lang sa host, configure, then data store, and then right-click format as VMFS6. Okay? Remember, naka-raw partition tayo. Naka-raw partition. So kailangan ma-format siya ng VMFS for ESX to write. No? So how do you go? Configure. Tandaan nyo, dito pa rin storage. No? Hanapin nyo yung data store. Okay. So again, this is the iSCSI. This is the LAN 0 currently connected. The device is about 350 gig. Okay, 350 gig. Ito na. We need to go sa data store. Configure data store. Okay. Ito ng data store. Hindi ko makita. Ayun pala. Ayun. So storage. Ito yung storage natin. Which is common to 2 hosts. Okay? Yan. Anong partition? VMFS partition. 6.82, which is the latest one. So this can be, we can store na data dito. So let's do a transfer. So testingin natin kung pwede tayo maglagay sa data store. Tandaan niyo storage. Storage files. So ito yung storage natin. Ba't nandun yung VC ko? Sandali. Ay hindi, local yun, local. So ito, para hindi tayo malito. This is local. Saan to nakalagay? Nalito ako sa sarili ko. rename. ESX1 to. So ES. Kasi nandun yung vCenter. Nakita ko yung vCenter. So local yan. Okay? Ito naman 2, meron din yan local. Rename. ESX2. ESX2. DS2. Pangalawang data store. So from here, makikita mo ESX1. Data store 1. Yan, local. Okay? Eh, ano to? Maliit na. So, kailangan ma-format natin yung data store natin. But for some reason, ba't hindi lumalabas dito? No? Ba't di siya lumalabas? So, this is the device. Storage device. So, sino to? Ito yan. Ito yan. Ba't di lumalabas ang data store? No? So, ang problema. So, can we erase the partition? I want to make sure this is you are about to permanently delete. Hindi niya kita. Dapat may data store dito, but wala. Ang weird naman ito. Kasi we need to format this as VMFS. Some, iSCSI. Naka-flash. Mark nga natin hard drive. Yes. Hard drive. Pero ba't walang data store dito? HDD na. Or flash drive. Flash drive. Para mas mabilis kung nga flash siya. I need to format this one as VMFS. That's the problem. Walang data store. How far out? Bakit wala? I think we need to upgrade this vCenter. May problem siya. Upgrade natin yung mamaya. Okay? Hindi lumalabas yung data store. Weird. Weird, no? Dapat ganito yung tsura niya. Yan, storage data stores. Weird. Data center. Kind of weird. Sandali, ba't walang data store? Tawa naman to. Dun lang yun Why? Why? Delete ko na nga ito. Panggulo lang ito. Okay. Ba't wala, no? Upgrade natin yan. May problem lang sa version na to. Okay, let's move on muna. So, usually, you need to format that one using VMFS. Now, ganun lang kasimple. From the cluster. Teka, hindi ako nag-create ng cluster. So, wait. Cluster. New cluster. Sabihin natin, cluster 1. Okay, cluster 1. Add ko siya sa cluster. Ganun lang. Dadrag nyo lang siya. Sa cluster. Ayan. So, dalawa na. Okay, nasa cluster na siya. Para hindi pa rin lumalabas yung data store. Why?
Wala yata talaga, sir. Kailangan mag-right click dun sa host as new data store.
Dito. Hindi, dapat dun siya. Wala.
Storage po. Storage, sir.
Yun! Oo nga pala. Yun! Nalimutan ko. So, kung meron kang NFS, dito yan. Pero VMFS din, nag-weird. Weird naman. Nag-depend kasi ako dun VMFS, hindi kasi day-to-day activity to. Okay, ito yung SAN natin. Ito yung kung tawagin na natin SAN, storage array network. Kung nga 350 gigabyte. What partition you would like to format? The latest one, 6. Tapos dito, if you want to use how much of the 350? Kung max out mo 350. Okay? So magtitira ako 300 lang so I can demonstrate to you paano mag-expand ng data store. Yan, 300, okay? Remain as block size 1 megabyte unless you know what you're doing. Space reclamation priority, deleted or unmapped blocks are reclaimed, no, can be claimed. Let's say na delete tayo ng VM, i-reclaim niya automatically. Okay, 303. 303, formatting as VMFS 303 dapat yan. Okay, so meron na tayong data store. Ito. Sun, ayun o, 303. Yun. Okay, meron na tayong sun. Thank you, nalimutan. Then sun, you can pretty much do anything. Walang laman yan, blanco. Okay. So this is just a simple config. If you want to upload a file, you can do so. Let's say, upload ng Chrome installer. Uploading, ayun. Dito yan. Ayan, upload na. No? Kung gusto mong maglagay ng ISO, lagay nyo dito yung ISO. No? Okay. Okay, so pwede na tayong gumawa ng ating virtual machine. Succeeding topic. No? Dito natin lalagay yung virtual machine natin. Okay? What else? So successful. I was looking for this one kasi. Okay, so meron na tayong SAN, which is a data store partition as VMFS. So managing overcommitted data store. Data store becomes overcommitted when the total provision space of tin is greater than the size. Diba 303 tayo? Paano kung size ng machine is 500 gigabyte? Hindi na. Tawag doon overcommitted. Okay? So you need to actively monitor your data store. So you should create your alarm for data store disk overallocation. So it will alarm. Lalabas dito sa alarms. No? So magkakaroon ka ng monitors, then may alarms dito. Matitrigger yan. No? Lalabas yung mga issue triggered alarms dito. Overcommitted, sabihin niya. No? And current virtual disk machine, sabihin niya, you have reached 90% allocation. You can actively manage your data store. You can increase the data store capacity when necessary. Even if there's a VM running, you can increase. No? Paano mag-increase? Ito na, hands-on lab. So the demo ko how to increase the data store. So remember kanina nagtira ako ng tanggalin na nga natin ito, panggulo to, unmount from this. Tapos nasira. Ulit ko, wag naman. Let's say yung sun natin, what's the current size? It's 303, di ba? 303. We want to expand. So it's as simple as increase. Okay, select. And then it will show you the available capacity, 47. So if you want to increase, let's say 20 terabyte, nagdagdag ka ng hard drive, no? You need to rescan from ESX. Lalabas diyan, whatever you added, 300 terabyte lalabas. So scan na, i-add na natin, increase by 47 since this is the only available. Gaganin mo lang siya. Ayan, nakamax out na pala. Kung gusto mong 10 lang, mag-add ng 10 yan. Then remember 303, no? So after nan 303 plus 10, 313. Okay? Ganun siya. 303, 303, 303, 303, 313. Okay? Ganun lang. Hindi affected yung VM running on it. Okay? So don't be afraid. Okay, ano pa? Increasing the size of VMFS data store. Yun nga, as I've mentioned, if you want to expand the hard drive, just add another hard drive. No? Within the same LAN, let's say LAN 6 lang yung gusto mo expand, select that LAN, yung kanina, then add a space. No? If you want to remove, unmount lang. No? Kanina meron akong istorbo. Unmount mo to, unmount. Ay, na-unmount ko na eh. Refresh, then you have to delete na. Ano ba ito? Saan tagalan? From ESX1. So di-delete ko. Okay. Delete data store. Okay. Hindi naman siya ginagamit eh. Okay, wala na. So klaro. So we only have 3 data store. Ito sa ESX1, ito sa ESX2, ito yung central storage natin. Na? Ganun pag unmount. So multipathing. So multipathing arrays provide various features. Some offer active-active. Some other offer active-passive. vSphere offers native path, session load balancing, and failover mechanism. So concept nito is ito tayo. So we have 2 hosts, 1 and 2. If you wanna create active-active, there should be 2 physical switches. Okay? Naka-uplink to sa physical switch 1. Pero naka-uplink din to at the same time physical switch 2. Gaganunin mo, no? Ito yung switch 2, naka-uplink sa storage processor 1. At the same time, storage processor B. Okay? Storage processor B. So how do you configure that one? So remember Tunix? Gagawin mo lang active to. So like what I demonstrated kanina. So pupunta ka sa storage. How do you do that? Pupunta ka sa storage. Host 1, configure adapter. Ito yung adapter ko. As you can see, anong path niya? Single path. Single active. So gagawa ka pa ng isa pang path. Okay, gagawa ka pa, magdi-discover ka pa ng isa pang path. So that means you need to you need to create another physical path cable, no? So dito, di ba sa discovery, isa lang IP address lang. So you have to type that path IP address. Dapat pala dalawa ginawa ko. No? Let's say, kung nga yan. Pero doesn't exist yan eh. Yan. So pag in-okay ko yan, that will have another path dito, pero hindi yan ma-discover kasi doesn't exist talaga eh. Mag-fail yan. Tapos, since dalawa na siya, tapos nag-rescan ka kung nga, dalawa na siya, makikita mo dito yung path mo, active-active. Okay? So that means if this path fail, itong path na to, nag-fail, it will perform a round robin policy. No? Whoever available. Okay? So yun yung pag naputol yan, just in case. No? So it becomes available. Okay, what else? That's multipathing. So of course, sa multipathing, dalawang network card. No? So ito kasi ginamit ko dito single HBA lang eh. No? So gagawa ka na ng dalawang network card parang dito. So meron kang switch. Remember, meron akong isa kong switch. Ito isa akong switch, okay? So itong physical na to, kinombine natin. Ko-combine mo yung card to be active-active. Okay? Active-active. Kung active-passive naman, ganun siya. Okay? Configuring load balancing, path selection policy. So meron kang path selection policy. So yun nga, round robin, fix. Pag sinabing fix, it will stick to the first IQN. Kung fix siya, ito yung preferred path niya. If you notice sa ating production, meron tayong preferred path. So ito yung preferred path niya. Okay? Pwede nyo kita yung star. Walang star. Preferred path. Kasi single lang naman eh, kaya walang star. So dito, makikita nyo may star, meaning preferred path. If you configure the multipathing, the path selection to fix. But if you select round robin, if this becomes unavailable, kahit hindi siya mag-unavailable kasi active lahat, di ba? Everything is active. So the second request will go to here, third request dito, fourth request dito. Babalik na naman ito. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Round robin. Lahat gagamitin niya. Okay? Load balancing niya eh. Di ba? Meron naman, path selection policy most recently used. Kung ito yung huli mong ginamit, dito ka mag-stick. Kung ito yung huli mong ginamit, dito ka mag-stick. Okay? So dito siya. Multipathing sa storage. Yun. Path. Ayun na nakita niya. So ito yung active. If you want to modify anong path selection policy, yung tinatawag na PSP. So edit multipathing. So currently, I'm using most recently used. Pwede ka mag-round robin kung madami kang network card. Pwede ka rin mag-fix. Fix pwede. Isa lang kasi. Okay? Pero usually round robin. Or iba, hindi na alam, they're not confident to use other technology. They just stick to most recently used. Okay? So ganun lang. Ganun lang kasimple. No? Paglaruan yun. Okay, I have created the VMFS data store. So I was able to demonstrate kanina. You can rename the VMFS. Pinalitan ko from storage to SAN. I created VMFS by formatting the 350 gig sa ESX1. No? Paano ESX2 naman? Yeah. I was able to expand from 303 gigabyte to 313. Okay. I remove one of the data store in local sa ESX. No? Unmount and then delete. No? I was able to extend data store. Nakita niyo, di ba? And create second shared VMFS using a second share. Wala na. Wala nang available. Ubus na eh. Okay. So yan. So that's what we learned. So we created VMFS. Ang locking mechanism, once you have a LCK file, you won't be able to open the VM. Okay. I was able to increase the size of VMFS from 303 to 313. I deleted VMFS. Okay, successful in demo. Any question? Ngayon, gagawin ko uli yan sa ESX2. Remember? Kasi ito pa. Kasi meron tayo isa pang ESX eh. Now, gusto kong tanggalin lang tong warning, no? Suppress. You can either suppress pero babalikin eh. Yan na, wala na. Para maganda na, para pogi na siya. Remember sa ESX1, meron tayong SAN. ESX2, gusto ko may SAN din. Ayun, nakakonect na. Ginawa ko na kanina. Okay. Same method. Same method. Okay? Ngayon, gagawa tayo ng isang, habang nagdi-discuss ako, para ano kayong vMotion, gagawa tayo ng isang virtual machine sa Sydney. Gagawa tayo. Para ma-demonstrate natin ang load balancing. Okay, so gagawa tayo ng virtual machine. Sabihin natin na Windows Server 1. Okay. So I'm gonna put in ESX1. Okay. Host 1. I'm gonna put in our storage sharing network. Kung nga SAN. Sa SAN, I'm gonna utilize the latest version. And then install ko Windows 2016. Okay. So, bibigyan ko lang siya ng 2 CPU. Huwag naman 4. Kasi wala na tayong 2 GB lang enough na. Wala nang RAM. Mauubos na yun. No? Ang size niya 40 pero gusto ko thin. So, I need to change. Naka-thick siya. Oh. Mag-thin kayo. Ha? Thin. Okay? Memory 2 GB. Pwede na ba yan? Para lalong bumilis to expose. Ay, huwag niyo na-expose. Expose meaning you can perform another virtualization dun sa VM na yun. Let's say, pwede nyo pa install ng Hyper-V or VMware, no? Pero wag na, babagal na masyado yun. So, 2 core, 2 gig RAM, 40 gig hard drive, masyado namang gastos na. Yun lang. And then, yung DVD, yung ISO, data store, punta kayo, nasa DS1, dito ko nilagay yung ISO. Asan ang ISO? Ba't wala ISO? Wala palang ISO. Teka. So, how do you upload ISO? So, punta kayo sa data store. Punta sa SAN. Huwag na sa SAN. Sa ESX na lang. ESX file. Tapos gawa kayo ng folder ISO. New folder ISO. ISO. Okay. So, upload tayo ISO habang nagbe-break tayo kasi matagal i-upload. Upload the file which I will give you. No? Ano lang to? Windows lang to. Windows installer. 2016. Uploading. So that will take a while. Tagal yan. Mag-break muna tayo. Pagbalik natin, tapos na yung ISA. Okay? Any question about data store? Wala. Okay. So break muna tayo ng 10 minutes.
Sa request lang.
3:33. 1:20 na ba? Sige, request. Para.
Baka pwede niyo po isama sa handouts yung configuration ng FreeNAS.
FreeNAS, nako, nakakalito yun. Kulang 2 araw.
Kasi
2 araw. Google
to
mo na
simulate,
lang.
sige. To simulate lang din yung actual na
pero
lab na ginawa.
kung gusto mong i-simulate, meron kayong 3 days na pwede nyo i-hands-on dito sa lab na bibigay sa inyo.
Available na rin yung FreeNAS, yung
meron
software defined na NAS. Okay na rin po. Yun.
Meron na siya.
Gagamitin na lang namin.
Gagamitin nyo na lang. Kasi ang focus ng training natin, kasi 1 day to eh. Medyo gahul tayo talaga sa oras. 5
Fast-paced
days
po
to
talaga.
Fast-paced to eh. If I'm gonna demonstrate ang FreeNAS, will take us 1 to 2 days. Ubos
Hindi,
ang
kahit
oras
ano
na
lang
yun.
po, kahit sa handouts lang po. Para may guide kami how to configure, ganun.
Yun. Sa hands out, may separate course kasi dito eh. So mag-offer
Ganun
din
po ba?
kami ng free ng
Sa FreeNAS po.
storage
Okay po.
engineering course.
Sige, sir. Yun lang
Okay,
po. Thank
break
you.
muna tayo. Thank you then. Let's resume after 1:40 p.m. Bye. Okay, continuation, virtual machine management. So we are on module 7, lesson 1, creating templates and clones. Pero before we create a template, dapat meron tayo isang virtual machine. Okay, so I just finished uploading ISO sa data store. I'm gonna create our very first virtual machine. So gagawa na ako. So go to the cluster, no? New virtual machine, create virtual machine. Sabihin natin server 1, and then assign to the cluster as the host ESX1, and then it will be stored in a central storage. Okay, and select the compatibility, which is the latest one. I'm going to install Windows Server 2016. Okay, so let's give 2 gig CPU and 2 gig RAM, 2 gig CPU, 2 core CPU and 2 gig RAM, hard drive 40 gigabyte, thin provision. By now you should know what is thin provision. No, and mount the ISO from ISO file na in-upload natin dito sa SAN. Saan ko ba in-upload? Dito pala sa data store. Yun. Okay. And then make sure this is connected. Else hindi kayo mag-boot. Okay. So, server 1, ito yung server 1 natin. Server 1, power on. Go to summary. You can be able to see what's happening dito. So meron akong VMRC. Okay. So mag-open lang siya ng console session. And we can be able to see. So pansinin nyo, bakit hindi nag-boot sa ISO? No? So that's the problem. So how do you troubleshoot this? First thing you need to do, power off. Okay. Server 1 settings. Kasi naka-UFI. Okay, tandaan nyo, go to VM options. Boot options, naka-FE or UFI. No? I'm using Windows 2016, which is compatible sa BIOS lang boot up. Okay, so you need to change that one. And then make sure this is connected. Connected naman na? Okay, so yun lang yung problem nun. So power on again, power on. And then magbuboot na yun sa ISO. See? So this will take a while. Siguro mga 5 to 10 minutes. Iwanan natin to. And we're gonna continue discussion on module 7. Pero I need to perform yung pre-installation task, like selecting the language, install now.
Sir, nakamute ka po.
Ay, nakamute ba ako? Oh my God, kanina pa pala nakamute. Post, oh my God. Anyway, ulitin ko. Sige, creating templates and clones. So what is a template? A template is a master copy of a virtual machine. A template is used to create and provision new virtual machine. So from the data center, there's a cluster, then right click the VM, then convert into template. So that's how you create template. No? From the template, you can deploy new virtual machine. Okay? How do you create a template? So there are 3 ways to create a template. First, clone the VM to a template. So ito yung VM, pag ni-right click mo, clone to template, meaning it will make a copy. So magiging 2 copy mo, isang VM, isang template. Okay. Yung second method, it will convert the VM to a machine, to a template. So yung VM1, if you can see this icon, right click, template, convert to a template, it will rename into VMTX. Ganun lang siya, no? And iba yung icon ng template, no? Totally different. When you clone a template, used to create new template based on the existing template. Kung meron ka ng template, you can also clone. Right-click, clone, clone to template. Ganun lang siya. How do you deploy a VM from template? To deploy a VM, you must provide info such as what will be the new machine name, what data store, saang host, and what will be the operating system customization data. Let's say you would like to customize the data, no? to become, let's say, ito yung license number niya, it should have at least 20 gig partition and so on. How do you update the template? Let's say sa template na yun, walang Adobe PDF or wala yung latest na Microsoft Office na 2016. So gusto mong i-update into update 3. So all you need to do is update the template to include new patches, make system changes first, and install new application. And then convert the template to a virtual machine. No, that's the first step. From template, gagawin mong VM. No, place the VM in isolated network, meaning walang external network para hindi ma-access ng user. And then doon na-install mo yung patches, hotfixes, service pack. And then convert back the VM to a template. Ganun lang kasimple. Ulitin ko. So convert muna yung template into VM. Then install mo yung changes. And then convert back from VM to template. So updated na yung template mo. How do you clone a template? Cloning a VM creates virtual machine that is an exact copy of original. Cloning is an alternative to deploying a virtual machine. The VM being cloned can be powered on or off. Let's say patay siya, pero gusto mo i-clone, no? You can do so. Clone VM to VM. Parang copy, no? Parang copy. You can also do customization of the guest operating system. So when you deploy a template, you will be asked customization. Lalabas customization. So dito, you can either put the name, change the network settings, if you can apply a new license, and bagong security identifier. So dito, nagra-run siya ng sysprep. No? You need to remove the original seed number so you can join sa domain. So if you don't remove the seed, you won't be able to join the domain. Okay, so that's what customization does. No? During cloning or deploying VM, you can create spec to prepare the guest OS of VM. Yung spec are stored in server database. You can edit the spec and customize in spec like license, remove the seed, mga ganun. And Windows and Linux are supported. Okay. So how do you use templates? Dito, create a VM. So yan, nagka-create na ako ng VM. And then we're going to create customization spec, deploy VM from a template. So right-click in template. And then create a content library, which contains all the VM. Then I'm going to make a demonstration how to clone a template, template to template, deploy VM from a template, clone a power on virtual machine. So these are simple.
Clarify ko lang po.
Once this is completed, hindi pa to tapos. Okay? Sige, clarify.
Yung sa creating ng VM template, automatically po ba niya ginagawang, nag-sysprep po ba siya automatic or dapat naka-sysprep na po siya before converting yung VM sa template.
It depends on the method you're gonna use. No? Pag clone nagsisysprep siya.
Mm.
Pero pag hindi mo kinloan, kinonvert mo na yung VM to template,
Opo.
you need to manually run sysprep.
Okay. So pag mas okay po pala yung clone kasi automatically ginagawa niya na yung sysprep.
Oo, kaso matagal
Tama
na
po
yun.
ba? Okay.
Matagal na yun. Kasi cloning,
Pero
let's
kayo
say
po,
20 gigabit.
sa experience niyo po, ano pong
Ano lang,
preferred niyo?
sysprep. We need to manually sysprep.
Manually sysprep
Ah.
then convert to template. Sige po. Thank you.
Well, depende sa requirements niyo. Matagal pa to eh. No? So, iwanan muna natin to. So, babalikan natin tong lab number 11. No? That's very simple. Similar to modification. Kasi hindi natin modify pag walang VM. So, balikan natin. Tapos na kaya? Uy! Tapos na! So the next thing you need to do is install VM tools muna. Okay, before anything else. Ay, tagal. Now, while waiting, so as I mentioned kanina, meron tayong photo op. Photo op. Okay. So if I were you, please edit your picture. No? Para makita naman natin para meron tayong souvenir sa ating photo shoot mamaya. No? So lagyan niyo lang yung face niya tapos pictorial tayo dito using screen capture. And then sa Skype group natin, I'm gonna send the IP address. Dito sa Skype group natin, meron tayong Skype. So on Monday, starting 10 a.m., I'm gonna give you the IP address na you will connect to. Okay. And then meron tayong spreadsheet, allocation of, naka-record ba ito? Ay, teka, naka-record nga ako. Akala ko. So we have a Windows Server 2016 and dynamically assign yung IP address. First thing you need to do is install. Ano nangyari dito? So laging lang kaya. Did I reboot? Hindi naman. You need to install VM tools. So install VM tools. Okay. Install VM tools. Mount nyo yun. Tapos ito yung ano natin, VM. Am I recording? Yeah. So the VM tools installation should be on drive D. Nag-mount siya ng ISO. Yun. Right click. Install. So do not forget gagana din Windows kahit walang VM tools but not optimized. No? Then tanggalin nyo lang to kasi every time you log in, server manager will be open, so disable ko para hindi na mag-open. Hindi naman kailangan. Okay.
Sir, question.
Go ahead.
Sir, pagka ginawa mo ito as local, sir, kailangan ilan yung minimum na hard disk? 1 tera?
Dito sa akin 340 lang.
Lahat-lahat na yun, sir.
So bili na lang kayo ng solid state. Mura lang naman. 500, di ba? Kasi super bagal niyan. Ito, straightforward lang to. Straightforward. And then reboot. So this will take a while. Ito yung matagal eh. So ang spec ng student desktop is 20 gigabyte RAM and then 340 hard drive.
Kasama na dun yung sa Prinas, sir?
Sa?
Yung Prinas na ginawa nyo,
Oh,
kasama na
nandun
yun
na sa
doon?
loob yan. Yes.
Okay.
So reboot. Ay, sama na ba yun? Oh, pero meron na. Meron na kayong storage nilalagay na. Maliit lang naman tong
Pero sa
Hanson
memory,
natin.
16 GB.
ESX 16, ESX1 16, ESX2 4 gig. Sa Skype natin, 12 tayo. Bakit tayo 12? May nag-join na guest. Sino kaya yun? Zoom natin, 10 lang tayo. Sino yung guest na yan? Baka nag-reconnect lang siguro kaya. Okay. Tapos na ang ating operating system. Now, the next thing you need to do, patayin nyo yung updates. Kasi habang babagal kayo, kasi kukonect yan eh. Mag-update na mag-update, no? Patayin ninyo. So, paano patayin? Services. Service. Tandaan nyo, ha? Else, you will experience lag. Super duper lag. Windows update. Press W. Look for Windows update. Yan, no? Running, di ba? Running. All you need to do is stop. Disable. Okay? Disable, ha? Disable. Else, you will experience super duper lag. Try to imagine 10 kayo. Nagda-download ng update. Okay. Ayan. So, this is a real world application na you can connect to the internet. Okay. Connected yan. Malinaw. Connected sa Facebook. Ayan. Napiping nga niya. Yan, connected. Ito na. Tetestingin na natin. Ay, hindi pa pala tayo mag-fault. Hindi pala tayo mag-HA pa. No, mamaya na. Pero I just shown you na this is connected externally. No? External in connection niya. Ang nakuha niyang IP is 2.136, which is reachable. Dapat reachable from external. Bakit hindi pingable? Kasi may firewall. So patayin niyo yung firewall. Tanggalin niyo yung firewall so we can do our testing. Patayin niyo muna for the time being.
Sir, yung DHCP galing sa may DC natin, tama?
Oh, yun. Pingable. Galing sa VMware net. Ayun, pingable. Okay? Galing dito sa
Okay.
VNet. So, meron kayong VMware net.
Okay.
DHCP. Okay. Okay? Reachable. So, live yan. Live server. Okay. Heto na. So, templates. What do we need to do? I'm gonna create a template. No? Lab 11 na tayo. Lab 11. So, creating a template. No? So, kailangan patayin nyo. Tingnan nyo, if you don't turn off, no? Hindi available. Okay, so you need to shut down. So, shut down nyo to from here. Shut down. Yes. Ngayon may red eh. Ba't may red? Naubusan ng RAM. Ano bang RAM? 2 gig lang kasi inad ko. 2 gig lang. Okay. Patayin natin. Shut down natin. Tipid tayo sa RAM. Okay. Server 1. Template. So, convert this one to template. So, it will rename to VMTX. Tingnan nyo Re-rename lang niya. Yun. Ni-rename lang niya. So, may template na. So, asan ang template? Nandito sa folder. This is the icon for template. Okay? So, ganun lang. If you want to deploy a new machine, new VM from this template, let's say server 2 naman. Server 2. So, gagawa yun ng server from the template. Lagay natin sa, pwede ba sa 2? Hindi pa na. Hindi pa accessible yung ayos. Ayun. So before you make a template, you have to make sure unmounted yung DVD. Okay? Else mag-error kayo. So ibabalik ko to, convert back to VM. So I'm gonna make a modification kasi nalimutan kong tanggalin yung DVD. Okay? Ayan. So, yan yung server. So tatanggalin ko yung DVD. You have to make sure na unmounted tong DVD na to. No? Else you won't be able to migrate na. Or yeah, you cannot move to anywhere. Okay, so convert. Ayoko nang i-clone. Teka, refresh. Ko-convert ko lang to into template. Teka, VM ako eh. Sandali. Dito. VM. Ayun. Convert. Clone to template. Teka, sandali.
Sir, clone po ata yung na-click mo instead na template.
Clone ba?
Ay, sir, sa baba pa po ata yung template.
Na-off nyo na yung
Ay, oo
DVD,
nga pala.
sir. Yung
Na-off ko na eh.
Ah,
Ito na naman. Ayun, template, convert muna to VMTX. Para mabilis. Ayoko na mag-clone. Tagal kasi ng cloning. Okay? So, na-convert ko na. Nawala na dito. Nasa folder level na. Ito na yan. So, I'm gonna deploy a new server using this template. Okay? Server 2. Yan. So, sa may lalagay, sa Sydney data center, ngayon, anong cluster? Isa lang naman cluster. ESX1 o ESX2? Di ba tinanggal ko na yung ISO? Kulit man na. Dito na lang. Sige, dito na lang. Okay, so lalagay ko sa SAN. So that will take another 5-10 minutes. Ito yung customizations if you want to customize. No? So this will customize the OS, customize VM hardware if you want to add some, and power on VM after creation. Okay, so wala akong customization. Kung meron, lalabas dito. All you need to do is select. No? Ito na, customize na natin. Lagyan ko 1 CPU. Pero maghihingalo yan eh. 2 na lang, 2 gig RAM. Okay, 2 gig RAM. Pwede yan. Hard drive, thin provision. Kasi master thin. So ito, thin din. Yun lang. Yun, yung customization. Okay, so it'll create a server to the deploy. Kakopy lang niya yan, server, yung template to server 2. Tingnan mo, he's cloning. This is just copy. Okay? So that will take a while. Iwanan na natin. Ano pa ba? Yung kanina, we can modify once we have a VM. So I modify, instead of 2, meron ditong drop-down list. No? Whatever available sa physical. Na? Same with RAM. You can change the RAM. Pero kung naka-on yung VM, you won't be able to change CPU and memory. Okay? Tandaan niyo, pag naka-on VM, you won't be able to modify this. What you can modify is the hard drive. Let's say naka-on yung server, gawin mo na additional 100 gig, you can do so then click OK. Okay? Pero kung CPU hot add, kasi may feature yung iba, di ba? Hot add. No, let's say hot add. Ito hindi pa tapos eh. So, pero iba merong hot add eh. Ayun na. You can add CPU while the server is running. Na? Ay, tapos na. Mabilis naman. Hindi nga. Seryoso. Ay, tapos no? Ang bilis ah. Isa pa. Deploy pa tayo from template, new VM, server 1 naman. Server 3. 3 kasi 1 na yun eh. Server 3. Bilis ah. Naka-NVMe kasi ako eh. Okay? Deploy to the SAN ha? Hindi sa ano. Ito, this time hindi ko na i-customize. Ayan, so magiging dalawa na yung VMs natin for testing. Na? Since tapos na daw yung 2, sabi niya tapos na. So we'll modify the hard drive. Okay, you can modify anything. You can modify pretty much anything. So,
Pero wala yung script. Pwede yung script. May mga script din yan.
mag-script ka. Pero mas madali ito. Right-click lang, run na eh. No need to create script. Pwede rin PowerShell. So,
Pag marami,
server
no?
2, pag madami na, isa lang naman yung ginagawa ko. So, dalawa na. Server 3, hindi nag-up. Ayun nga, kasi hindi ko nga in-up eh. No? Yung hindi ko kinostomize. So, yan, minano-mano ko. In-up ko. Okay? So, ito, up and running, itong 2, launch mo using VMRC. I'm gonna make a demonstration on how to expand the hard drive while up and running. So run disk mgmt.msc. So as you can see, 40 gigabyte, no? 40 gig. So I would like to expand to, gusto kong gawing 50 gigabyte. Okay. So server 2, modification, go to edit settings, 40, so additional 10, that will be 50, tama? 50, gagawin na 50. Okay? You just added additional 10. You have reconfigure the server now without shutting down the VM. So all you need to do is refresh. Refresh nyo to. Tingnan nyo ha, tingnan nyo. Okay. Malinaw yan ha, 40 40 magiging 50. Refresh. Kita nyo yan. Additional 10 gig unallocated. All you need to do is right click, extend the volume. From 40, so kakainin yung 10 gig, okay, equals 50 gig. On the fly. No downtime. No downtime. Okay. What you cannot do? Anong hindi pwedeng gawin? Hindi ka pwede mag-add ng CPU. Hindi ka pwede mag-add ng memory. Okay. Ngayon meron ditong CPU add kasi I'm using advanced feature. Tingnan nga natin kung pwedeng mag-add talaga. Baka pwede naman. No? Power shutdown. And then CPU add. Tingnan natin kung pwede mag-add on the fly. Ayan, shutdown na. So, ma-modify natin. Sabi pwede. So, gagawin ko munang 1 to. 1 lang yan. Enable hot add. And then, power on. Power on. Ano ba yan? Server 2. Ayan, server 2.
Sir, question. How about yung IP address niya? Since nakin-load natin, ano yung makukuha niyang IP?
Dynamic, whatever assigned. DHCP siya.
Kung naka-static siya, sir,
Ay, delikado. Huwag kayo mag-static. IP address conflict the moment you power on. So, when you create a master, kailangan dynamic lang. Kasi pag nag-deploy kayo ng 10, pare-parehong IP address, magbo-broadcast siya ng IP address conflict. So, kailangan naka-dynamic.
okay sir, thank you po.
So, iba na yung IP nito. Oh, 137. Kanina, ano yung kanina? 13 something di ba? Okay, CPU, I'm gonna show you. Currently, we have 1 CPU, di ba? Pinalitan ko eh. So, 1 CPU, 1 processor. Yan 1 processor hot add daw. Tingnan natin kung kaya. Well, limited tong feature na to sa hardware. Uy, mukhang kaya. Uy! Dagdagan ko. Gawin ko 4. Hot add Naka-on naka-on server Nag-hot add ako. RAM hindi pwede upgrade. Okay? So if someone asks you, can you uplift the memory while the server is on? Hindi pwede. Wala. Ayan Now ito, can you upgrade the CPU while the server is on? Yes. Ayan. But you have to enable yung features na yun. Can you expand the hard drive while the server is on? Yes. Okay? Okay? Alam niyo na sasagot niyo sa meeting. Okay? Confident na kayo sa answer niyo, ha? Anong nangyari? Lou, Lou. Nawala yung screen ko. Pero ito naka-power on. Disconnect yata ako. Ayan. Hindi. Yung screen lang nawala. Okay, kanina, 1, di ba? Ayun, di pa pala tapos. Reconfigure. Setting lang tayo. Okay, naging 4, right? Refresh. Refresh. Nako, anong nangyari? Parang namatay yata. Ayaw gumalaw. Hindi ko dapat yata ginalaw yun.
Hindi kinaya, sir.
Hindi
Baka wala.
kinaya, naghang siya.
4 yung binigay niya.
4 kasi, hindi ko na kaya. Dami siya. Ayaw na gumalaw. So, huwag niyong gagawin sa production to. Ayaw na bumalik. Ayaw na magbawas. Hindi kinaya. Patayin ko muna, baka mag-shutdown lahat. So, pag may nag-dare sa inyo, sige nga, gawin mo. Sabi mo, ayoko nga. Baka may mangyari sa production niya. Delikado yun. Hindi kinaya. 2 lang pala yung sakit. Nung physical ito, hindi ko nalimutan ko i-check. 2 lang. Ginawa akong Hindi, ang dami. Shit. Ba't ganun? Hindi sa ESX. Ano ba in-assign ko dito? 2 lang alam ko in-assign ko CPU. Sa ESX, teka, VM yan eh. ESX. Ilang CPU ba to? Ay, 4. Kaya niya. Dapat pwede. Ewan ko lang ba't nag-crash. Nabaliw lang ata siya. Di Try nyo sa labs niya. No? Pero dapat pwede yan. For some reason, ayaw gumalaw. Ewan ko bakit. Hello? Hindi kinaya. Patayin ko muna bago mag-crash pong system namin. Nangyari sa amin to dati. Nasa Ortigas kami. Nag-crash lahat kami. Patayin ko na lang. Pas balik ko sa dati. So,
May
yung
question lang.
CPU depende sa hardware. Ayaw na nga mamatay eh. Ayaw. Pinower off. Finorce ko na. Naku, ayaw. Patay. Kailangan yata mag-reboot to. Sige, question. Naku, error. Ayun, error.
Sir, kahit naka-reserve yung IP address, sir, hindi pwede mag-static.
Pag ni-reserve mo, static na yun.
Okay po.
Pag ni-reserve mo, static. Kanya na yan. Okay, binalik ko sa 1. Pampatagal to eh, no? Balikan lang natin sa 1. Tanggalin ko na yung hot add. Sisira kasi yung CPU. Okay. So, do some experiments. So, meron kayong 3 days. Okay, so, saan na tayo? Marami tayong gagawin. Marami pang gagawin. So, I was able to demonstrate expansion of hard drive, no? Tawag doon dynamically increasing virtual disk, no? So napakasimple. So in-add ko and extend ko. Ano pa ba? Don't inflate
Sir,
kasi
question,
lalaki.
sir.
Lalaki yan. Ano yan?
Accessible ba yan sa web browser?
Puro web
Yung-
browser. Web browser lang ginagamit ka.
Hindi, yung create yung VM ngayon sa yung create yung server 1, server 2, server 3.
Ito. Pingable yan.
Oo.
Live yan.
Hindi, kung gusto mo siyang i-access.
Pwede. Lagyan mo lang siya ng port number. You can access this one publicly. So ito yung ginagawa ng mga user, di ba? Work from home. Ito yung ina-access nila.
Yun nga.
Ito yan.
Ayun.
Pero
Okay.
kailangan na Citrix. Okay?
Yun
Or
nga.
port number. Kailangan Citrix. Yung VDI. Kasi hindi naman to VDI eh. Data center virtualization to. Kailangan pa ng VDI.
Okay.
Horizon yan. Ano pa ba? So VMX, ito yung location ng VMX. Saan nakalagay yung hard drive ng VM. Yan, papakita nila sa'yo. Ano operating system? Blah, blah, blah. Yan. You can do configure the VM tools. Okay? You can select between BIOS. Remember kanina nag-BIOS ako. No? Normally kasi BIOS, pag na-EFI ka, secured boot yun. Mahirapan kayo mag-boot. Okay? So yan, I was able to demonstrate to you how to modify yung virtual machine. No? Ano pa? How to migrate the machine. So you can do migration. So what is migration? Migration means moving a VM from one host to another or from one data store to another. Okay? Types of migration, merong cold, meaning patay. Okay? You can migrate power off VM to different hosts. So ito yung papatayin ko to. So I can migrate this one. Shut down.
Sir, question po.
Shut down. Yeah, go on.
Yung cold migration, meaning shutdown yung VM, no? Saan po dumadaan yun? vMotion pa rin po ba?
vMotion. Yes, vMotion. So that's why itong requirements, kailangan meron kang vMotion port. So, pupunta ka ng virtual switch. Okay, virtual switch lang Kasi ang daming options. Punta ka dito ng virtual switch. Saan mo padadaanin? Okay? So, ito yung virtual machine natin. So, meron tayong server 1, 2, 3, remember? Plus vCenter. So, padadaanin ko to sa vMotion port group. So, how do you configure that? You have to go VM kernel adapter. Remember,
Yes, sir.
VM kernel is
Yes.
management.
Yes, yes.
Tama. Edit. Kita niyo yung vMotion disabled. So, magfe-fail yan. So, let's say, ito, move ko yung 2. Right now, yung 2 nasa host 1. Tama? Pag minove ko to,
Cold migration
cold
yan,
migration,
sir, no?
oo.
Yes, yes, yes.
From host 1 to
Okay.
2, magfe-fail yan. Ayan, no, nag-fail. No?
Ay, sa ano po siya? Nag-fail siya dahil sa...
Dahil sa DVD. Yung kulit ng
Sa
DVD na
DVD,
to.
yes, yes.
Ba't may DVD to? Tinanggal, walang power. Ayun. Client device. Yun pala. Okay. Pati ito, magfe-fail yan eh. So, now you understand kung saan nagfe-fail. No? Naka-point kasi sa ISO. Okay, so ma-migrate ko to
Dapat
host.
magfe-fail, sir. Tama.
Kailangan mag-fail, yeah.
Yes.
Sabi
Pero,
okay daw eh, no?
Oo.
Ito na, move ko na ha.
Mm.
Move ko na. Migrating, relocate.
Completed. Sa ano po siya
Lumipat.
dadaan? Sa management po siya pag
Sa management tumawid.
Yes,
pag cold.
dapat po mag-configure ng provisioning para sa dun
Correct.
dadaan.
Sa lumipat sa 2.
Yes.
Server 1 nasa 1. So saan dumaan yun?
Take note na lang po, sa management po siya dadaan.
Sa management.
Pag cold
Sa management.
migration.
Pag cold, tama. Na-feel ninyo, no? In difference. So, kailangan sa VM kernel, you have to take note, you should have your own vMotion. Okay?
Sir, any other way na mapadaan yung
vMotion.
cold migration sa sa vMotion? Kasi very crucial siya sa sa
pwede.
storage. Pag may kasama ng storage vMotion.
Pag
kasi
sama-sama
malaking data
na.
na eh.
Yeah, pag sama-sama. Hindi mo madi-disconnect ang ang ESX niyo pag ginawa niyo yan.
Yes. Any other way po na
Gagawa ka ng
ma-push siya?
Gagawa ka ng sariling switch. Doon sa switch na yon, enable mo lang vMotion. No? Like dito sa host 2, di ba marami akong network card? Ko-configure ko tong VMK1 para sa vMotion lang. Tama, yan naka-vMotion siya na. Okay, so ano itsura nito? Ganito yan. Switch 1, vMotion to. So may sariling switch. Tapos dalawa pa yung network card. O, di ba? Ang bilis niyan. Doon sa kabila naman, isa lang. Okay? So yung traffic na management, exclusive lang dito. Pag kinlik mo yan, ano ginagawa nito? Management lang. Walang vMotion. Tingnan nyo ha. VMNIC 0. Anong ginagawa ng VMNIC 0? VMNIC 0, edit. Walang vMotion. Management lang. Okay? Pero itong VMNIC 1, VMK1, edit, vMotion. Okay? Exclusive. So that's how you resolve the issue. Okay?
Yeah. Pero sir, paano yung kanina? Kasi wala pa tayong configured na vMotion. Pero yung cold migration natin, nag-push through or nag-succeed.
Yeah.
Opo.
Pag cold, dumaan sa management.
Paano kaya yun, sir, pagka may kasama na siyang storage?
Oo,
Ibig
kailangan
sabihin,
gumawa ka ng sarili mong switch. Tapos may VMK. Parang
Paano
ganito.
kaya malalaman, sir, na na doon talaga dumadaan yung traffic?
Ang migration is just unregister mo to from host 1 and register to host 2. Yun lang. Pinapalitan lang niya tong VMX
Hindi, I mean,
configuration.
paano po kaya, makikita po kaya yung, paano
Hindi. It's just
mamomonitor yung
simple as
actual data?
unregistered, register lang siya.
Ay, ganun lang
Hindi niya
siya.
move. Walang nagmo-move. Walang data na nagmo-move. Kasi nga, ang data, nasa sun eh, di ba?
Hindi, what if po, dalawang yung data store mo?
Dalawang data.
Correct.
Kailangan nagre-replicate yan. And then, configure lang niya to. vMotion is not moving a file. It's not moving anything.
I'm thinking po kasi, sir, na halimbawa, dalawa yung data store natin na kinreate. Data store 1 and data store 2. Si VM1 nasa data store 1, yung mga VM files niya. Si VM2 nasa data store 2, yung mga VM files niya. Now, i-move ko si VM2 papunta kay VM1. So, that requires storage vMotion, tama po?
Storage vMotion yan. So,
yes. Pero kasama po siya dun sa sa pag vMotion, di ba po? Pag sinelect
Oo,
ko yung
kailangan mo ng
storage
vMotion.
Pero saan po siya dadaan? Sa
vMotion.
management or sa vMotion?
vMotion.
Kahit cold po? Kahit cold migration?
Oo, kasi lilipat mo yung file eh. Let's say file mo, 15 gigabit, gigabyte. Dadaan ka na, may sariling traffic na dadaanan. Kailangan may vMotion ka talaga.
Pero kanina, sir, kasi dumaan sa
sa management, oo. Kasi ano lang yan eh.
Management ng cold.
Compute
cold
lang.
Migration.
Compute lang yung migrate ko. Hindi buong hindi
Pwede
buong
kaya
server.
natin ma-simulate, sir?
Ayoko, wala akong time, pare. Gawin mo na lang. Gagawa ka ng 2 sun nun, pare. 2 sun gagawin. Hirap na.
Sige, sir.
Gawin mo ang experiment mo, no? Kasi
Yes,
limited
yes.
ang ating klase.
Yes, sir.
Actually, advanced scenario na yan. Pero it's as simple as ang cold migration is just unregistering from host 1, registering to host 2. So, ngayon, kung gusto mo naman migrating storage, ito yun, change storage only. No, lilipat mo yan. From sun, no? Sun, ito yung sinasabi mo. Pas lilipat mo dun sa another storage. That will take a while.
Yes. Opo.
That
Kasi malaking files na
malaking file. Yeah.
Opo. Ano na lang, note na lang
kailangan
po na cold migration dadaan sa
management lang yan.
Respawning lang. Compute resource.
Compute
Using compute
lang yan.
resource. Yes.
Sa dalawa yan, So, pag migrate mo, what do you want to migrate? Migrate the VM to another host or migrate the storage, the VMDK to another host or sabay?
Yes, sir. Yes,
so,
sir.
yan. Okay. Pero ideally, kailangan meron kang sariling VM kernel or sariling virtual switch for vMotion. So ito, let's say for storage lang to.
Yes,
lagay mo dito. Storage. Okay.
Basta po, segregated yung traffic.
Correct.
Based
kailangan
sa services na
kailangan mo.
Yes. Na kailangan, yes.
And ideally, teaming yan. Teaming to. Kinonfigure natin kanina, di ba? Teaming. Kaya natin gawin sa one. Kaso, same concept lang as we created kanina earlier. No? Pareho lang yan. So, gawa kayo. Gawa kayo.
Copy, sir.
Kung gagawa kasi ako, I need to shut down the vCenter and ESX. That will take a while. Okay? Pero ito lang yung concept nun. So, dapat dito may vMotion. So, anong NIC to? Take note, NIC 2 and 3. No? Punta dito, enable mo yung vMotion. Yun lang, no? Okay? So, wala pa tayo sa DRS. Mamaya, ma-feel niyo yung vMotion. Meron namang suspended naka-pause. So, you can migrate suspended VM. Naka-on pero suspended. Meron namang vSphere, vMotion, migrate power on. Pero kailangan yung vMotion. Okay? So, kailanganin nyo na yung vMotion. So, tingnan nyo, pag pinower on ko to, you won't be able to migrate. No? Kung patay ang vMotion. So, papatayin ko yung vMotion. Host. So, sa 1. Yung 2 ba nasa 1? Saan ba dun? Ay, nasa 2 pala eh, no? On natin itong 3. Yung 3, nasa host 1. Okay? Host 1, excuse me, tanggalin ko yung vMotion. Tingnan nyo, mag-error siya. Tinanggal ko, ha? Okay? Yung 3, nasa 1. lilipat ko sa host 2. Mag-error. Okay? Let's wait until this one is finished. $30 minutes na lang tayo. Oh my God. Ayan, naka-on. Malinaw. Naka-on. Migrate failed for sure. Change compute or change host from 1 to 2. Ayun na. There are compatibility issue that needs your attention. Okay? And if you read further, wala kasing vMotion. Okay. So, minsan di sinasabi. No? Undefined. No? So, there's no way for you to to move. No? So, you need the configure vMotion. Configure vMotion. Okay. Tingnan natin kung mamove natin. Tapusin muna to. Migrate. Tingnan natin kung mamove natin. Enable na yung vMotion. From 1, mamove ba sa 2? Okay, live. Ano bang IP address ng 3? 3. Asan yung 3? 3. Ito yung 3. Okay, lalagin ako. Okay, live. So, pinging. Ping natin Facebook. Live to. Lumalabas ng router. Okay, reachable. Ma-migrate natin yung 3 na galing sa host 1, magiging host 2. Okay? Migrate. Change compute only. So from 1 to 2. Tama? So succeeded, sabi niya. Schedule vMotion high priority as in now na. Finish. Okay, migrating, nakita nyo. Relocating 21%. 21% o pinging, na. Okay, bakit siya matagal? Kasi we haven't configured yung failover. No, wala pa tayong failover. Wala pa tayo doon. No? So you have to set failover even if you have vMotion. Okay? Okay, so configure muna natin failover. So hindi siya mag-failover. Cancel the task. Usually it should be instantaneous. Okay? Dapat instantaneous yan. Okay? Ito na. So lilipat na tayo sa next topic natin which is resource monitoring. Okay, so how do you monitor? Naka-on ba ako? Recording. Babalikan natin yung failover na yan after this slide. Ayan. So module 8, resource monitoring. So although the VM kernel works proactively to avoid resource contention, maximizing performance requires both analysis and ongoing monitoring. So virtual CPU and memory concept. So memory virtualization basic. So vSphere has the following layers of memory. Merong guest OS VM memory presented by the operating system. And guest OS physical memory which is presented to the VM by the VM kernel. So ito yung physical. Okay, physical will be given sa OS. Okay. So it will have a specific allocation, let's say 4 gig. And then from OS, he will provision to application. Okay, so that means yung application reliance sa operating system. So that's why yung operating system reliance sa ESX host. Whatever available dito. No? Host machine memory that is managed by the kernel provides contiguous addressable memory space that is used by VM. So meaning continuous lang siya. So yung contiguous niya, yung portion of memory is specifically pattern to specific memory module. Okay, kung ano yung ginagamit lang niya. No? Virtual symmetric processing is totally different. No? So sa CPU naman, ito yung concept niya. So let's say, meron kang single core dual socket. Single core. So for one socket 1, socket 2. Okay? So isang socket, meaning physical CPU, single core. So yung single core, meaning logical CPU, if you provision sa VM, magiging virtual CPU. Okay? Sa single core, so isa lang lalabas dito, di ba? Tama? Tama. Unless you allocate this one. Okay? Sa dual core single socket naman, single socket meaning single physical pero dual core. So yung logical will be provisioned as virtual, so hence it will have 2 vCPU. Okay? Yung single socket mo, quad core yung nabili mo, you're gonna have 4 virtual CPU. Madali intindihin, di ba? So yung SMP. Okay? Now, hyperthreading is a concept of duplicating the virtual core. So hyperthreading enables a core to execute 2 threads. Remember, single core, once you enable hyperthreading, magiging dalawang logical core. Hence, you can have 2 cores, pero single core dito. So if you have 4 cores, magiging quad core. Okay? To enable hyperthreading, you have to go sa BIOS and look for hyperthreading. I-on nyo and then by default, it's already on. No? So how will you know kung naka-on yung host? No? So dito, makikita nyo dito sa hardware, hyperthreading. Asan yung hyperthreading? CPU, kita nyo? For CPU, hyperthreading, unsupported. Unsupported. Unsupported pala sa Core i7. So if enable, this one is enable, or hindi ko lang enable, this will become 8. Okay, magiging 8 yan. Klaro ba? Klaro? So hyperthreading duplicates the logical processor. Okay?
Kaya bumigay sir kanina.
Sumobra. Nag-over-allocate ako. Ngayon, meron namang
Pinay.
concept na shares limit reservations. So, let's say you created the available capacity 4 gig lang. No? Then, reserve siya a certain level. Ito yung pwede mo i-share. Okay? So, let's say 40 gig hard drive. Pero content lang niya 10 gig. So, you can still share the remainder. Okay? Ganun lang yung concept niya. No? So ito yun. So if you go to the VM resource pool, usually naka-max out, unlimited. But if you put, let's say 50%, so kalahati lang ng CPU makukuha mo. Same with RAM. Let's say naka 10 gig ka, then reserve mo 50%, 512 lang makukuha mo. Okay, so may reservations. Shutdown natin to. This will take a while. Tapos, you can easily do reservation dito. So, ano yan? Edit resource settings. Resource settings na. Edit resource settings. Yan. Okay. As of now, we have 2 GB RAM. Pag, let's say, reserve natin 1. Ako, babagal na to. Pag ginawa akong ganyan. Reserve, magiging 1 lang siya. No? Pero ayoko gawin. Cancel ko na lang. So, ganun lang siya. No? Lalong babagal yan. Super bagal yan. Meron namang resource sharing. Let's say, VM ABC. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Change number of share. Ito, in-increase mo. 3,000 share. When you power on 3,000 to, no? Ito 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Sumobra ka. Okay? So, namatay yung C. Namatay yung C. So, dito, sinasabi dito, 3, 4, 5. 5,000 resources. So, nag-allocate siya dito, 5,000 resources. Na, para madaling intindihin sila, say, gig RAM. 1 gig, 1 gig, 1 gig. Pero 5 gigabyte yung nasa pool. 5 gigabyte, di ba? So, 3 plus 1 plus 2, plus 1, 5 gig, tama? Satisfied? Satisfied siya, tama? Eh, dito nag-power on pa ng isa. So, ilan na yan? 3, 4, 5, 6 gigabyte. So, ano mangyayari? Mamamatay yung C. Kasi not enough resources. Nagets ba? Ang galing ng PowerPoint. Ano? Huh? Patay siya. Hindi pwede. Kasi 5 gigabyte ka nga lang eh. Okay? That is called resource pooling. So if you create a pool ito RP, resource pool, no? Resource pool will inherit from the parent whatever yung cluster size. Okay? So 1 gig, 3 gig, 1 gig, 5 gig. Kung nag-power ka pa ng isa, mag-o-off yun. Okay? So create tayo ng resource pool. Resource pool usually boom. Gawa tayo resource pool. Saan yung resource? Sa host and clusters. Hindi pa pala ako naka-cluster. Wala pa kasi tayo sa topic ng clustering. Balikan natin yan, ha? Balikan natin. Daming requirements, no? So, dapat mag-clustering muna tayo. So, ito muna. Pakita ko lang yung resource pool example. Let's say sa engineering department, you have assigned 1 gigahertz na CPU. Okay? Yun na lang, 1 gigahertz CPU. Reserve 1 gig, pero maximum share is 4 gigahertz. Okay? Then you assign to another VM, nag-assign ka dito ng 1 gigahertz, dito naman 2 gigahertz. That will work, diba? Kasi wala pang 4 yan eh. 2 plus 1, 3 lang siya. Okay? So, pag may cluster ka na, right-click, you can create cluster, and then ito yung pooling mo. Okay? So, CPU, maximum 4 gigahertz lang. Okay? Doesn't mean the number of VM. Basta makonsume mo to. Hihinto siya sa 4 gigahertz. Okay? Pero ang physical mo, 6.2 gigahertz. Okay? Nagets ba? Na-understand? Ang concept ng resource pooling is assigning resources to a team. Na ito lang yung budget niya. Okay? You cannot go more than that. Okay? Okay, so lipat muna tayo dito sa high availability kasi kailangan mag-clustering muna tayo before resource pooling. Okay, next is module 9. Which is about HA, fault tolerant, and failover. So most organization rely on computer-based services like email, database, and web app. The failure of any of these can mean lost production, di ba? Hinto yan, revenue. If you hosted yung VMware nyo sa IBM, tapos suddenly yung business nyo, let's say business nyo is Cebu Pacific Air, no? In-outsource mo sa IBM. Then SLA niyo na ang profit ng Cebu Pacific is 1 million per hour. 1 million nagbo-book, pumupunta ng Boracay, especially during Holy Week, ba? 1 million kita ko eh. So, okay, would you like to sign an agreement? Was nag-sign sa IBM na pag 1 hour loss, 1 million babayaran. Suddenly namatay lahat ng server for 1 hour. Okay? So babayaran ng IBM sa Cebu Pac. Kasi yun ang pinramis. So dati, noong unang panahon, napakahirap magkaroon ng HA. Ngayon madali na. Using HA sa VMware. No? So what is HA? HA is a computer-based service which is extremely important to organization. To remain competitive. Sabihin nila, ayaw na IBM, laging downtime. Lipat na lang ako sa Accenture. Mga ganyan. So you have to be competitive. No? So dito sa lesson natin, we're gonna talk about HA. So what is HA? HA has protection at entry level. vSphere enables you to reduce downtime to prevent unplanned downtime such as hardware failure, power failure, no? And recover rapidly from outages. Okay, so protection levels, Nick, pag nag-fail yung single network card, you still have another network card. So that's why redundant, no? As much as possible, configure NIC teaming. I've shown you how to perform NIC teaming, di ba? Okay, that's one. Component level yan. Second one, how do you create a redundant server, no? So you have to enable vMotion, DRS, and HA. So if the first host fails, yung VM will just migrate or vMotion to the next host. Okay, server level. Storage level naman, yung storage DRS or storage vMotion. So if the first storage fails, no, you can easily move to the next storage. No? Kaya maganda, dalawa yung storage ninyo eh. No? So these two storage are doing vSphere replication. Nagka-copy siya. In case this one fails, dun sa multipathing, nakakonect to dito. Active. Lilipat lang siya dito. Remember kanina yung active? Isa lang yung active ko. Magde-define ka na naman in another active path. No? Hence forming active-active connection sa storage. Right? Now, data center level, you can protect all the hosts, no, running multiple VM by using vSphere 6. Okay, ito na yung data center protection level. And then may another product naman, what if the whole data center fails? Diba? Yun ang tanong eh. Let's say data center man sa BGC. Buong BGC walang ilaw. So you need to purchase another product ng VMware, which is called Site Recovery Manager. So SRM is a disaster recovery software which replicates the whole data center from one site to another. No? Hence, you can replicate this one to Makati, to Cebu, to United States, to Europe. No? SRM software yun. Okay? And SRM requires a highly skilled person. No? Sa dalawa lang kaming SRM engineer dito sa government na to. No? Kami lang gumagawa nito. Napakahirap i-replicate. No? Kung meron dito 200 terabyte, kailangan dito 200 terabyte din. Tapos VLAN, tapos yung connection nito, kailangan mabilis. Kasi kukopyahin mo lahat yan on the fly, every day. Magre-replicate yan at certain point of time. So that's the protection at every level. So vSphere and SRM protects both data center and disaster recovery site. Okay, ang galing na. Ano pa mong product? Sino pa yung pwede makipag-compete sa VMware? Sa tingin ninyo? Nakaya niya, SRM. Diba? Walang product, di ba? Anong product? Citrix, hindi kaya ng Citrix yan. Walang SRM Citrix.
Assure, sir.
Azure, cloud na yan. Cloud. Pero iba, government, they don't like cloud kasi meron silang regulatory act na all data should remain within the country. Azure nasa cloud yun, di ba? Public anywhere. Hindi pwede yun sa government. Okay, next, vCenter server availability recommendations. So vCenter relies on these major components. Kailangan yung database is cluster. So that's why you need 3 HA, 3 vCenter. Authentication should be a single sign-on and configure PSC. Methods for making vCenter available, yung HA, isang active, isang peer, isang witness. HA protects at the vCenter level. Okay, let's say nag-fail yung host. Yung isang vCenter na nandito, wala na. Kung isa lang yun, goodbye. Hindi ka na makaka-access. So, ang HA, minimum 3 physical host. Nandito yung master, nandito yung peer, nandito yung witness. vCenter. In short, 3 vCenter. Okay? To protect against data store failures, protect against application failures, and network isolation. Okay? So ito yung scenario, 3 host, vCenter 1, 2, 3. Okay? So 3 different data store then. 3 different data store. Okay? Host 1 fails, all the VM will respond to the second host. Okay? Nakita niyo? Yung A and B hosted in host 1, suddenly this becomes unavailable. It will respond to host 2 and 3. Ayun siya, A and B. So when I say respond, restart. So ibig sabihin, mamamatay. Mamamatay, ha? Mamamatay siya. Ganun lang siya, okay? So same with application failure. If apps because unavailable, okay, it will respond to its same host. Redundancy using NIC teaming. So I've shown you paano mag-NIC teaming. You just need to make sure that 2 NICs are active. Okay, active. And connected to the switch. And connected using VM kernel port. No? VM kernel. Redundancy using additional network. If you want 2 switches, you can do so. Pero they have to be different NICs. Okay? Magkahiwalay yan. Magkaiba to. Iba to, iba dito. Okay? Imposibleng NIC 0 to, NIC 0 to. Hindi pwede. HA architecture, meron siyang FDM files sa scratch partition. Makikita nyo. Lahat ng HA may fault domain manager. Okay? And then sa physical host, na nandun yung vSender, nagraran dito yung VPX daemon, meaning vCenter server yon. And sa host naman, nagraran sa tatlong host, yung VPXA, meaning agent, which is the slave. No? So yung agent falls to the D. So you want to make sure na up and running yung tatlong vCenter. If na-detect niya dito, so fault domain manager 1, VPXA agent is down or namatay yung host, magkakaroon ng re-election dito. Sabi niya, pare, patay na si paring ano. Kailangan mag-elect tayo ng presidente. Either si Lenny or si kahit sino. Sino ba yun? Sino ba yung candidate ngayon? Si Pacquiao, whatever. No? Yan. Pare, mag-elect tayo dito. Ang election process is, I think, the one with the lowest MAC address. Parang ganun. Eh. Kung sino yung mababa MAC address, he will be the active one. No? Sa chain, may heartbeat. So it's sending heartbeat nga. Pag wala ng heartbeat, patay ka. Magkakaroon ng election. Okay. So lagi may master. The rest are slaves. So the master is the one dictating who will be the next slave. Let's say namatay ito. Sabihin na master, Roy, ikaw naman. Ganun lang yan. So HA failure scenario, slave host fail. So let's say namatay slave. Master will be the one to dictate on where the VM will be respond. So may VMA and VMB, di ba? Namatay yung slave. Walang graph. Lilipat lang, sabihin, pare, master, lipat ka dito sa kabila. Hindi pwede sa master kasi master siya. Okay? Sa slave siya, slave to slave. Yeah? Now, here's the problem. Paano kung namatay yung master? Diba? Pag namatay ng master, yun nga, as I've mentioned, namatay master, these two will perform election. Pare, sino magiging presidente? Magiging master sa atin. Yun nga, no, isang the one with the lowest MAC address, the one with the lowest IP address, yung mga ganong concept. Siya magiging master. It's very simple. Net failure. Kasi namatay yung network. Naputol. Wala nang heartbeat. Tama? Wala nang heartbeat. Remember, kailangan mo ng nick teaming. Diba? Kanina, yung ginawa ko nick teaming. Dito na papasok yung if VM nick 1 is not available, failover lang dito. Okay? Kailangan mag-failover pag walang heartbeat. Walang ma-detect. So, ganun lang yung failure scenario. Sa data store naman, yung storage mo, sabihin, all paths are down. Remember, you have to configure multipathing. Kasi pag namatay isang path, wala na, goodbye data. Diba? So, you need to configure multipathing and configure round-robin policy. No? Okay, alam niyo na. Same concept with the storage. Same concept lang yan. May heartbeat yan. Pag na-detect niya, oy, walang heartbeat. Walang heartbeat. Lipat dito. Sige, go ahead.
Yung nangyari kanina, yung server to bumigay. Paano yun ma-restore, sir?
Bumigay kasi misconfigured. Pinatay ko lang. Pinatay ko. Wrong config kasi yun eh.
Wala yan, sir, clustering din na failover. Wala yan. HA.
Hindi. Mamaya, de-demo ko. Papatayin ko yung 1, lilipat sa kabila. HA. Sa HA yun.
Okay.
Okay. Yung kanina nangyari, misconfig lang. Hindi naman namatay eh. Up and running, di ba? So ito yung failed master host. Tingnan mo, slave host. Meron siyang lock file, VMDK. Makakita kayo ng lock file eh. Nakakita na ba kayo nun? LCK? Lahat naka-lock file. So let's say server 2. Puntahan natin server. Nakalock yan. Once the server is on, nakalock na yan. Server 2. Hanapin mo LCK. Ayan o, lock. That means cannot be opened by anybody. Okay? Pati 1, nakalock na yan. 3, nakalock na yan. So yun yung file locking. It's just a simple file name. Uy, bumagal na. So may makita kayong LCK. Ayun na, LCK. Nakalock siya na. So why do you need to lock? For exclusive access. So nakalock yan. If you want to respond, no? Unregister dito, re-remove yung lock. Then re-register dito, mag-create ng lock. Mag-create ng file locking. Ganun lang yung concept niya. If you want to respond the VM. No? Hindi yung buong file lilipat. Hindi yun. Same with isolated host. If the host does not receive any heartbeat, no, cannot ping, host, it will be isolated. So papatayin niya to. So pare, walang heartbeat to eh. Baka patayin niya yan. So the VM will be restarted to different host. Lilipat lang yung mga VMA B dito. Magre-respond. Design consideration, host isolation event can be minimized through good design. So always have redundant everything, redundant heartbeat, redundant path, no? If host isolation event do occur, good design enables HA. So as much as possible, enable lang HA. Ako hindi pa nag-enable. Mamaya, enable natin. No? Same with the storage failure. So let's say yung path dito is failed. No? So unregistered na yung path, you can see folder na slash dito kung unregistered. Makakita kayo dito, hindi server to, lalabas dito yung VMFS storage location. Sabihin niya, unavailable. Okay, unavailable. Pero the server still up and running. Unavailable lang to respond. No? Naputol lang kasi yung path eh. Okay, so as much as possible nga redundant path. No? Redundant path. Ito na HA. So how do you configure HA? A cluster is used in vSphere to share physical resources between hosts. No? Features such as HA and DRS and vSAN can be enabled as simple as from the cluster, right-click, configure. Ito na, configure na natin clustering. Okay, so we have cluster 1. So how do you configure cluster 1? Go to DRS, it's turned off, edit, enable distributed resource scheduling, meaning it will do load balancing. No? Okay nyo lang. Tapos reconfigure niya yung cluster to perform DRS. Okay? Another one is HA for failover. Okay, enable HA. So once enabled, the VM from a failed host will rebooted, restart. Yan, reconfigure the cluster. Okay, na-reconfigure na na. So if you notice, ang VM natin, saan nakalagay? Ito yung VM natin, di ba? Itong VM2 is in, nagre-reconfigure na siya, is in ESX2. VM3, ESX1, balance, di ba? So mamigrate ko itong 3, mamigrate ko itong 2 from ESX2 to 1. Ay, nag-migrate siya mag-isa. Hindi ko click. Nag-kick in na yung balancing. Teka, dapat balance distributed, di ba? Sandali. Ayan. So DRS, yun ang ginagawa niya, binabalance niya. So 2, 1. Ayan. Tama naman eh. So ano pa yung ginagawa nito? Balance na siya eh. Okay, so lalagay ko sa 1 lahat. Okay? Sino ba yung nasa 2? Ito, nasa 2. Mamigrate ko itong 2 sa 1. Teka, ba't niya migrate mag-isa? So, sino nag-migrate? System nag-migrate. Ayun, VPXT. Okay. System nag-migrate. Mamaya ako ma-migrate, makukurap kasi. Sige, tapusin muna natin yung migration na ginagawa niya. So, nag-reconfigure siya mag-isa. Okay? What is the requirements sa HA? So, vSphere, kailangan mo na standard edition. Okay? And cluster contain 2 and 64, minimum of 2. Kailangan may 2 ka. Okay? Before you enable HA. And all hosts should have a static IP. Okay? All hosts should have at least one management network, which we have. And for VM, kailangan naka-VM tools lahat ng VM. Only vSphere HA contains 6.x hosts can be used to enable VMCP. Okay, so how do you configure HA? And turn on HA. And then accept default. It will start the VM to another host by powering off and rebooting to another host. Ganun siya, namamatay na. You can disable monitoring, no? And then you need to specify a heartbeat. So kailangan mag-elect ka ng heartbeat sa shared remote. So dito dadaan yung parang ping. Na pare, patay na ba yung isa? Lipat na tayo sa kabila. Ganun na. So kung walang heartbeat, no, magkakaroon ng election. So configure natin heartbeat. Configure natin heartbeat sa cluster. HA Edit. Saan ang heartbeat nito, di ba? Ayun, heartbeat, data store, configure in storage. Okay? Storage. Yan. Teka, ba't nag-fail to? So, na-configure ko na yung heartbeat. Then, you also need to configure, ano, yun lang. Yung DRS din. Wala pang heartbeat din. So, gawin na natin ng heartbeat. Teka, wala pala yan. Wala, okay lang. HA lang, HA. Ngayon, bakit nag-fail to? Let's check the VM kernel. May vMotion. Okay, malinaw. May vMotion. Sa 2, may vMotion. May vMotion. Pareho lang. Okay. Ba't nagmamigrate to? Okay, another thing to consider is yung affinity. Admission control muna. Admission uses admin control to ensure sufficient resources are available in a cluster to provide failover. So, ibig sabihin nito, is there enough resources? Is there enough RAM, memory? Else, hindi siya ma-admit. Okay? You won't be able to be admitted sa host. Kasi, fina-fail over mo, 2 gig RAM. Wala na palang 2 gig na sa host 2. Hindi siya ma-admit. Okay, simple as that. So, what else? So, ayan. So, I'm performing hands-on lab. I created a cluster with HA and DRS. Okay. Ang fault tolerance, totally different. Okay. So, antayin muna natin matapos to. Kasi bakit siya nagaganon? Not enough RAM? Ay, wala na palang RAM. 1 gigahertz. Kaya pala nababaliw siya. 2 gigahertz. Di niya kaya na. Hindi niya alam saan lilipat. So, nagkaroon ng admission control problem. Papatayin ko muna yung 2. Pero mamigrate ko muna to. Patayin ko muna yung 2. Mamigrate ko muna yung 2. Sa kabila. Pero hindi ko magagawa yan. Kasi bakit siya nagmamigrate? Gusto ko i-power off. Pero hindi available. Ito, pwede mo i-power off. Okay, ito. Shutdown natin. So, mag-free up ng memory. Dapat continue ito. Tagal naman. Patayin na natin. Ayun. Shutdown ko. Not enough RAM kasi. Okay. So, dadagdagan ko to ng RAM. Dapat 1 gig lang talaga. Hindi niya ma-admit. So, magdadagdag ako ng RAM. Shutdown ko muna. Tapos mag-a-add ako ng 8 gig kung ari lang. Tapos wala na tayong time. 5 PM na pala. Okay lang ba continue natin yung sa Monday? Siguro mga 5 PM? Available ba 5 PM Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday? Meron pa tayong update manager eh. Tagal yun eh. Are you okay? Hello?
For me, sir, okay lang po ng Monday. Yung iba po.
Ayun, okay. Lagay nyo lang vote ninyo kasi kulang na tayo ng oras kasi matagal ang update manager. So,
Monday, sir, 5 p.m.
okay.
Hanggang until what time kaya yun, sir?
30 minutes lang yun. Teka, Monday, holiday pala namin. Shit. Tuesday, pwede ba Tuesday? 5 to 5:30. For the update manager. Kapos na kasi yung time natin. Okay lang. So, anyway, very flexible tayo. If you're not available on Monday, Tuesday, meron pang Wednesday, no? So, kung na-miss nyo yung Monday, hindi, kailangan
Wednesday na
mag-vote
lang,
na.
sir.
Hindi, last day na yun eh.
When-
Papatayin na yung server sa Thursday eh. Hindi nyo ma-hands on love to. Pwede, kung konti lang. One topic lang naman na miss natin eh. Wednesday? Lagay nyo na yung vote ninyo. Sige. Tapos nag-away, Tuesday, Wednesday. Pwede Tuesday na lang, Tuesday.
Di ba kaya sir ngayon? Tapusin na lang.
Ngayon, 1 hour pa eh.
Overtime. 1 hour pa.
1 hour pa. Update manager, matagal mag-update. Tapos, may gagawin ako sa ego. Iba kasi nagpapaalam na eh. Sabi, hindi ako pwede ngayon, sir. 3 lang talaga ako eh. Monday, holiday kasi ng Australia. No? Anzac Day namin. Nasa beach ako niyan. Naghahanap ako ng nakabikini. I mean, Tuesday tayo, Tuesday. Tuesday! If not, hindi, okay lang. If you're not available, upload ko na lang yung video. Okay? Upload ko yung video. Okay?
Sir, wala pala ang Skype sa inyo. Hindi pala naka-join dyan.
Name tal. Buti nakita mo.
Ha?
Pangalan, pare. Pangalan.
Teka lang, sir. Titi ko pa.
Wala ka pa ba? Sige, dala ka later. Okay? So, ganun na lang. Continue ko to sa Monday. Hindi, Tuesday. Tuesday, Tuesday tayo. Tuesday. Kasi wala na rin time, Bago ma-up to, kailangan. Nag-green siya, Kasi patay yung ESX, pinatay ko kasi. So, continue lang natin sa Tuesday. Up naman na, Hindi pa nagka-cluster. Refresh nga, refresh. Tagal naman mag-up. Okay, dadagdagan ko pa to ng hindi siya enough Nagko-complain siya about heartbeat Walang network redundancy. Isa lang kasi yung LAN niya na dadagdagan natin to. Okay, so continue na lang natin sa Tuesday 5 to 5:30. 30 minutes lang to. Okay? So certificate will be given by Friday, then hands-on lab can start on Monday 10 in the morning. And finish by Thursday, mga 5 in the morning. No? So you can perform this hands-on lab. Any question before we adjourn? So meron pa tayong meeting number 2.
Sir, yung video na na-record ngayon, sa